She's seeking validation. She's so tired of waiting here. I got the feeling you've been expecting me. No chance, encounter. Right here's where you're meant to be. Our paths are crossing just in the nick of time. If you need to meet me, I'll be right by your side. Always strangers in the night with open arms. I'm calling. I'll be there when you're falling down. You're out of danger when I'm in sight. Just seeking you, shall find me. Yes, I'll be bringing you to life. Won't be no stranger with the night. Whoa, 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 won't be no stranger with the night. When seas get rough, you just give in to the ride. You see, we thirst for danger, but we find no savior. They tug and pull, they push you right to the edge. When all you need is shelter, you just don't seem to get there. I got the feeling you've been expecting me. No chance, encounter. Right here's where you're meant to be. Our paths are crossing just in the nick of time. If you need to meet me, I'll be right by your side. Always strangers in the night with open arms. I'm calling. I'll be there when you're falling down. You're out of danger when I'm in sight. Just seeking you, shall find me. Yes, I'll be bringing you to life. Won't be no stranger with the night. Whoa, 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 won't be no, won't be no. He walks alone, he wanders deep in the night. Won't be some awesome meaning to explain feelings. Always strangers in the night with open arms. I'm calling. I'll be there when you're falling down. You're out of danger when I'm in sight. Just seeking you, shall find me. Yes, I'll be bringing you to life. Won't be no stranger with the night. Whoa, 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 always strangers. Always strangers. I wonder if it's twisted, it's all in my head. Cause darling, I know you're the one for me. These voices that taunt me as I lay in bed. Won't let you in out, they're no good for me. I rule by my heart and it's coming for you. Won't let these doubts drown out the beating for you. Are you ready? Are you ready for love? I'm here to warn ya that it's coming. shake up the wedding now. Shake up the wedding now. Are you ready for love? Are you ready now? Are you ready for love? 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 Are you ready? Are you ready for love? I'm here to warn ya that it's coming, and my love it won't stop. I'm here to tell ya, pay no mind to what they say. Just keep your focus on me. Are you ready? Are you ready for love? Are you ready now? Hey, hey, hey. Are you ready now? Shake up the wedding now. Shake up the wedding now. Are you ready for love? Hey, hey, hey. Are you ready now? Shake up the wedding now. Shake up the wedding now. Are you ready for love?
I've been told that you can make the mold of what you want to be, so stay true to me. I've been told that you can make the mold of what you want to be, so stay true to me. I've been told that you can make the mold of what you want to be, so stay true to me. Well, I've been told that you can make the mold of what you want to be, so I stay true to me. Well, I've been told that you can make the mold of what you want to be, so I stay true to me. It's enough for me, and I can only be myself. That's enough for me. What do you want from me? That's enough for me, and I can only be myself. And that's enough for me. What do you want from me? Only be myself. And that's enough for me.
Like you're beneath me, I just need some kind of guarantee. Should I have made you leave me? How can do this to me? Why can't you see it's not over? Don't go, leave me so cold. Don't let them know that it's over. Searching for some meaning to explain what he's feeling. She walks alone, she shelters far from the light. She's seeking validation. She's so tired of waiting. Yeah, I got the feeling you've been expecting me. No chance encounter. Right here's where you're meant to be. Just in the nick of time. If you need to meet me, I'll be right by your side. Are we strangers in the night? With open arms I'm calling. I'll be there when you're falling down. You're out of danger when I'm in sight. Just seeking you, shine by me. Yes, I'll be bringing you to life. Won't be no stranger with the night. Whoa, 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 whoa. Won't be no stranger with the night. When seas get rough, you just give in to the right. You see, we thirst for danger, but we find no savior. They tug and pull, they push you right to the edge. When all you need is shelter, you just don't seem to get there. I got the feeling you've been expecting me. No chance encounter. Right here's where you're meant to be. Our paths are crossing just in the nick of time. If you need to meet me, I'll be right by your side. Are we strangers in the night? With open arms I'm calling. I'll be there when you're falling down. You're out of danger when I'm in sight. Just seeking you, shine by me. Yes, I'll be bringing you to life. Won't be no stranger with the night. Whoa, 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 won't be no, won't be no. He walks alone, he wanders deep in the night. Won't teach him for some meaning to explain feelings. Are we strangers in the night? With open arms I'm calling. I'll be there when you're falling down. You're out of danger when I'm in sight. Just seeking you, shine by me. Yes, I'll like you're beneath me. I just need some kind of guarantee. I should not have made you leave me. I want you to feel me. Don't act like you're beneath me. I just need some kind of guarantee. I should not have made you leave me. How can you do this to me? Why can't you see it's not over? Don't go, leave me so cold. Don't let them know that it's over. This twisted is all in my head. Cause darling, I know you're the one for me. These voices that taunt me as I lay in bed. Won't let you in out, they're no good for me. I rule by my heart and it's coming for you. Won't let these doubts drown out the pain I'm falling Are you ready for love? I'm here to warn ya that it's coming, and my love it won't stop. I'm here to tell ya, pay no mind to what they say. Just keep your focus on me. Are you ready?
接下来让我们欢迎战队登场。
欢迎所有的观众朋友们来到高雄展览馆，参与这一次2017年的亚洲对抗赛。第二天的比赛会有6场 BO1，由3个赛区，也就是刚刚入场的 LCK， 然后中国的 LPL 以及我们这边的 LMS 地主队，然后来进行一个这个交流赛。前面的比赛 BO1 胜场最多的队伍会直接移驾到后面的 Finals， 其他2个赛区就要来打这个 Semi Finals。
看一下上路这一波闪现的反传，绑到蓝宝，配合上鳄鱼的 Q 一刷，拿到了首杀。跟到 Q 技能转到阿波两剑，射穿了蜘蛛。啊，这边快炮是直接第一波的先行的倒下，对啊，持续做反弹的大头向猛进，推到了非常多人，一瞬间逆转了战局。
边塔要把塔给点掉来结束比赛，第2个塔已经掉了，剩下赤裸裸，这边由 AG 开始疯狂的点 ，AG 拿下了胜利。 晋级杯体直接融化，已经拿下 double kill， 要从闪电狼一个痛快。HQ 在犹豫要不要开团的时候，这边场次要被炸出来，被炸出来，小比融化了。
非常的欢迎大家继续来到我们第2天的赛程啦！
一个灯笼打开位，打球你的转，疯狂的逼逼的打妹，打赢了这波团战。
回身一下，
飞檐直接把两个人给收掉，之后继续往前。迷蛋的进场伤害太高了，
哇，这个勾到了西门的毒上面，
继续往前暴击，
哇
415直接带走巴塔。
今天的话将会是来到第3天的一个比赛。
我们的 LPL 以及我们的 LMS 这2支队伍进行5战3胜 BO5的一个对决。
这迷蛋没怕，后面有强逼过来，直接一枪又是 4， 已经打不了闪电狼的气势，闪电狼拿下了比赛。哇，强来了，这场被卡斯被弹回来了。HQ 即将的是 HQ 要赢了这场比赛。他被球给推到，通过开跟这种，哇，克古魔在前面靠着露露直接开，看到没有？就是直接录2-1，拿下了这场比赛，也进军了明天对上 LCK 的对决。
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2017 Asia Rift Rivals. It is up to day number 4. It all comes down to 2 regions. I'm, of course, Max Atlas Anderson, and I'm joined on the desk today by Indiana Frosker in black and Barento Raz Muhammad. And yesterday, we had a 5-game series between the LMS and the LPL, and it was extraordinarily close.
Yeah, LMS came in hot. Kaohsiung Arena was definitely behind them, but it just didn't get them past that finish line.
Yeah, and unfortunately, no one will remember who came in third, but
Wait a
it was
minute.
LPL just barely scraping over the finish line, and a superhuman performance, particularly by AHQ and on their 80 carry on that Xayah.
Yeah, that was absolutely incredible. We do need to honor some of the plays here from the LMS region because AHQ played out of their minds to come back in this series.
It was such a massive game for this team. It felt like it was done. Even the casters were saying it during that game because EDG had such a massive lead. But you could see it, 51 minutes into the game, it just felt
Look at On.
Yeah, what? The man is face tanking on. Yeah, that's not happening.
That is EDG with Elder Dragon trying to take down the Nexus towers. On plants his feet and says, "Not today, EDG." And AHQ sweep this, return it, and take the victory.
The most nutty Weaver's Wall you have ever seen in your life by Westor there as well. The man who has been playing for almost the entirety of League of Legends.
I mean, this game was full of veterans, and it was just a shock to the system of any LPL fan to see EDG have control of the game, throw it again and again, and AHQ, like I said, plant their feet, say not today, and keep the LMS in it.
At the end of the day, you have to respect your opponents, and if EDG messes up, of course they're facing their first game today, as they did versus AHQ, you're going to get punished.
And another team that actually performed very well for the LMS was the Flash Wolves in their first game. But WE, game number 5, they're the team that comes in second in our semi-final series, and they were able to pip them at the post in the end.
And I was terrified. I thought for sure that Flash Wolves were going to have this one. We saw them just absolutely dominate earlier on in the tournament, aside from their misstep against SKT, but they decided to take it slow. They went for more of a scaling composition, sat back, and let Team WE rock up with this Kog'Maw.
Yeah, the analyst desk, of course, I was a part of it. Definitely thought Flash was going to take it. The pick ban's super surprising because you can see all of these OP picks, Galio and the Zac, just being able to take it over. And you can see WE felt very comfortable going into this rematch.
And that's the thing, you know, we were criticizing the LPL drafts this entire tournament long. They kept going for the priority pick Kog'Maw. They kept getting blown up in the first 20 minutes of the game. But when push came to shove, Team WE stepped up and solidified their spot in the finals.
And they stepped up and still used that super LPL composition with the early pick Kog'Maw. They utilized the fact that Cher has always been a fantastic player of unique picks in the mid lane, so comes to the Galio very, very easily. Of course, not unique now, but has played the tanks for a very, very long time. And so it felt like a WE composition just made for this meta. It worked really well.
It was a quintessential LPL composition.
Oh, yeah.
We had the Kled and the Lulu. We all know how that combo works. You'd then grab the Galio cannonball on top of it, and then you're having a Kog'Maw, a little cherry on top.
Yeah, the little Pugmaw.
Just having Jarvan jump in, and of course Jarvan Jungle has been such a massive jungler in the LPL so far. Just jump in, get the Cataclysm, and have the Galio follow up. Kog'Maw doesn't have to do too much because the pressure's already there.
Yeah, the thing is, it's going to be incredibly difficult to replicate that performance here today. Of course, taking down the LMS in a 5-game series doesn't feel like the same feat against what has to happen today, because this is the final and LCK have been waiting since Friday. The LCK are looking terrifying. We want to have a look now at what the players and the coaches have been thinking heading into today's matches.
各位观众朋友们，欢迎回来！今天的第5场比赛，亚洲对抗赛的第5场。
일단 오늘 경기는 진짜 이제 내일 경기 준비하면서 같이 봤거든요. 네, 일단 오늘 경기 같은 경우에는 정말 너무 일단 재밌게 봤어요. 5경기까지 갔잖아요.
저희가 첫 번째, 두 번째 날 컨디션은 특별히 좋다거나 그러지는 않았는데 경기력이 좋게 나왔던 것 같고요. 그리고 다른 팀들도 너무 잘해줘서 쉽게 결승에 올라갈 수 있었던 것 같습니다.
LCK 他们来的势都是非常强劲的队伍嘛，然后我们 LPL 赛区也是抱着一种学习的态度去面对他们。
사실 이제 LCK 팀이 강한 거는 뭐 사실이고 롤드컵에서 입증했으니까 사실 그냥 뱀픽에서 조금 더 유리했기 때문에 오늘 이길 수 있었던 것 같아요.
오늘 경기도 제가 챙겨봤는데 LPL 지역이 확실히 공격적인 면이 드러나는 것 같더라고요. 그래서 그런 점들을 참고해서 결승전 때 좀 더 그 점을 많이 이용할 수 있지 않을까 생각하고 있습니다.
사실 중국 팀이 조금 부족한데 어떻게 보면 부족할 수밖에 없다고 생각하는 게 저는 이제 소통의 문제도 있고 그리고 사실 좀 중국이 보면은 이적 선수들이 이동을 좀 많이 하거든요. 그래서 그런 부분이 좀 더 개선이 되고 한다면은 LCK한테 충분히
洲际赛的话，是因为是以赛区为单位来进行的比赛嘛，所以说就非常有集体荣誉感。
모르는 팀들이랑 경기를 하는 게 이전에는 없던 경기 방식이라서 저희도 굉장히 신기한 경험을 할 것 같고요.
팀마다 사실 상성이 있거든요. 그래서 사실 LCK 팀들 당연히 잘하지만 만약에 저희가 원하는 대로 만약에 좀 구도 이렇게 하고 싶은 팀을 만나게 된다면은 그래도 뭐
그리고 이제 항상 하는 말이지만 다 상향 평준화가 돼서 모든 팀들이 다 잘하거든요. 방심하거나 좀 실수하면 잘못하면 질 수도 있겠구나 이런 생각을 하게 돼서 내일 같은 경우는 진짜 한 경기 한 경기가 승패가 되게 중요할 것 같아요.
打出自己的风采，然后尽力去打这场比赛。
A lot of respect coming out of the LCK players and coaches, but the LPL coaches and players really feeling like they have a lot of, I guess, confidence heading into what could be a very, very difficult game. We're welcoming EDG onto the stage right now. And Raz, do you think that the LPL has a shot here?
It's going to be a tough one because coming into this one, they want to learn. Of course, winning is a definite plus, but it's going to be an uphill climb for them.
Yeah, we heard that MLXG in that particular video was talking about, learning, taking things away from the LCK teams, that he was really interested in the vision game the LMS brought to this tournament. But coaches like No Fei, who have come out and apologized to the fans for the disappointing performance that EDG have had so far, and then coaches like Ohm are saying, if we just tighten our individual communications, that we can win together. It seems kind of scattered all over the board. Some of them think that they have a chance, some of them are just taking this as an exhibition match.
Yeah, there does seem to be confidence, but there certainly is the respect. MLXG is a player that we know as being a confidence-driven player, but even he was saying that we're going to use this as a learning experience, so good to know that he's got a level head moving into this one. We're not going to be seeing RNG first, though. As you just saw, it was EDG moving out onto the stage, and Samsung Galaxy will be the first choice here for the LCK.
Yeah, and in the post-semifinals interview, if you asked Mako, his opinion and how you deal with the LCK teams was snowballing in the first 20 minutes. So you already mentioned it, different plans, different strategies for each LPL team and how they want to be able to take on to this series. And it's interesting to see that that's the statement that he's made because, of course, EDG's been criticized really early on in the tournament for having these massive scaling compositions. So we might see something different here.
And I do know that there is a real criticism to levy at EDG. That said, their very first game against Samsung Galaxy, this is a rematch. They looked much better than as the tournament went on. It was close. It was competitive. It started with Clearlove taking his Evelyn. He got 2 early ganks down on the bottom lane, and they looked to be going, that full pedal to the metal. Let's try to snowball this game out of control.
Yeah, we want to remind you guys that this is going to be the same format as yesterday. So already we've had the coaches decide on the first 2 teams that are going to be coming out. For the LPL, it will be EDG. And for the LCK, it will be Samsung Galaxy. And then before the Nexus explodes, the coaches have to come together and decide which team to put in next. So you can see the finals to the right of the screen right there. And so every single time a Nexus is about to explode, that's when the next team is going to come out. Each team can only play once until that game number 5, where you can send in the best of the best.
And when you asked the LPL teams who they wanted to face, a lot of them said SKT because it's such a grand learning experience. But if you ask EDG, they wanted to face Samsung Galaxy just for that rivalry, as you've mentioned. They lost to them before. It was a very close match, and they want to be able to take them on again.
But at the same time, I feel like EDG have kind of been there, done that. They've seen SKT, you know, they've challenged them a couple times. They probably want to, you know, branch out, face a bit more Korean teams, get a bit more of a learning experience coming in.
We'll see whether they've branched out as far as the lineups are concerned, guys. We are going to bring them up on your screen right now. And as you can see, Samsung Galaxy, no change. Not going to see Haru in the jungle, anything like that. It's Cube, Ambition, Crown, Ruler, and Core JJ once again. This is the team that has been doing wonderful things in the LCK so far, and Edward Gaming have put Mouse back in towards the top side.
Yeah, on the other side, it's Mouse at the top, Clear Love 7 in the jungle, Scout in mid, Zet in 80 carry, and Mako in support.
So it's going to be Mouse coming up in the top lane. That's going to be our first time. Did he show up in the early parts of the tournament? Because it's been mostly Audi, and he has been coming in with some subpar performances, so I like the fact that they're putting him now.
Yeah, the individual performances of EDG have been so questionable. That said, the individual performances on the other side of players like Cuvée, like Crown in particular, have just been phenomenal to watch. You know, when you're flanked by a talent like Crown, it can be hard to shine, but Cuvée on his NAR performance has just been out of this world good.
Yeah, he's been incredible. And even in the first game where Crown didn't necessarily have the best performance of his career on that Orianna, I believe he hit one champion with a shockwave for the entirety of a 30-odd minute game.
It was a slow start.
It was certainly a slow start. However, his Syndra was a joy to watch, as it always is. And I feel like some of these key picks for these players are what they need to watch out for, because we all know Crown as a mastery player. This guy gets a champion in his wheelhouse and he holds onto it, and you need to ban that away. He always has that one where he will win a game with.
That's true. And though he can have those good, like, off and on performances, but it's been Cuvée who's been showcasing such strong performances consistently throughout the tournament.
Oh,
and so when we talk about the stars of the tournaments for both of these regions here, it's going to be Bang, of course, showcasing such like beautiful play on the Callista. It's going to be Ming, who's been incredible on the Thresh. And as you mentioned, Cuvée on his NAR is going to be a big point to watch out for, because it feels like Samsung has been on the ball when it comes to the meta currently, and so we might see that NAR counter pick. We might even see it as a blind pick. It's been happening in the other Rift rivals that we don't want to talk about, the one NA versus the EU.
On a different patch as well, NAR a little bit stronger maybe on that one.
That's true, but Cuvée has been known in an interview just saying that regardless of the patch, he likes the pick just for the counter matchup up against Renekton. So even though Renekton has been picked out quite a bit from Mouse domestically, he might not want to do it just because he's going to get punished.
And when we put a magnifying glass on this top lane, it's not just the NAR pick. The fact that Cuvée already showcased a great Rumble as well. And if you look at Mouse or Audi, whichever top laner it would happen to be, in this case it is Mouse, they don't necessarily have the champion pool experience, at least the mastery across them, to kind of go toe-to-toe. You know, with Mouse, it's more about those bruiser champions. Yes, he was known before coming onto EDG as being kind of a hard carry player, you know, the Fizz, but that day has come and gone. He's not the Fiora player of EDG. He's much more kind of that potato Jarvan tank player.
And I think they need that as well, because we saw Audi, he came in for the last couple of losses that EDG did have, and it felt disconnected. It felt like Audi wasn't able to play sort of that facilitator role. And yes, on the Fiora, that makes sense. They're trying to go for the split push, things like that. But even the Jarvan was turning up late to these fights. We are going to be having a look at the veterans, though, of both EDG and Samsung, as Ambition and Clear Love are going to face off once again.
That man's not getting much gold for 15 minutes, Frosk.
EDG have not been doing well past 15 minutes. I don't think it's just Clear Love in that boat. I do want to point out at the Evelynn, however, this is the type of champion that I want Clear Love to go towards. You know, he started to branch out in the later half of this tournament going towards Gragas. Nah, I need the Carnivore Clear Love, the Dark Clear Love, if they're even going to stand a chance across from someone like Ambition.
And that's true. Clear Love is going to be an important focus because, remember, it's Mouse starting today. The synergy between the two domestically have been fantastic. And so when we're talking about poor communication that EDG has had thus far this tournament, it has to start with putting Mouse in, having just a simple 2v2 early on in the game, making it a little bit more clearer for the team. So when they do go to the later portions, into the team fight portion of the game, which they have been pretty flawed so far, then it can be easy just by having Mouse being the initiating force.
Flawed is an understatement, Raz.
That's true.
EDG have been abysmal this tournament. I just want to make it very clear that they have looked much stronger domestically than what they showcased here. That said, it's not an excuse. This team is full of veterans like Clear Love 7, and they need to show up on an international tournament. Otherwise, they're just chokers.
Yeah, it's put up or shut up time most definitely for EDG, and they're not going to get very many more chances here as well. I mean, there's already 0-3 in the tournament. They're up against Samsung, who, despite having some shaky showing at the beginning against EDG, they're 2-0. So those stats don't lie. You can just look at the match history and see who the victor was. And like you mentioned earlier on, it doesn't matter. The winners get to write the history. And Samsung definitely look like clear favorites moving in.
Exactly. And if you're excluding SKT, Samsung is the strongest team once they get to the mid to late game portions of so, like, for instance, when they went up against J-Team and they did have a pretty bad early game, they were able to just shut them out, have proper side wave control, and just played it slow, a slow burn game. And it feels like if you exclude SKT once again, they are the strongest team, excluding SKT, in the tournament.
I think he's trying to put like some context here, something about SKT. To say that, I agree with you to a point. Like, you could see that Samsung understood what J-Team were doing when they lost control of the early game, that they were going to slow it down, that they were going to look towards those 5v5s, but we still do see some of Samsung's weaknesses there, particularly in Crown's, like, you know, his own hubris, his own greed. He would sometimes overextend, give up a solo kill because he really wanted that blue buff when he really didn't have the rotation advantage to make that map play, or maybe he's grabbing a spare wave of farm or two up here when the rest of his team's trying to group up for a 5v5. So there are holes where you can exploit Samsung. It's just so hard when it's someone like Crown, who's just so mechanically strong. Trying to punish him is almost impossible.
Yeah, and there have historically been areas from Samsung that you can exploit, right? So you can get waves pushing in, and their ambition can overextend sometimes. He can go on his solo missions.
Invade with no friends.
Yeah, he tends to do that sometimes if things are going poorly. Cuvée has been a point to exploit in the past. However, very recently, he has been playing extraordinarily well. The Rumble and the Na looking flawless. Crown feels like he is the opportunity to go for. In the LCK, he has been slumping just a little bit. The Orianna we already drew attention to. If you take away things like his Syndra, this might be a place that EDG can capitalize on.
But that just speaks to the uphill climb that EDG have. If that's like the gamble that you have to take.
I was doing my play-by-play thing. You know, you got to get optimistic on the desk sometimes. Try and make it look like it is a fight, because right now it certainly is. To use the cliche, David versus Goliath.
Yep, and if one thing that David is known for, coming in with a plan, all right?
What's David known for?
He's going to be coming with something. Something, even if it's just throwing a rock at the guy's eye. But no, really, I may not know the story too well.
Raz, that's the problem.
I think you've exposed yourself,
Raz. Oh, no.
It's the Cyclops.
Regardless.
Oh, dear.
The plan here for EDG, they already mentioned it, it's going to be snowballing early. I think that they do need to get the Tahm Kench out, just because Thresh has been a massive pick so far in the tournament. And if Mako can get on a hyper-engaged champion, hyper being he needs to engage a lot. That would be the pick to go for.
What Raz is trying to say is that EDG will need every overpowered pick in the book. I would like a Zac, I would like a Thresh, I'd like the Tahm Kench and the Syndra
so we're going
band.
blind pick.
This is the LCK special.
This is fantastic. Tushen's going to make its way back. We're doing it, finally. No, but it's not going to be blind pick. That's not going to be the option that they're going to have. So there is going to be those picks banned away, and Samsung will be able to get the game that they want. And speaking of which, we are going to throw it over to our casters to get into game number 1.
We are the casters. Thank you so much, Atlas. My name is Paulus. I'm alongside Rusty and Papa for the call on this one. I don't know what the analyst desk was going on about, but it seems like we need 2 stones of the LPL if we want to take on LCK.
I mean, bring all the stones you have. This is the LCK. This is their rightful spot in a final. They come in heavy favorites, but throwing out EDG first is so interesting to me because the ceiling of EDG, you guys have had front row. They have done so well domestically, but it's been such an abysmal tournament that it almost feels like they're the surrogate OMG where, because they haven't shown much, because they're now an unknown variable because of their struggles, maybe they're just hoping that they have a pre-planned strategy. And to me, if you asked me how to beat Samsung this season, ban away some of Cuvé's champion pool, put him behind. If you get Mouse in a good matchup, because it is Mouse versus Cuvée again, maybe that's the secret to at least slowing down Samsung.
You can't help but feel like the risk is still there, though. If you're removing champions from Cuvée, you've still got
someone
Crown,
else, right?
You've got Ambition, you've got these champions that they're able to excel on that will still be able to do crazy amounts of work. We saw the Syndra from him as well, in particular Crown. He was unkillable, and that doesn't speak well towards any team against them if a Syndra can't die.
Now, at the same time in this matchup, we have Mouse finally back on the roster, and it seems like Aldi had his time in the limelight, but it didn't quite work out for him. That being said, we are going to head into Champion Select for our finals day here at Rift Rivals, and we'll see if Samsung Galaxy can indeed just make light of EDG as they go up against them. EDG wanted to be in this matchup. They wanted to take on Samsung because of that rivalry. We'll see if they can do it.
And that's just some of the meta bookkeeping, because there are, of course, champions that over the course of Rift Rivals have separated them from the rest. Thresh this tournament is actually 7-0. Has not been a big pick for Samsung, so maybe EDG play with fire and leave it open. CoreJJ's only played a couple of games, 1-1 I believe so far on the season, and also the Kalista is 7-1, but not a huge historical ruler champion. So really excited to see what's open in the Thresh. Okay, they've done their research report. CoreJJ can play it. It just hasn't been a pick for him recently.
And you also know that CoreJJ will go towards the Tahm Kench if he sees the Thresh, right, as a potential pick into that one. So the options there, if you're expecting a Thresh Kalista rotation from EDG, have Ashe Tahm Kench and beat it.
So the reason why we see the Ashe first pick is that it's been ruler exclusively on Varus duty so far this tournament. It's banned away. They haven't played since the first day of the tournament. They'll just jump on Ashe, like for like, utility AD carry to try and unlock CoreJJ.
Let's quickly recap the bans before we move on. So it was Elise, Galio, and LeBlanc out from Samsung Galaxy. EDG took away Varus, Caitlyn, and the Zac pick. Now we're looking towards EDG once more for their first two pickups. They see the Ashe on the opposite side. They lock in the Kalista. We're looking towards perhaps a jungler now from EDG.
Yeah, going towards the Rek'Sai for Clearlove 7. Perhaps the way he goes, Gragas is also there if they want to pick up some other types of junglers. Maybe the expectations usually saying that Elise is picked, so we pick Rek'Sai, but it was banned away by Samsung Galaxy, so confidence pick for Clearlove.
And I think it feels like EDG are gambling that they can get Thresh as well, and they don't want Ambition to have his pick because Gragas is ultra comfort for Ambition. He's very happy, snaps it up with an insta-lock. The Thresh is the one variable that to me right now is up in the air, and it's a good read. It hasn't been prioritized by Samsung. It may not even, in fact, be prioritized by EDG, and maybe the LCK duo will be used as the kryptonite for Samsung Galaxy because every Korean team has been falling over to draft the Kalista Rakan this tournament.
So that was the Gragas in for Samsung. Also with the Braum, as you said, the read, assuming that it would be a Thresh coming out, but EDG, they mix it up and they bring out the Rakan.
And the mix-ups will continue because if you remember how the draft went last time, Mouse picked Renekton as the first pick on the red side, and then we saw the Gnar Syndra. Now, will Gnar and Syndra both be available in this next round of drafts? Already a Camille ban. Trying to keep Cuvée onto the dregs of his champion pool, away from the lane pressure fighters, is a real big win condition for EDG.
And of course, naturally, if you want to pick the Renekton still, you've got the second ban that can go towards the Gnar. That would be a very big indicator, however, quite early into this draft phase. They may not go towards that, and they may not go towards the Renekton as a result at all.
And there's the mind games about the mid lane, because Taliyah and Corki are available right now as well. Do you ban one of them and try to take the other? The Kennen ban is a legacy Cuvée pick, but hasn't necessarily been a big pick in Korea recently, so it feels a little bit like a junk ban. I'm just excited to see what the first pick on the red side is, because blind Renekton was what caused a lot of the headaches for the side of EDG last time.
Because we could see that Gnar come out once more from Cuvée, and that was an absolute disaster. So we'll see what happens from here on out. It was the Rumble ban towards EDG, but they have something else up their sleeve. They don't just have to go for the Renekton here, and in fact, it's going to be Kled.
And Kled has lane pressure on a lot of these champs. Not at level 1 necessarily, but evolves so well against the Renekton. If that is the answer, the Gnar isn't as favored in the matchup. You can do competitive. You can still draft Gnar and be fine in this situation. So we're looking for solo lanes. Important to note that Syndra is available if it wanted to be drafted for Crown, but because you have Wombo engaged, it might just be the Orianna.
And Syndra's very good for it. It's still a mid-range, as is Orianna. All it's about right now is that follow-up for the rest of the team.
And look, Ruler's happy to go team. He's going to go for the very early game and have early pressure, but kind of give up the fact that eventually Kled will be in a good stead in the 1v1 against Renekton. This is the moment that Orianna and Syndra seem like the big picks, but Taliyah and Corki could fit into this comp as well. The Orianna was the first thought. They do go with it, and it's basically Teamfight City for Samsung Galaxy, and early to mid-game bridge is what they focused on.
Now we have to see what EDG will go for from here, because Crown did have a monster performance on Syndra earlier on into the tournament, but it will be, as you said, Orianna in this one, Papa. Now EDG thinking about it, and it's going to be the Talia lock-in for Scout.
So, of course, no Syndra locked in. Still very difficult for Samsung to play around that with just the Braum as the only denial tool for Syndra's ultimate, but they still choose the Talia. And really, this to me is speaking all around that map control, being able to set up the wall, having the Tremor Sense coming out of the Rek'Sai, and the charge can coincide with all of this. Very LMS.
And the S word is gone. Scaling is gone from both teams. Sure, Orianna scales nicely. Sure, Kled scales into a good matchup against the Renekton, but there's no Cogmores here. There's no priority on a hyper carry. Both these teams can fight frequently, have early power spikes, and both teams seem to be jumping on to this new meta, the Lane Kingdom meta of focusing on lane matchups. There's a couple of different ways this can swing, but largely pretty even comps, and that really means that the junglers are going to be the final piece of the pie.
Yeah, pretty similar compositions in terms of power. Rusty, if you had to give it to a team, do you think there's any advantage?
I don't think there's an immediate advantage from the draft itself, right? We don't have lane counters to be seen specifically. Renekton and Kled decently even. The mid lane's just control mages. Your bottom lane 2v2, Braum's always super volatile. And to me, I wouldn't look at all the completed team compositions you can see on your screen and say, wow, one is just far superior.
Yeah, you have the small point of Renekton better 1 to 5. You have the small point of Talia better 1 to 8. So one lane kind of advantage on either side, but no one is really coming out with a big bounty, which means, guess what? It should be sick League of Legends that decides this game and not just the draft.
And really good opportunities for Clearlove and Ambition to make their mark in this game, right? If you've got two pushing lanes, one's top, one's mid, they may be revolving around those areas.
And I love the fact that these two are under the microscope, because if you add together their career games, I actually don't have an accurate amount for both players, but it's over 1,000 games very easily, because both of them are as elder statesmen and as can be. They've seen so many Nexus explode, so many games, and so many international stages. So seeing them fight in the same role in 2017 in a final, it's super awesome.
Crazy amount of experience towards both those players, but it's a team as well. The rivalry is there, and Raz was saying on the desk as well, EDG, they went for this earlier game composition, but Samsung have matched them right here to try and take the win as well in the early game. See if they can snowball it out. Well, we'll see which team will be able to take the win here as we head onto the Rift for our first game of the finals of Rift Rivals 2017.
LPL versus LCK Pulse, and there's not a lot of expectations for the LPL side after their performances yesterday. I'm sure you can attest to that just a little bit, Papa, but you never really know with the LPL sides. They can show up massive if they want.
And it's a rivalry as old as time. It's different to NA versus Europe, which has always been the Twitch chat rivalry, the trash talk rivalry. These guys competed many times. We go on a real grand adventure around the sides of Summoners Rift. But even pre the LCK and LPL era, we had these teams battling online. They've always been scrim partners as well, because you don't have the geographic disparity that North America and Europe have. So there's always been overlap between the two. Now it's in the limelight, now it's a grand final, and now the mind games of throwing out the 0-3 EDG as the first matchup, they start to begin.
So we're going to start with these jungle camps as well. So Ambition starting up on his red buff, getting some help from his bottom lane, but meanwhile Clearlove actually just starting on his Raptors.
Small leash than you'd expect on blue side. A lot of teams will have the Orianna pop the ball over, start on the small Raptors, then go over to red. So just a slight adaptation means the clear speed's not going to be as fast, but that Orianna doesn't give up the wave push at level 1.
And the bottom lane doesn't give up a lot of the lane pressure against the Kalista Rakan, right? They'll be able to equalize. You can see that now. If they stay for any longer or lose health on that red buff, trying to super leash for Ambition, then they can fall behind.
And I love the point that you make, because it feels like if you give a free level 2 to Kalista Rakan, Ash Braum probably have to surrender more than just CS, but pressure as well. Clearlove's going to walk over on wards. That's the first advanced vision either team will have, given the shallow starts, but there's a lot of focus on the lane here, as neither the Orianna nor the side of the Ash Braum want to surrender early tempo.
And this ward that we're seeing specifically that spotted Clearlove, whilst he now knows the blue buff's there, Ambition's going to play mind games, but his wards just died. So this is actually a guessing game, and Clearlove's got the Tremor Sense perhaps as a slight advantage there. And he's also looking towards mid lane, so there's opportunities where neither of them are doing anything until right now.
Now they're spotted here. Clearlove can go for a Blasting plant, invade, and just go for the smite. Looks like it's going to be the plan. Clearlove waiting and waiting. Here he is.
Pops over the wall, but Ambition knew he was coming. Instantly gets the body slam. It's a bit of a trade
all
here.
about the blue buff.
It's leashing onto Ambition. He's going to lose
involved
this.
as well. And the spike comes down. Goes up to Clearlove. Recton coming out here as well. See if we can get the knockup. Yes, we can. Mouse following after
my
him.
God.
Ambition so low. First blood goes over to Scout.
Ward there gave so much information for EDG. They were able to match in terms of pressure, get there first. The blue buff steal was just the start. Ambition had to smite just to get a bit of health, and it didn't lead to anything in the end.
Exactly, and a lot of that trade and the outcome of it really does come down to the winner of the smite battle there. Just getting that extra health. Clearlove, there was no way he was going to die in it. Ambition losing a lot of health early just in the 1v1 trade from junglers, and I love that everyone came over. We had a 3v3 that early in the game. There was no separating factor.
And it was such a different type of early game compared to the Evelyn ganking bot lane and largely farming. This is Clearlove actually playing into the mindset of the enemy jungler rather than looking for a happenstance gank. We're going to see the replay. The information advantage wasn't really there because, of course, there was the ward to spot him. They were playing the mind game. The mind game was won by Clearlove.
And curiously enough as well, doesn't use the explosive plan to get over here. Gives the opportunities for Crown if he'd like to come in and help, but Scout, he's here just in time, uses the flash, and is able to secure that auto attack. It's a red buff for the mid lane Talia, who is a ranged champion, so that can be rather gnarly.
Now, when both teams have information, everyone thinks they're in each other's head, and this time it was Clearlove coming up ahead. So important for EDG, again, in this odd spot of coming in 0-3 to get some momentum, because momentum is not something they've been able to carry so far this tournament.
It's also about the aggression, though, and you heard it from Koma earlier. He was saying that we can't disrespect the Chinese team. They're going to come at us. They're going to come at us hard. And Clearlove starts off the game with an early invade. Everybody dogpiling on that play, and EDG, they make it work.
At the same panel, though, all 4 Korean teams said 3-0. They were not giving any quarter about what the result would be of this final. If you ask me, I'm not actually as confident. I do feel like specifically teams like KT and MVP could drop a game. Is the LCK favorite? Certainly so, but with an early game like this, is that going to decide this game? No, but is it as one-sided as the analysts are predicting?
And remember the last time that these two played against each other, it was still strong from Clearlove early. They got the kills in the bottom lane, and that mid-game, that slight turnaround where Ambition gets his eye in on opportunities is where everything changes. The one nice contrast between that game and this one is going to be the fact that it's a Rek'Sai, not an Evelyn. Whilst the pressure isn't similar, his ability to find Ambition will be far superior to the Evelyn, who was always at risk of dying in that 1v1.
Put on your back, you draft the Rek'Sai, you say, okay, I'm going to actually contest the enemy jungler. Mouse has been able to do competitively in lane. You actually see his up in CS, up the rotation to try to contest the blue buff. So they don't have the counter pick in top lane this time. They don't have a jungle pressure advantage either. As Mako, well, goes wide on that grand entrance, but not going to be too costly.
Of course, small detail in the Rakan Braum matchup is that you can always engage as Rakan. You're never really at risk of being immediately stunned, just because of how quickly you can go in and out. So it's nice to take those opportunities. The one time it works, maybe you do win that trade.
Clearlove's going to give mid lane a shot, but he's
optimistic.
He's not going to jump for the flash right there. We would have put him right underneath tower with Crown with both the summoners available. So rather than not, we get a nice knock up there onto Core JJ. Zet will probably chase down as well, get the run damage. So good trade there for EDG.
Yeah, I think Clearlove was just on the way through mid lane. He had no real idea of ganking the Orianna. Of course, Flash and Ghost available. It's all about this. Remember, that control ward was already there for Clearlove. He's going to where he had the vision set up. Yes, it's through mid lane, but Ambition has to check.
It's the natural flow-on of the pushing advantage you get with Talia in the mid lane over Orianna early is 2 red control wards in this area. So Ambition, he pops down one super defensively, but he can't walk up until he gets some help.
I mean, he knows that the bottom lane is being pushed back right now. Zet and Mako have the advantage, but Clearlove says, no, not this time. We're going to back away from this play. I've already taken a lot of poke damage out from Ambition, so it should be just secure here out from Gragas.
And correct me if I'm wrong, Papa Smithy, but I do recall Ambition being very smart around Rek'Sai's tremor sense in the past, even in the LCK. Just very aware of knowing when to stand still.
Yeah, with the lower refresh rate, now that you get information a little bit less often, you are in position to have the mind games, like you say. And does it always work out for Ambition?
No.
Sometimes he gets a bit too clever and can kind of overplay his hand, but in that particular situation is able to complete his red buff. EDG have to back away. Haven't lost a control ward yet, but it's spotted, so it's information that can be passed over to Samsung, and the lanes as they're going just fine for EDG.
The one big difference, of course, is that bottom lane is Clearlove once again looking mid. The Rakan Kalista having push is difficult to do against an Ashe and a Braum for the most part, just because of Ashe's trading, but having that lane control, having the ability to rotate into the jungle is why ClearLove's able to be so aggressive, and that to me is the biggest differentiator right now.
This is constant challenging coming out from ClearLove, just appearing mid, appearing in the jungle. Meanwhile, on the top lane, haven't really spoken about it because it's not a whole lot happening. There's no real big CS lead just yet. Small amount to Kuve as he heads down, places down a ward. Mass already went back to base as well for his first buy. It will be the Tiamat, and should probably just walk back to lane here. I don't think he needs to necessarily TP on that. Shockwave in the mid lane, just going to be pressure down on Scout here.
Yeah, Kuve just trying to relieve pressure from the mid lane, because the person who needs their jungler in position to kind of relieve pressure the most is always the mid lane. It's usually the jungler that control wards one side or can invade and put down vision. Because Ambition has been shadowed by ClearLove so aggressively, Kuve had the pressure, came down, did the team thing, and it's all about just giving free farm to Crown and waiting for him to come online later in the game.
Yeah, certainly is.
ClearLove takes up his red buff and may look towards the top lane now. And Renekton is walking back up there, but it's now pushing. It's going to be just buff donations right now. Taking a look at the ADCs, doesn't seem to be too much. Small advantage to Ruler. Both of them are going towards the Blade of the Ruin King build here.
And this is actually a really nice moment for Samsung to come back with an aggressive move, if they'd like, of course. The opportunity being that mid lane has blue. Ambition, once he recalls, will be able to reset the map. Same thing goes with bottom now. It's in that equal 2v2 footing. We've had our shops in. Nobody dies for it. So Samsung, now with the opportunity to use the vision that Kuve's even helped to set up to spot ClearLove, to start making those moves.
So you see 2 control wards on the map, 3 in fact from Samsung, all of them in their red side jungle. You might think, well, is that because we've seen ClearLove enter that area a couple of times? What's the mechanic there? Big story is it's trying to relieve pressure from the Weaver's Wall coming through to the bot lane. That is the path people want to take to cut off the enemy bot lane from retreating under turret.
Kuve does have his ultimate, pops the Dominus. Mouse is still chasing, but you know, it's going to reset the aggro on Skull, and it's just a bit too easy there. Well executed dive for EDG.
Yeah, all the vision around the bot side means was able to come up. Great pathing, intelligently done by the side of EDG. Gragas will come up and pick up the farm, but Ambition is a step behind ClearLove for the first 10 minutes of the game, and that gives EDG tempo for at least now.
And you know what? You mentioned the vision. That's absolutely correct to avoid Talia. At the same time, it would at least double up with the Rek'Sai control. But the other side of the map then starts to be completely cleared out. They see ClearLove at the Raptors, but having the awareness to know he's going to go from Raptors to Krugs, slowly over to the Tri-Bush and just immediately dive, really hard to predict.
It's one of the reasons why I love that the vision was moved to the Trinket system, that we don't have 800 control wards on the map like Season 4. I know Mata's somewhere listening back. Oh, excuse me. I love that meta. But
disagree.
And a lot of supports love that meta too, but the difference is when you only have a ward budget, that creates gameplay. The fact that they were like, we need to relieve pressure bot side meant that they couldn't go top side and have the same sort of vision with the ward budget, 5 control wards on the map. So it's fun that EDG read the situation well, played around where they had strength, and that's going to only help Mouse get his items quicker. He's already ahead in CS in a matchup where they're supposed to eventually get stronger. And sure, he doesn't have the items to dominate Renekton yet, but we're getting there.
It's got to be a good morale boost, though, for EDG. The fact that ClearLove, you mentioned it before, Papa, you know, between these two junglers, they have so much experience between them. But ClearLove's clearly getting the better of Ambition right now. That bleeds over onto Mouse. You see getting the trades down to Kuve, and they're looking for another gank top lane on top of that. Kuve is literally just cowering in this bush.
Oh, we're abandoning top lane now.
Yeah, they're lane trading. Gragas has gone straight towards that bottom lane. And unfortunately for EDG as well, knowing that they don't want to defend bottom, they've rotated to mid, and Talia's gone top. So it will be a turret trade ultimately. Zet's just going to have to try and 1v1 Crown a little bit as Mako wanders for wards.
Here's a trade from behind, though. Tempo advantage with all the early plays means that Samsung weren't able to get the first brick as Ambition, well, he's going to tank it up. Doesn't need a health pool, apparently. And we'll just take down the turret. Now, Samsung being able to trade one objective for one objective from where they sit in the game is not ideal, but what's happening. But the bonus objective here with the tempo seems to be Rift Herald.
And remember that extra step Mako took by going towards the mid lane means he gets to place a ward near the Mountain Drake, and he'll see if they even go over there to trade. What you're looking at, though, from Samsung is a slight adaptation. They're going to hard push bottom.
But it's only with 3. You know, it's not this a very serious investment into killing this turret. We see a very defensive roam smartly from Zet and Mako. We're getting a lot of damage, though.
Yeah.
Getting it low. But this is the sort of health bar that is difficult to return to because it's a multi-step process to cleanly kill an inner turret. When teleports are up, when the mid lane can rotate so quickly in the form of Talia, there's no guarantee you can get back to that turret.
And remember, you need to invest extra members to go down to that area of the map when ClearLove's just picked up the Rift Herald at the same time. So the damage is great. It's not going to regenerate. But ultimately, whilst that damage is nice, when will they take the turret when EDG now get to potentially push the tempo by having the Herald available?
Cliv's going to sit on this for a while. He's moving into the jungle, and you can see all these control wards still there from earlier, out from Samsung. Places down a bit of a deeper ward, but again, there's just a control ward there too.
Yeah, CoreJJ was waiting to see if there will be an overreach from ClearLove and potential turn with Ambition and also Ruler on the bottom side, but not to be. Again, wave clear wars, you know, it's not Samsung's first choice, but it's still something fine. The Orianna in the late game will be something that can't be matched by the side of EDG, just like potentially if Kled has kill pressure on a Renekton in the side lane. It's one of the few things that aren't just equivalent across the two compositions.
It's very hard to beat Kalista into an Orianna if you're losing a team fight and not killing the Orianna already. So Scout's important, Mouse is important. And Zet, just based off the compositions, he's going to have a rough ride here. Still a lot of carry potential, though.
How long is it going to be before we see a fight over this dragon? It's a Mountain Dragon. We're 14 minutes in. I was told that both these compositions are early to mid-game focus. When's it going to happen?
I mean, getting the vision behind for EDG is kind of the minimum. That's the one place Samsung has been strong, is fighting back vision invades on their red side. So it's actually given the playbook so far, which has been very controlled from EDG, one of those larger risks that we don't often see. It's starting to be leashed. They're starting to play around it. They're starting to feel the pinch and feel like it's theirs.
Their Weaver's walled.
There's the wall. CoreJJ and Ruler. Actually, just going to turn it around real quick. They have a few more seconds to burn. Over the wall, here comes Ambition. The arrow as well. ClearLove jumps in, but turns it around once more. Here comes Mako, but he had the first kill onto CoreJJ. Chasing down to Ruler and Ambition. Mouse with a flash, but he needs to get out of here now. Kuve in the back line. Big shockwave down. Only onto ClearLove. He's still alive somehow. A Mouse de-scored, but still alive himself. Mako chasing down Ruler, but he gets behind the tower, and after all of that, it's just the one kill to EDG.
It is the 1 for 0, and the health bars are not ideal to try to turn onto Drake. They might just want to take their second turret of the game.
Yeah, it looks like they'll just commit to the turret. I expect them to recall once again unless they use Mouse as a tank. He's about to get Skull back. They've even pushed the Herald down here, actually, and by summoning this, my indications are that they will go straight to the Drake because Samsung need to deal with that Herald and actually hit him before he starts to take out some extra turrets.
Seems very unlikely that the Herald is actually going to get them really any turret damage. They might actually just be able to aggro the Herald and stop it from even getting a charge on the inner. Ruler being able to walk up to a Herald, hit the backside and take out a big chunk. It is a big objective gone, but I guess the timer was starting to get low, and the Drake is seen as enough of a reward for Rift Herald.
Decoy Herald. They legitimately use it as just a trade tool, and the Herald's not worth a lot of gold. It's just necessary to be dealt with. And so by having the Ashe down there, yes, it was a waste of a Herald. Still, a trade's nice to have as we get to see the fight again.
And this is the sort of fight where EDG are on the front foot. Their item scanners are not really there. Funnily enough, Kalista, when she gets here, doesn't have Blade the Ruin King yet. So he watches things go. The CC is overlapped a lot onto ClearLove, and they just can't burst him down.
Yeah, really struggled to, of course. That's one of the strengths of Rakan, being able to shield him twice. Shockwave here, only hitting one, very close to Zet. Little bit surprised, but it's because Cuve needs to immediately evacuate. And EDG, you'd say a bit unlucky they don't get more than one kill. At the same time, Samsung, you'd expect ClearLove was going to pass, but he didn't.
Yep, that Void Rush is very good at keeping you alive for a couple more seconds, and that's what it did right there for him. Very low, but he still gets out alive. He's 2-0-1 now. Has a massive advantage over Ambition, though he has gone for the Cinder Hulk here, puts him slightly ahead in terms of tankier stats as we move towards that mid-game. Next dragon will also be an Infernal Dragon, so again, another dragon that both of these teams will want to fight over.
And I think it's fair to say at this point in the game, 16 minutes in with EDG averaging minus 1,800 gold at 15, that things have shifted overnight. They've found something.
I mean, they've been real rubbish so far, Rusty, so, you know, they should feel happy. It has been a good early game for them, but they were overdue one. If they had 4 woeful ones, then the next week of LPL casting would have been rough evaluating EDG.
Yes.
But it's good to see it. It's good to see them on the front foot. It's good to see ClearLove with a mission. You know, we talk about the Ambition solo missions, but ClearLove's mission was clear. Contest Ambition, stop him from snowballing. Your lanes will react, and they also played around vision smartly. So I'm really got plenty of good things to say about EDG. Now, you would have said a lot of good things about EDG about 20 minutes into their game against AHQ, and then 40 minutes of expletives that you found other ways of saying on air. So there's still time. But for now, at least, EDG, the playbook looks clean.
Oh, yeah. We haven't hit team fighting yet.
We need to see if they can hold on to it, though, because Samsung just needs one team fight. And, you know, they're around that mid-game. They have an Orianna, they have an Ashe, they have all of this engaged in a good squad to actually go for these fights. So anything can turn around. Though for now, EDG do have the advantage, and we can't take that away from them.
I guess at this point, though, there isn't really a lot of things that they can work towards. The mid lane outer is one of the places where you would have wanted the Rift Herald to be placed towards to break that against the Orianna, against the Ashes of the world that are running around and actually controlling minion waves. Right now, EDG's response is actually engaging in the jungle.
Double knockup and the charm as well in from Mako, and Scout completely walls off the rest of Samsung. Down goes Ambition, and CoreJJ jumps to relative safety. In comes Clearlove. Crown stepping up. Mouse will be zoning him away. And that's again another pick over to EDG as they take control over this red buff.
It is a DPS shockwave there to try to get the health bars low. Obviously wasn't going to have kill potential. Renekton wasn't involved and didn't have teleport. So they give up one. Ambition too far forward given the little vision they had. Another kill to pad the stats for EDG.
And just note that there's no shockwave for defending this turret now if EDG choose to go forwards on that. I can understand for the damage, but EDG, they start to step up more. Remember, the Ashe Arrow is the one big presence threat for them.
And Kube does a relatively good job of clearing out that minion wave with Slice and Dice, so Samsung do map the defense in mid lane.
So what I want people to watch is that we'll talk about the replay first, and Ambition walking up against the Rakan is the part that you have to take umbrage with. You might have thought, okay, Rakan doesn't have flash, so maybe the threat is a little bit lower, but it's still, where's the damn Talia? Where's the Rakan? They didn't have full information. Someone had to die. No one else did. Let's watch the shockwave here if we actually do have it in the replay. It's actually just to try to de-skull Mouse. Yeah. That's what they were looking for. Maybe they thought that would relieve pressure. But what I want people to look at home is how Crown, much like Faker, in these sort of games, will just say, screw it, I'm going to side lane for a while and get my items. And they have to look and really focus on the macro of EDG to try and punish when a no teleport, at the moment, no ghost Orianna, just visits a side lane to farm. You can do a lot on the map. You don't have to respect the ball or the shockwave. But this is what both Crown and Faker love to do. They say, okay, this team isn't going to have the multi-step pan to punish. I'm going to go bot lane and get another 30 CS and come up team fight ready 5 minutes earlier than other teams who are just trying to always group and pay respect to their enemy.
And you don't necessarily need to talk in detail as to why an Orianna without a teleport in a side wave is going to be one of the worst decisions, but it does work when teams can't react accordingly.
It's the worst decision when a team makes the right play, but when they don't, or when they're just feeling good about, wow, we got a couple of kills, feeling good, let's go back, I'm going to buy my Infinity Edge, you just kind of ignore or paper over the Orianna who got a cheeky 30 CS she shouldn't have had access to.
At the same time, EDG with these 4 kills is fantastic, but all of the kills have gone on Clearlove right now. It's just the best
What is it with these Rek'Sais?
Of gold.
Rek'Sais are just getting fed out of their minds in this tournament.
Don't worry, he doesn't have 4 kills. When we get to the 4 kill threshold, they always lose the game.
3 kills, probably okay, as long as we don't get any more on him. But still, next Dragon will be Infernal. It's coming up pretty shortly.
Big fan of the evolution of the build path for Clearlove. He is once again going for Knight's Vow second. Tiamat into Cinderhulk into Knight's Vow is perhaps what I'm most a fan of, but in this game, already Zet is basically super tanky. He's got Ninja Tabi and Knight's Vow, so specifically from physical damage, he can kind of laugh at the direction of Ruler for now.
They're actually going in here onto CoreJJ.
They're going for a full engage right now, and that's going to drop the first target. Surely Ruler's still alive somehow. The dive comes in from Mouse, and he's still going. Clearlove wants to get this kill. Yes, he does finally with the help of Scout. The rest of EDG trying to make it out now alive as Ambition's coming in. Doesn't land the body slam as the flash comes in from Zed. Meanwhile, EDG have been completely split up. Mouse has been de-skulled.
Oh, he got him back!
He's got him back! MVP Skull gets his rider out alive. Hopefully, because Kuve's still coming.
You actually see the assist pings around Baron as they chase onto Mouse. EDG, one pick into Baron has been their playbook for the longest time. The reason why you didn't see a real contest from Samsung as a super overdive came through from EDG, JT-Mask from day one, is the fact that guess what? Crown was in the top side, picking up farm, taking turrets, growing a CS advantage over the Talia, and they only lost one. So given where the game was at, I think Samsung's just fine with what happened.
And that was honestly a very good outcome for Samsung. Crown's able to now rotate from top lane where he collected all of the farm, getting his items, comes straight down to the Drake after the fight ends, Samsung's goals weren't necessarily to 4v5, it was to survive.
And that's also just kind of go back and like, okay, someone died, they got an Infernal Drake, but also the Walking Wounded is the fact that the flashes are down from EDG to make that play. Mouse had to flash, Clearlove had to flash, Scout had to flash, Zet had to flash. 4 flashes for a 1-for-0, and they lost in objectives is a massive investment for very low reward.
Of course, they were just trying to double down, get the kill, take the mid lane tower, but they went so deep.
I mean, look, Orianna's not coming. Orianna's staying up top. No teleport Orianna in this game. And all these flashes get them a kill and so little else. LPL teams love a dive. OMG already this tournament has made us smile and made me remember casting LPL. But when it comes to objectives, this could have been a 1-for-1 as well if the Skull hadn't come back from Mouse.
And look how close that was as well. Their auto attack was about to kill him, but he gets Skull. Skull's a bit of a coward. Only sometimes is he a hero, but this time he was a hero.
100%. And Ruler survived for a long time in that fight as well. He managed to kite back from what? In an outer turret to almost his inhib, and he was still alive.
And that's one big concern for EDG as a team composition with crowd control. Their engage is lovely. You've got a Kalista Rakan combo, you've got a Rek'Sai knockup and Kled charges, but none of that is like a Shockwave or a Flash Body Slam as to how good it can be and consistently happening.
And while we can take a deep breath for a moment, I want to draw your attention to Cuvey's build because there's no Tiamat there. He's going Blade the Ruin King second. We've seen Blade the Ruin King rush as well. Now, why Blade the Ruin King? We know what the item does. One interaction that's fun with Renekton is, speaking of Renekton,
he's getting chased down by Mouse right now, and that
was
not fun.
Yeah, how's that Blade Ruin King going for you?
I guess that was LPL fun. But the thing that you can do here is you can open up, and if you have a Fury Ruthless Predator, you actually apply current health 3 times. And if that helps an Ashe, for example, to focus down a frontliner like Cinderhulk and Knight's Vow, Rek'Sai, and the fact that he has Lifesteal in the side lane, it's an itemization choice you can go, and sure, you don't get the ability to get out of your lockout with the Tiamat interaction with the W, but it's a nice little opening burst damage that Renekton's not normally known for out of lane.
Yeah, you would definitely say its primary purpose is for split pushing, and that would indicate where Cuvey wants to go for the rest of this game, but if he does get dragged into a team fight sometimes, he has to teleport in, then he can help protect his carries and take out Mouse.
It's weird to think of Blade the Ruin King as protection, but it's almost like, let's just focus down this guy diving you rather than the Hydra in the back line trying to kill him.
Oh, that was a lot of damage.
Mako still charging forward. Here comes the arrow and whips past EDG. That could have been very close, and TP cancelled out from Mouse as well.
TP down. Cuvey did not have to use his, so just happily having an adventure down bottom lane. CS leads growing for these side laners here on the side of Samsung. That goes a bit against the gold lead for EDG has narrowed as this game has gone on.
And the pressures on this mid tower, you'd expect it actually goes down.
We're going deep. Triple knockup as well, and here comes the rest of EDG. Mako comes back into the back line once again. And Mouse, he's tanking out Core JJ. Here comes Cuvey onto the offside, and Mouse needs to try and get out alive. He wants Scar to come back. After all of that, no kills just yet, but Cuvey, he's still pretty squishy. Oh, the Ray Seeker.
That's crazy that only one person dies here, honestly, with how good the engage was from EDG.
And there's big cooldowns available. Shockwave not used, but both summoners used by the Orion. They're going to try and walk up again. Risky, but maybe they've seen the worst of EDG's engage already.
Perhaps there's not a lot left, and Clearlove gets caught in the Shockwave. He will dash away before going back into his tunnel network and then teleporting back to base. So still, it was a 1 kill. But once again, Papa, we're in a situation where Samsung take objectives.
This is such a weird game. It's 6-0 in kills. The crowd has been hyped multiple times. But if you were like kind of recounting the story to your friend, it'd be like, well, EDG got a kill, and then Samsung got an objective, and then EDG got a kill, Samsung got an objective. We see the Wombo engage, but there's not actually enough. They start to get there, but it's only the one person diving in the backline. Cuvey, for as late as his teleport was at least occupying the time of the carry.
And for me, the MVP of Samsung there was actually Ambition, knocking away the damage dealers of EDG. The engage was immaculate. Kled gets into the backline, but if Scout's knocked away by a cast, then he's never going to be able to do the damage to follow up with those kills. The Wombo needs to actually have the damage there.
I think the biggest problem coming off the back of that fight is now that Clearlove has 4 kills on the Rex side, so is this the death note? Is it all just downhill?
I mean, I had to watch a 4-0 score who had got double kills in top and mid lane lose to Rox Tigers a couple of weeks ago, and it's infected this league. So I brought my presents from Korea, but unfortunately I have brought the Rek'Sai curse as well. That seems to, for some reason, be pervading the Rift.
Yeah, it seems good for you this game, right? Samsung are playing.
Look, they have something. They have someone who can turret dive. They have someone who can shrug off damage, and they have Zet, even tankier than before. Zet has his items together. The game doesn't really get much better for Zet and Scout score on the mind. Zet and Scout on terms of itemization right now. So if you ask me, EDG, they won a group 5v5 fight, but we got another Orion in the top lane.
And
so
Talia
it's probably
Wall's
not
actually
coming
in.
Doesn't cut off Kuve, and he will jump away. Charge is coming up, but Scout's tanking this tower. He needs to back away while it's pretty much just Kuve 1v1ing Scout into the tower, but that's going to be enough as Scout comes back in for seconds.
But this is under a charge. So they should actually get an objective for this. Samsung trying to make the cross-map play.
The threat of the shockwave, the threat of the arrow is always going to be there for Samsung.
They go inside the flash, the engage, Cass goes wide. Still, the push continues in the mid lane, but looks like Samsung are trying to back away from here. Mako clearly threatening the front line. In the bottom, you can see Scout hammering away at the inhibitor tower.
They're going to stop the recalls while Scout pushes, actually. I think that's EDG's plan here. Prey Seeker's very good at it.
Yeah, Samsung will just keep recall, and they can't actually channel the recall. Looks like Ambition's just going to walk down and try to buy time, but that will be inhibitor turret for the side of EDG.
And that's that one big trade EDG was looking for, getting the objectives with the pick, not defending a turret when they create the play, actually opening up space, getting those opportunities. Coincides with another Drake, it looks to be for EDG as well. Samsung, though, they've got wards around the Baron. Feels like they could just walk there.
And it's going to be a really interesting game of vision control after this Drake goes down, because suddenly you're like, well, Kuve doesn't have teleport. That ever happens, I'm just going to split push your inhibitor. But to do that, you think, okay, how do I split push inhibitor? It's not just right-clicking on the bot lane inhibitor. You need some vision control around the enemy red side. You set up some control wards that, all right, feeling good about this. Oh, wait, all my vision control isn't around Baron, and the Baron being on the map actually will create a big divide here. So EDG will need a clear goal of what they are looking for, because you can't do both. You need to actually commit to one of your objectives.
It feels like in this game that Samsung are just giving up an inch, another inch, and it's just like, when are they going to draw the line? When are they going to say no more and then stop giving things over to EDG?
I mean, you say that, but it almost feels like they're giving away a half inch each time, because it's not a 6,000 gold lead. It's not a lot. It's been piling on, correct? It's 7 kills to 0, but the gold lead tells a tale. The Orianna piling on 3 items tells a tale. EDG probably feel great about where they're at. If you told them right now it was only 1,600 gold, they'd be surprised.
And so we just saw a shockwave come out of Crown. The reason that I bring this up is that Mako's items, you can't see them. He's bought 2 null magic mantles. Just 2 of them. He hasn't gone for the locket first item. I was going to maybe raise that as a potential problem for him earlier as he rushed a talisman, but his way of getting to that locket is through 2 null magic mantles.
So what's this build do, Rusty? Why has he got a talisman and boots too and some null magic mantles?
As if he needs more engage and cooldown reduction, Papa Smith.
And he's basically saying, I'm going in there, I'm getting the first knock up, maybe I'll get out, don't really care. He's relying on that being enough, and at 2-item Callista, well
he's
this time it
definitely
doesn't
looking for the engage, but kind of just bumps them away there with the Scout's wall.
Big cooldowns are down now, including the flash from Mako. Now he has the CDR boots. There is still going to be a bit of a reprieve in terms of 30 seconds of cooldown. But suddenly they can breathe a bit. And let's see how this side lane's actually looking between Mouse and Kuve.
Kuve has completed the Blade of the Ruin King. That means a lot of hurt for Mouse, who has to flash over the wall. Pocket Pistol comes in. He's actually just straight up dead in the 1v1. Kuve straight up the outplay.
And you evolve the build. If it's the Titanic Hydra, you do frequently lose these trades. But having lifesteal and also the early burst gets him off Skull quickly. Suddenly, you're not as worried about the Kled, and maybe we're seeing that the adjustment in itemization will force us to really reconceptualize the matchup.
He's all right.
He jumps out once again as Cordoje was trying to find the pick there. But now EDG have to back away. There's no pressure in the bottom side. Kuve is now pushing up that bottom side as well. So EDG back to base and back to the drawing board.
And of course, Mako without his ultimate, without his flash being the primary engage tool of this team of EDG, super risky for him, as we do get to see how this 1v1 actually pans out again in the bottom lane. And this is Kuve 2 levels down.
2 levels down. No kills, about 0 and 3 when this starts. The itemization is clearly the different factor here. We mentioned it already. This Renekton not as good as diving enemy carries and bursting as the Titanic Hydra version, but when it's in the 1v1, having the lifesteal and the early burst, it clearly helps a lot.
Will crush a front line for sure. And Mouse, I mean, he even had the stairs completed at this time of that duel, so big shock to the system for him. And that just means he needs to go into the bottom lane once more and be a lot more wary of Kuve.
Yeah, the reverberations of a 1v1 like that are actually felt more than just a kill going over the board, the first of the game to Samsung, because now the game plan that they had that was focused on, all right, we got the gold, we got 7 kills, things are looking good, Kled out scales.
Yeah.
Now you're like, wait, the last part doesn't actually apply, and you have to, on the fly, make a new plan. As Samsung's plan of, let's just get every single creep we can get access to possible, they have a lot more CS than the enemy. When you look across the board, they have a CS lead in every damn role.
Clearlove getting caught out by Ambition. Lots of damage coming out, but doesn't complete the concussive blows. Mako is stepping up, but should be good for now. Has the jump over to Zet if he needs it. And for now, everything...
They're looking for a big flank here. You can see Mouse's positioning. He went through vision though, Samsung. Yeah. They're staying to the top side of the mid lane. Yes, he's on a control ward. Now he'll be going for Ruler with the Weave as well. Think of that duo if they can make it work.
Charge comes out, lands onto Core JJ to start this one, but Ruler's under attack and he is knocked up in the air and taken back down. Mako with the kill there. EDG trying to make it out alive now as Mouse takes a couple hits. Samsung not backing down. Clearlove approaching, comes in with the tunnel, wants to find a knockup. Meanwhile, Mouse is...
losing again in the fight.
Definitely not winning that one, 100%. Kuve demounts Skull, and he will be backing away. So for now, it's another pick over to EDG, but they took a lot of damage.
This has been the story all game. It's crazy how many times it's been one pick, and if anything, a loss in tempo for the side of EDG. The first two, they worked. They were able to take the top lane turret, take the Rift Herald. The moment they used the Rift Herald to swap it for a Mountain Drake, I wasn't 100% sure, but I'm thinking, okay, how much duration does the Rift Herald have? We don't have full information about that one. Since then, Samsung have got access to what feels like 80 to 100 more creeps than EDG, and they haven't been turning the few kills, the feel-good moments, into more. The control ward line was actually very robust for Samsung somehow around the Baron. And against the flow of play when it comes to kills, it feels like the LCK are playing this PvE style, and EDG really need to explode the game, and to do that, it needs to be the picks and the Baron.
And of course, one thing they'll look towards as we watch this again is that Mountain Drake, but Mouse Scout, this is the combo you're expecting. It's all about killing Ruler. Even cancelling the wall early is very smart, good awareness from Scout as the use of his champion, the mastery of Talia. But the problem here is you make that pick, Cuve and Mouse, you still know Cuve is going to win this 1v1, and he puts his effort towards zoning the rest of the team away from Clearlove, as he's just been chunked out.
Don't really know why he jumps in there. It looked like he was disconnected from his AD carry and just loses Skull, so that was a small mistake. It was like the least exciting version of
speaking of the story. Well, not again. I mean, Mouse, just literally nothing he can do in this. Cuve solo kills him almost with full HP remaining, and Mouse simply cannot take these trades.
This game dumpstered in the side lanes in a way you would never have imagined when the matchup was selected. So Cuve redefined the script, having a much worse early game. And I was like, okay, maybe Cuve has been held down. We know what to expect of the Renekton. He's redefining expectations as a player in Summer, and he's doing it in this game as well. And every time that happens, the vision control around the Baron becomes more and more of a headache because they don't have the side lanes working.
Samsung have picked this one off in vision of EDG.
Renekton's not there.
45.
Clearlove knows.
4v4 for now.
Hits the wall.
A lot of risk here.
Braum drops it. Scout still facing off on this one set. Kind of away from Ambition,
out of the pit.
But Cuve coming in, gets the charm up onto the back line, but Mako backs off once again. Samsung taking a lot of damage with Clearlove manning the front.
Teleport coming in 5 seconds. Samsung will just back away, and EDG,
but EDG
might actually start it up.
They have to force this one. They want to keep tempo on the map. The health bar is being so low for Samsung, except that big shockwave. The game changer is available.
Yeah, big AoEs here, the Fisher and also the Renekton ultimate. Here's the turn.
They're engaging.
And Core JJ already low. In fact, everyone's already wounded, but no one's dead just yet. Ruler goes down, looking for the second one onto Ambition. Joust over the wall. Cuve, he's split from the team. And Mouse, he's going to town. Double kill onto Crown.
They managed to get all of the kills straight back to the Baron if they would like. Of course, health bars are low.
Whoa.
Even Cuve's gone.
Deleted 4 here. They will get the Baron as well. The turn was perfect. The Crown Shockwave that he farmed up was only on 1. Very minimal effect in EDG. They finally got the objective that all the earlier picks were leading up to.
That was the tipping point in this game, and it just had the sinking feeling that Samsung would find that one fight, turn it around, and then never would EDG catch back up. But that was huge for them.
And a lot of this for me is just fundamentally Samsung make their first really forward play. They lose a lot of their health, being half committal to the Baron, and then Ambition goes over the wall to fight a little bit earlier than the rest of his team. Suddenly, with all that health just missing, they give EDG an option.
And the moment the turn didn't work, they were exposed to the teleport in, and EDG forced the Baron. Then the cooldowns went there. By the end, Crown was out of mana. He couldn't even shield himself to not die instantly to the oncoming Mouse. The cleanup was there. EDG now hilariously ahead in terms of both gold and also tempo on the map. Kills, everything working for them. Third Mountain Drake has spawned. Easy objective, but do they want to use their Baron duration to pick it up? It's actually a question you might have to raise.
I think they might still look towards it. Just not only is it the easy objective to take, it forces the Elder to spawn at this stage in the game.
Elder.
And having 3 mountains with an Elder, you'll take turrets in no trouble at all. And this also just helps. You know, Baron duration's long enough that they can still look towards getting some structures. And with those 3 mountains, still very easy.
So much has just accelerated the Scout. Gets a knock off on the Charm as well. So much damage.
That was a
shield. All right.
That was a Locket shield you'd have to imagine coming with that insanely large shield.
Back to full health.
It's not quite how it works. Not great health, sadly.
Temporarily.
Temporary back to full health, indeed. Man, they couldn't go for any more. EG
They
will
are
continue to walk
bottom,
up.
actually.
Remember, there is no inhibitor turret here. It was taken much earlier. Core JJ is on point.
He knows.
Yep. Nice
Interaction there is that you can block the Weaver's Wall with the Unbreakable.
Ooh, Cass comes in and doesn't really do too much on the side of EDG. Brom was actually really good there. Otherwise, that pretty much would have been a lost inhib.
Remember that Samsung still have front-to-back team fighting options, and that Crown were kind of overdue for the Shockwave to make it worth all the extra time that was invested in him farming. So EDG, even taking this inhibitor is going to be a bit of a war.
You have to feel like it's the right idea still from EDG, trying to bring the Renekton to the team fights if Mouse is consistently losing. In those 1v1s, they're starting to break down those structures. Even if they're not getting the inhibitor, it keeps the Orianna nearby, and that's when they push where the Orianna isn't.
Kuve trying to chase down Mouse, but he's also completed the Guardian Angel at this point in time. And Kuve, he can't chase him down these long lanes anymore because it simply isn't the ball game that we're playing. EDG are pushing in the bottom, pushing in the mid. Eventually, something's going to crack.
That's a lot of cannons hitting on that turret as well, and Orianna wants to step up and clear them.
Doesn't want to Shockwave them, though, to get the instant clear. He needs to have the threat of Shockwave to try to be able to stay competitive in fights. They do a bit of chasing bot side. It's another Weaver's Wall.
This one connects.
Is this a fighting Weaver's Wall? Looks like it.
Turning it around. Arrow from Ruler, but it's just non-committal from Samsung. EDG now with the wall going down, still on stepping up, but they can just play it slow, not get caught. Because mid lane is eventually going to go down. That tower is on its last legs.
One auto attack really is all that takes to lock the tower down. So EDG also threatening bottom. This feels like maybe one too many things at the same time.
Bit of a reach, but Zed does manage to dodge that one. Kuve jumping in, but a fantastic charm in from Mako, and that's the complete disengage.
A lot used for no gain from Samsung. Samsung can be happy they don't lose the inhibitor on that push. Baron buff duration starts to tick down. This game is so close to just tipping over for Samsung Galaxy. Feels like a vintage SKT game where you're like, when are they going to come online? What do we need to take? How do we end the game? And already EDG are having a bit of PTSD about yesterday.
Yep, so
ending games certainly not going to be right there when it comes to recent form for EDG. They've done so much right, finally getting the Baron after being frustrated and stagnated for so long, and yet everyone here is still clenching, I feel. No one here is confident yet that EDG, with all their advantages, are in the full driver's seat.
But this would be absolutely massive for LPL, because if you think about it, MVP are set up to be taken down by some of these teams from the LPL. KT, again, a question mark. The only real silver bullet that they have is SKT. You know, SKT probably not going to lose to any of these teams. KT, of course, you would give the advantage to them, but opening up the match right here, right now in game one will be so big.
And it's one of those stories, right? People always say, well, how strong is Korea? For sure, because SKT is always there to pick up the big crown.
We'll hold that thought.
Yeah, we've trapped the Crocodile. In comes Ambition, turning us into a 2v2, but he's taking so much damage from Scout. Turns it around, has the Randuin's coming out, but Kuve flashes over. He doesn't have a Guardian Angel, and Mouse will get that kill. Ambition is one getting chased out. Doesn't land a bear trap on the road, but the rest of the team is reforging, seeing if they can try and, I don't know, stop the bleeding. But EDG have already taken out the top laner. They're going to go for this fight. Crown backing away. He has to flash out. Mouse knocked into the TNT Scald. I mean, he does have the Guardian Angel, so he will drop that right here. Scout zoning away, looking for the flick, doesn't land. But the bot tower is down with the inhib and another inhib, double inhibs for EDG.
And of course, fantastic trade of Guardian Angel to get the second inhibitor in the mid lane. Good of Samsung to break it. Of course, at the same time, they don't overcommit themselves. They're aware, Samsung, that that's a risky fight to take without having Kuve there. Still with a very fragile build, though, Kuve trying to commit to that split pushing. You like the adaptations, again, coming out of Scout to be able to come to that bottom lane, make the difference, and prevent Mouse from dying again.
I mean, the chunk outs here, even getting a chunk out on Kuve is so relevant because it is the 3 Mountain Drakes, Rusty. Taking those inhibitors when they get to them is so easy. Note that Kuve at no point actually pops the Dominus here for the extra health. By the end, popping it actually with the cast animation, he would have died during it, so it's not a factor, but you thought he would have considered popping it earlier. Second person dies, and the game could have ended in this scenario. So EDG, get 2 inhibitors, get out. Once again, set up for the victory. I can actually see it coming, Rusty. I'm sure you guys can too. But still, after yesterday, we're unsure.
2 inhibitors, 3 inhibitors if you
What's
like.
the sweet spot, Rusty?
Yeah.
How many inhibitors do you need?
I need a dead Nexus.
How bad does it feel that 2 inhibitors are down at 42 minutes and there's, what, a 7,000 goalie, and we can't say that definitively EDG have this one in the bag?
I'm not going to be that guy that says anything until it happens.
Teams have to earn high expectations. That's kind of the fun things when well,
look at Mouse actually is
This could be the start of it. Mouse gets the good flank off onto Core JJ. Everyone's counting back right now. Ruler pretty much untouched. In comes Ambition as well for the flank. This is a big mosh pit in the middle right now. Big kill off the ground. Clearlove and Mouse. One goes down, but Clearlove still alive. He tries to get to the bottom side of this fight, but Ambition look to follow Cat. Very close to landing. Kuve knocks into the back line.
Still high health.
Mako jumps back to victory. Double in for Ruler. And Zed, he can't quite reach him. The stun comes out. Oh, another one in. But what can Zed do? Not quite enough. It's a 4 for 2
Look at
trade.
Scout. 1v3.
1v3. What? This is an absolutely insane fight.
But it's a team fight that actually goes the way of Samsung Galaxy. All the analysts getting in position for the analyst desk, feeling like the game was over. We felt it yesterday, we felt it before, and yet it feels like it will go on. These team fights used to be EDG's stomping ground in 2015. They need to find a sound way to play them, because front to back from Samsung worked out.
And you know what, Papa Smithy? The biggest difference between winning and not winning this game for EDG is a Guardian Angel for Mouse. The fact that Ruler's able to free hit this entire time, they focus, crown, and look how close he is to getting Skull back. Guardian Angel, and he's still alive.
And let's talk about close, because the precipice between being able to use the Shockwave and not with a 5-item crown was about a half second. Got the damage in, and Ruler, you said it right at the start of the fight, Pulse, was free hitting, continued to free hit. By now, his health bar was low, but the concussive blows being back available meant they could actually take down, eventually, the Callista. Oh boy.
Yeah, and then you realize
I'm starting to get the feel that you guys had yesterday, because this game, it's 44 minutes in, but apparently we still got some bonus to go.
And honestly, Scout is an absolute god, dodging the cast, doing all of the damage himself. The QSS from Zet, the smaller details as well, means so much in these late game fights, and ultimately we're back to square one with a Baron alive, and Samsung starting it.
This was a square that cost them last time, so they're back on the same square. We're playing Hollywood squares here, as we see EDG walking out.
It's very low, but Clearlove is here.
Charge. Clearlove over the wall, gets knocked away. Mouse with a flank as well. It's a full-blown fight. Mouse into the back line. A huge knockout. Mako is a god. Here comes Clearlove, and everybody's starting to disintegrate from Samsung. Mouse turning it around. Ruler still alive. There's another knockup from Mako. He just doesn't stop. Ruler kiting back. Knockup from Clearlove. Someone needs to get on this guy.
Get Ruler.
Zed going after him. The flash over the wall. The quadra kill for Zed. The clean ace. And EDG ramming it down top lane.
They can just pop the heal and go to end the game. The minions are already in the mid lane. I think EDG has done it. They were thrown out as the sacrificial lambs, but they've been able to do it and get the first win on the board for the LPL.
How many heart attacks can EDG give us and the LPL? But they've finally done it. The Nexus turret's full. The Nexus itself is down. And EDG take game one.
And they do it when it matters the most. That's what you can take away from EDG. 0-3 in a tournament will make that 1-3 against Samsung. 1-0 up in the finals.
And Samsung and SKT were the two teams you penciled in for the guaranteed 2-0. There is doubt about MVP. Increasingly doubt about KT Rolster, and EDG from 0-3 to 1-3 might actually be the turn that allows the LPL to really have a shot in this best of 5. And now suddenly the panel of LCK coaches may need to make an adjustment. I'm sure SKT were thinking, maybe we can have a holiday, maybe we won't have to play today. Maybe you have to send out SKT to steady the ship early.
Feels like an overused phrase, but right now the series has indeed been broken wide open from what? A 3-0 prediction in from the LCK coaches, all proven wrong in the very first game in the finals, is a big feat for EDG to have accomplished.
Yeah, this is massive, honestly, for all of the LPL. I think you're right. SKT will be backstage after that one and say, all right, we'll do game 2, I guess. It's just going to have to happen this way.
It's one of those ones where the pre-plan kind of has to be thrown out. Because once you throw in Samsung, it was basically saying, let's lead strong, get a 1-0, see what happens. We can feel it out. Maybe MVP comes out second. Suddenly you're thinking, okay, maybe we hold off the MVP. You never want to have to shoot for a reverse sweep. They may have to, though. Very excited to hear who will be playing in the next match, because the strategic thoughts took a big change with EDG coming out ahead.
I mean, we're going to have to see an MVP game if we go to 4 now, which we are, obviously, if LCK want to come back in this series. So that seems like almost a gimme, and it now comes into the second game. Who do you put up next if you're the LPL, if you're the LCK? And they only have a few minutes to decide.
Yeah, massive decisions to be had.
Yeah, 4 now. We are going to send it over to the analyst desk to take a look at that crazy game.
Thank you very much, Pulse. And oh my goodness, they finally were able to do it. We've got a very happy Froskarin with us on the desk this time around. EDG now 1-3 and have finally found redemption.
Sure, Frosk.
Boom! Woo! We did it, boys. No, it's about time. And I said this kind of at the beginning of the day, and I'm going to say it again.
Yep.
The Day 2 group stage, as well as the semifinals performance of EDG, is not what we've seen from them domestically. That was much closer to what we expected EDG's performance to be like coming into this tournament. And the first time they faced Samsung Galaxy, it was a much closer game. Still a lot of mid-game, a lot of late-game issues, particularly in those 5v5s, but at least we finally got an actual LPL represent in game number 1.
That was a very hyphy game. The problem was the
that
casters.
was a very scary game.
That's exactly right. Remember, the casters were talking about it. They had such a massive lead in just pure kills. EDG were coming at them time and time again, but it never felt like they could just be able to finish a game. I know the result is there.
Lead.
Exactly. It was like 1.5K.
Which is why the draft phase is so important for me here. Like, we think of the LPL and we think of, you know, the 5v5, the Fido region. Yeah. It's all about the team fighting. EDG are actually quite poor at it since they've got this, you know, Degrassi 2.0 new generation type of roster going on. I know, it's a bit of a
favorite reference.
It's a bit of a throwback. But for me, it was all about Mako. You know, go back to your solid members. Yeah. Clearlove and Mako, they're the flanking veterans of this team right now. And getting him a pick like Rakan, it was time and time again. That last fight right before the Baron, that was all Mako. He was pretty much like, guys, I'm done with this. I almost said it. I'm done with this. Let's just go in, find the big 5v5, knock up Clearlove, come in behind me, and they chain CC'd it so well.
Yeah, we are going to see the damage graph here, and you can see Scout really able to get those threaded volleys in there and build up that damage. But I want to talk about the fact that Kalista Rakan is undefeated so far in this tournament. Yeah. And this draft actually just looked so good on the side of EDG. The Kled, the LPL special there, Brawler on the top side, will just ignore the fact that he got solo killed twice by QV. His team fighting was fantastic. The fact that they were able to charge into these fights is looking brilliant. But Kalista now moves up to 8-1. The draft felt like EDG had everything in the bag. I mean, Rek'Sai from Clearlove, an old favorite of his, not necessarily looking phenomenal, but the invades every time. I mean, look at this. It started off from level 1.
That was a very strong point for EDG. The fact that they knew when to walk in, knew when to pressure. Pressure was the word of the day, or at least the word for the first game, because they go in really early on. And even though Samsung had a very strong ward to catch this play out, it felt like Samsung didn't have a solid plan how to deal with it. Renekton didn't have a solid push on the top side of the map, and so 3 members were ready and able to assist for this play.
If there are any fingerprints of kind of 2014, 2015 EDG on this new 2017, it is with these invades. It is led with Clearlove, you know, going back to that dark Clearlove, that carnivore style. It's just when we start getting later and later and stretching it out that EDG start to wear thin.
So that's the problem with EDG was that when they had their dives, right? We remember that 2-tower dive in the mid lane.
Yeah, I remember.
And then when we had the mid lane fight, it felt like, what was the response afterwards? Samsung chased them down, stopped them from backing, got the early Infernal Dragon. You're like, okay, well, Samsung actually went out in this entire point of invasion. And then the second point was that, okay, EDG won that team fight in the mid lane. Well, what are you going to do afterwards? Like, where do you go from that point forward? Mouse jumps in, gets chunked out, loses Skarl.
Yep.
Clearlove loses a lot of HP as well when they could have just walked towards the Baron, channeled for wards, because that was an amazing kill on Ashe, but they couldn't pressure any further.
It was a double Mountain Kalista composition with Rek'Sai. That had Baron written all over it. They were given a very early lead. They should have been pressuring, forcing Samsung to contest their vision. But for whatever reason, Samsung just got complete control over the mid game. Is this the 2-tower dive?
This looks like
this looks about like it. Okay, here's my big problem. If EDG, this is fine. Zone them off the tower, but at this point, disengage. don't dive this deep, break the mid lane tower, that mid turret stands for 10 minutes longer than it should be, which means that EDG can't get that deep vision that they really need to secure around the Baron area and threaten with their double Mountain Callista composition.
So as impressive as it is that Mouse survives, Cuvée does an amazing job
chasing him.
He just chases him down, so they couldn't really get anything off of it. EDG has to reset and back, and then that's when the Infernal Dragon is taken. So Samsung gets something out of a position where EDG was in solid control.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they were in solid control for the entire game. So the question marks are still there as far as closing this one out. And they did eventually manage to do that. And I just want to sort of focus in on Mako here because him getting the Rakan is so gorgeous. You mentioned it before that his play was fantastic, but it goes back to what he's good at. And we're talking about EDG redefining themselves, finding what their style is. And this is OG Mako. This is full engage Mako, making everything happen when it counts. And he has always been a clutch player, and it was beautiful to see it finally on the Rift Rivals stage because I felt like we missed out on it in the 3 losses.
Exactly, and it felt like everything had to go right for EDG, that even though Mako was on point with his Rakan, that it felt like they were going up against a raid boss because Cuvée was on point, making Mouse feel like really bad on the side wave. And then on top of that, Ruler was playing as the best I've ever seen him play. Just in these team fights, being able to play it out for so long, kite out so long in that engage. That being said, Scout gets the key player of the game.
Look, we can dispute it all we want. We've got hair being pulled out here by Frosker, and I believe that Mako, in our hearts, is going to pick up that MVP. But Scout, of course, still well-deserving himself. If you don't die in a game, that's got to make you feel good. So I could certainly understand that one. Plus, you know, of course, Zet was able to pull Mako out of some of these fights, so maybe you need to give him half of the MVP as well. I mean, the Callista-Rakan combination is disgusting, but the Taliyah was able to secure a lot of these kills.
And let me throw props to Scout. You know, he stood in the shadow of Faker and Pawn for so long that it really took him a long time before he found his identity. You know, what does Scout actually look like as a player? And I feel like he actually took a lot from Faker and Pawn. You get this very aggressive lane phase. We saw it in Game 1 of Samsung versus EDG. Scout would step forward, try to contest Crown, and it became kind of this outplay maneuver. And sometimes Scout won and sometimes Scout lost.
Well, we'll see exactly what happens if we get to see them again in this tournament. But now we have an interview, so let's throw it over to Wendy.
Hello， 现场以及正在收看直播的各位召唤师们，大家好，欢迎来到2017亚洲对抗赛的赛后采访。现在我们邀请到的是 EDG 的辅助 Mako 你好。
大家好。
Say hello。可以听到现场呢有非常多支持 EDG 的粉丝。
So you can hear that we have a lot of supporting fans of EDG.
第一局比赛你们来出战，面对前2天的。
So being the first to represent LPL in the finals, it is definitely that you are facing a lot of pressure. And what do you want to say about that?
首先先跟支持我们的粉丝们先说声对不起吧，就我们
So he wants to say sorry to his fans because he did lose face for LPL, his team, and now we did a comeback.
在昨天赛后，我看到了 Mako 有一张照片，是你在休息室里掩面痛哭的那张照片。
So after match, there was a photo of Mako just crying,
你现在会
and a
不
lot of
会稍
people
微
were
好
caring
一
for
些？
him. So are you okay right now?
不是哭吧，就是揉一下。
So he said that it wasn't really crying, but he was just
那可能是摄影
rubbing
师的
his
这个照
eyes.
片，他会说故事了。那今天其实你在昨天那个采访当中也说，今天面对三星呢，
So there was an interview, and he wants revenge against Samsung Galaxy.
就挺开心的吧。
And he is very happy right now.
其实我也感到了非常的开心。那今天我们可以看到在 打比赛的时候，
So today we can see that
点位的开团或者说是打的都非常的
every
果
team
敢。
fight
那我很想
it
知
was
道，
very
就是
straightforward, a
今
good
天跟昨
start.
天或者是前天的你们有什么样的不一
So
样？
what was the difference between you guys right now and compared to yesterday and 2 days
比
ago?
较有一些怂吧，就是没有
So
选那
a
些
few
开
days
团很多的阵
ago,
容，
the
然后
confidence wasn't
去主
that
动地跟别
high,
人开
and
战。
there wasn't
今
really
天的话就把之
initiative,
前的问题
aggression.
都解决了，就
However, the
主
problems
动
were
一点。
solved today,
这
and
是
we were
拿到的
very
这个英雄
aggressive.
呢，也都是非常适合开团的。下
And
一个
also
问
all
题
the
想问到
champions they
Mako 呢，
chose
就
were
是在
very
今天
good for
我
team
们可以
fighting.
看到你很多次都是闪现开团，而
So we
且
can see that a lot of the
残血
times
的时候也
Mako
非
did
常
flash
是不是
to
觉
start
得
team
压
fights.
力有动力呢？
So did you feel the pressure?
第一场上的话，确实是想要给 LPL 的队友来个开门红吧。
So he's saying that the first match he wants to have a good start for his LPL teammates.
也是在最后一波非常关键的团战当中拿到了4杀，而且
So
每一
the
个
ADC did get a quadra kill for
做的都
a
非常的
strong
好，有什么
point.
想跟他们说的吗？
So what do you want to say to other
就
teammates?
大家都打得非常好。
And he's saying everyone did very well.
差不多吧。
好
And yeah.
那下一个问题也想问到，其实 今天可以看到，我觉得在前期我还是很捏一把汗的，因为
So we can see that early game we were very worried because there wasn't a huge gap between the
因为我们前面拿了很多人头，但中路一塔一直拆不掉。
So he's saying that although we had a lot of kills, the mid lane tower never went
然后
down.
就是除了破败的鳄鱼的话，我们克烈也单挑打不过。
And he's also saying that Kled couldn't win the 1v1.
拖一下。
但最后呢，还是能够取得本次比赛的胜利。那下一局比赛，我们也是会有 LPL 的队伍来对战 LCK 的队伍，有什么
So
想
the
跟
next
LPL 的兄弟
match,
们说
what
的
do you want to say to the LPL teammates?
看到我们都能赢，就希
So
望
he's
你们也
saying
加油
that
吧。
you saw us win, so you guys can do
我
it
相
too.
信呢 ，Miko 的话也是非常的真心，也希望我们下几局所有的队伍都能够加油
So
和努
let's
力。
hope
那
that
接下来
everyone
的
will
一局
do
比
well
赛
in，the
我
next
相信
match.
一定是焦点之战，将会是 LCK 的
So the next match we
SKT
have
对阵
SKT
LPL 的 WE，
versus
让我们一同期待
WE.
吧。
Let us all anticipate this match.
And we're certainly going to be anticipating that one. The gloves are now off, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to be going to a short break, but when we get back, WE versus SKT.
But he had the first kill onto Core JJ, chasing down to Ruler and Ambition.
Nice
Mouse with a
flash.
flash, but he needs to get out of here now. Kuve in the back line, big shockwave bounce, only onto Clearlove. He's still alive somehow. A Mouse de-scarred, but still alive himself. He's going for a full engage right now, and that's going to drop the first strike. Surely Ruler's still alive somehow. The dive comes in from Mouse, and he's still going. Clearlove wants to get this kill. Yes, he does finally, with the help of Scout.
They're engaging.
And Core JJ already low.
Watch
In fact,
Crown.
everyone's already wounded, but no one's dead just yet. Ruler goes down, looking for the second one on his Ambition. Joust over the wall. Kuve, he's split from the team. And Mouse, he's going to town. Double kill. Mouse is back by a huge knockout. Mako is a god. Here comes Clearlove. And everybody's starting to disintegrate from Samsung. Mouse turning around. Ruler still alive. It's another knockup from Mako. He just doesn't stop. Ruler kiting back. Knockup from Clearlove. Someone needs to get on this guy.
Get Ruler.
Zed's going after him. The flash over the wall. The quadra kill for Zed. The clean ace.
only be myself. That's enough for me. What do you want from me? That's enough for me. I can only be myself. And that's enough for me. What do you want from me? Only be myself.
Welcome back to Rift Rivals 2017, and we're coming back into Game 2 of the finals. I was already ramping up to 100 because we have the two #1 seeds going at it once again, WE and SKT. My name is Pulse. I'm back with Raz and Rusty coming in for this one, so we've subbed off the caster desk, but I can't believe that we have the two #1 seeds coming in so early. We kind of have to. The fact that EDG managed to take Game 1 against the LCK.
Yeah, I mean, we said this at the end of the game, right? Speculation will be that, hey, LCK just went down 0-1. You bring in the big guns. You try and bring it back to 1-1, get to that Game 3. So there's no need for a reverse sweep for the LCK. And what you look at, though, is LPL. They've decided that WE is the team to throw in, even maybe with that assumption in place, because they want to beat the best in a 3-0. I don't know where else they would go and why they'd put WE in.
It just feels like momentum is so important. I know that Korea had a massive momentum coming into this because they were just the outright favorites. Maybe you can say that the LPL coming into this, they had something to prove and that's been driving them. But if you come into this 2-0, then you can start pulling out RNG. You can pull out OMG because they will feel so confident in that sense. So bringing out everything you have just at the start seems to be a viable strategy.
Yeah, and we've talked about the teams, but let's take a look at the rosters in particular. So we're going to start off here with SK Telecom T1. It will be Huni in the top lane, Peanut in the jungle, Faker in the mid lane with Bang and Wolf. So Peanut the substitution for the jungle here.
And you got to look at Bang and Wolf. They've been performing so well in this tournament thus far, but taking a look at WE, 957, Condi, Sia in the mid lane, and Mystic and Zero rounding out their bottom lane.
Yeah, of course, no substitutions for the side of WE. I mean, you're looking towards these guys and you're saying they started 0-2, pretty shaky. They came back in, got 2 wins consecutively, beat out the Flash Wolves, who bested them during the group stages. And if EDG is anything to go by, maybe we are ramping up day by day, and this is going to be the best iteration of WE we've seen. Take that all with a grain of salt.
Yeah.
They're against SKT, and that's the biggest ask for them.
It's got to be the biggest ramp that we've seen of all time. And when you heard Faker being like, oh yeah, we didn't really play too well, and then they smashed both of their games, like, yeah, all right, Faker, yeah, okay.
That's the thing. Like when earlier today when I was saying, oh, except SKT, it's because SKT right now they are gods. So it's one of those moments where they still, even though they're such an amazing team, they still have to respect WE because EDG went into their first set going up against Samsung and surprised everyone. And so WE actually had good sets yesterday, being able to take down Flash Wolves. So right now, they're pulling in Peanut. They're going to be showcasing their best roster, or at least their most consistent roster. I want to see if they can push WE, or if WE, I don't even know what to say, Rusty. Rusty.
What?
Rusty.
That's my name.
Rusty, do you think they can do it?
Oh, man. I don't want to. Why is he asking me these questions?
I don't know. I was gonna ask the
I'm
same
deflect.
thing, so
That's the best way to deflect if I turn into a pseudo-host and ask you instead.
You're a mess. All right. Well, I mean, can WE beat SKT, I guess, is the question you're asking. The answer is yes, they've done it before.
Okay.
Can they do it in this tournament? That's another question.
Yeah.
SKT, they have an average game length of 25 minutes against WE and Flash Wolves, who are the #1 seeds from the LPL and the LMS.
Yeah.
If that's not God tier unbeatable, I don't know what is. Yet, there's always a chance. There's always a percentage chance that it's going to be possible. We just need to see close to perfection from WE to replicate.
I mean, right now we're gunning for the best of 5 because we already lost the best of 3 if you're WE. 2-1 right now, but we can't even up 2-2. It's going to be obviously an uphill struggle. I do want to talk about the junglers though. Peanut going up against Condi. We saw Condi not go. He went up against Blank the other day when they went toe-to-toe. So do you think this is just going to be a tougher task for Condi or more of the same?
Ooh, I respect Peanut's early pressure, and that's the big word here. I think that Peanut really early on can put the pressure where Condi is usually very strong in. And so I think that's a really good matchup for Peanut, and WE will definitely have to work extra hard. I mean, remember, going into today, they talked about how they need stronger communication between their solo laners so Condi can benefit off of it.
Yeah, look, to put it simply, yesterday when WE won, they were playing against Casa, and he was on Zac. WE came out in an interview afterwards saying they chose the Galio over the Zac anyway because they wanted to have more early pressure. They know Zac doesn't really have it. He scales well with levels. I don't think Peanut will get the Zac, firstly. And secondly, the early pressure will be far more prevalent coming from Peanut. And ultimately, that's a risk for WE, having that early pressure, not letting them ramp up with what seems to be an obsession with Kog'Maw.
Yeah, I think that the Kog'Maw can work if you have such a broken comp of Jarvan Galio, but you can't have that expectation every time. And I just hope this time around that Mystic doesn't just believe that the Kog'Maw is, is the end-all, be-all answer here.
It's like, can WE go the extra inch, though? Did they just, like, throw everything out yesterday against Flash Wolves? Because it seemed like, all right, we have this final tag team. Always go back to the Kog'Maw. We'll build a composition. We'll even let you have the Zac, and then we'll go Galio ourselves. But going into SKT, it just seems like the task is so difficult from here on out. Is there anything left, or do we just go back to classic WE, which doesn't seem like it will be enough at this point in time?
Well, the reason why you have to ask that question is because it is so difficult for us to answer it. I think that WE, they showcase so many variations. The early game, like 957, can be either a massive team fighter to ramp up, or he can just outright be an early game dominating laning force.
And I love that this is the graphic that comes up for a head-to-head, right? Who would you actually look at for Team WE that can maybe beat SKT in some way? Huni hasn't been the most consistent player in the top lane. He's usually got Untara behind him to threaten his role. And 957 internationally, when WE win, is actually the person who seems to perform the best.
That's fair. True. One thing that is consistent from Huni is that he is consistently aggressive. And that's something that SKT, they have recognized and can play around when he was on the Jax. They just, whenever he was in a 2v1 situation, he just outright won. Yeah. Or they had the Tahm Kench to just bring everybody towards that fight. And so we might be expecting heavy skirmishes just based off the fact that Huni is willing to lead them.
Yeah, but it can come back to bite him, because we've all seen the 10-0 Huni performances, but we've also seen the 0-10 performances. And 957, as you said, does turn up on these international stages. We've seen more from him. We also saw the Renekton. He only played that twice in the regular season, bust it out on the international stage, and it was great. So there is a chance there, maybe not in the 1v1, but if Condi gets involved against that 2v2 with Peanut, there's a chance there that maybe that could sway the way of WE.
And that's the thing. Now we're going to have to talk about, like, what compositions are they going to run, or at least what compositions do we want them to run. Personally, I want the early game force. I want that Ashe. I want the Renekton. I want the Taliyah in the mid lane. I want just active pressure, because when they went out towards MSI and showed some compositions that they felt like, it was like, okay, they even had a Bard support, that every single one of these members can force their own engages, so it just felt so easy for them if they were ahead. I think that's the positive move here.
Yeah, ultimately though, if I'm playing against SKT, I'm not picking for the LPL. I kind of hope they do. They pick themselves, quote OMG, fight in your own style, use your own unique strengths to get a victory, but you come into this and say, all right, well, I'm not going to give over Kalista Rakan. I don't want to give Jax anymore, apparently, to Huni, because he just seems to be so good at the champion, but then he's got the Camille, he's got a million other carries. Faker in the mid lane, do you take the Karma away from him? Last night when we saw the best of 5, there was Karma priority.
Yeah, we'll have to see. That's a question for the casters to get in there. We're going to send it over to the caster desk to head into the game.
Thank you very much, Pulse. And I'm here with the representative from the LCK and the representative from the LPL. And I am probably not going to say any words at all, because these guys are well and truly ready to get into the #1 matchup of the region.
It's our time to shine. This is a really interesting one. I mean, SKT had to come out. I called for it. I'm like, okay, you lost the first match, right? We'll get you there eventually, Foscura. We had to run SKT here because you're paranoid that going down 0-2 is going to be such a problem. So they run them here, but the WE choice is the interesting one to me. Do you agree with Raz? Is it just shooting for a 2-0, or is there another reason they just called WE and second time of asking?
I think it's shooting for the 2-0. The thing is when you listen to the different coaches, Coach Ohm was the most confident and the most vocal, saying that if we just tighten our individual communication, how our individual pieces are putting together, then we can win. You know, you look at that video and Coach Ohm's like, yeah, the LPL can actually win this tournament. And everyone else is like, this is a learning experience for us. So I honestly think it's just WE having that confidence behind them and thinking that they can go toe-to-toe with the best in the world.
Well, it's going to have to start off with a change, and it is going to, as Kalista finally banned away from Bang. He's got a damn Kalista skin. I mean, I know he's got a couple of skins, the Vayne's there as well, but definitely ban the Kalista away. He's been phenomenal. The Zac is, of course, going to be the ban coming out from SK Telecom.
And just given how easy the two matches were, Bang and Peanut actually haven't died so far this tournament. Bang in 2 games. Peanut and both Peanut and Blank haven't died. The fact that Blank isn't here this time is a big factor.
Yeah.
One of the main reasons SKT unlocked WE was Condi was on Rengar. We saw Blank jump on Lee Sin and always pressure. All the Rengar ultimates were defensive. So keeping tabs on Condi, just like we saw in the previous game, Ambition was being kept tabs on by Clearlove, was a big reason that SKT took down WE.
It also didn't help matters that Faker absolutely dumpstered Xie in that mid lane. He got the level 2 advantage and then just put that Galio in the ground. You were talking about the Rengar ults having to be used defensive. Those Galio ults also were used defensive every single time, never being able to engage with that Rengar-Galio combo.
Yeah, of course, Rengar being picked at all was definitely a question mark, and we'll see whether Condi gets his hands onto something else. But so far, it is key picks this tournament and just in the meta at the moment being banned away, as Elise and Caitlyn are the follow-up bans from WE, and the Thresh, the 100% win rate champion, is going to be banned away by SK Telecom.
Small other little factor, remember that SKT doesn't have choice of side in this game. They had to go on red side as the LPL had choice of sides in Game 2 and Game 4. So WE also got their choice of side. It means they can get a prize first pick. And it seems like, just like the last time these two teams faced, they're like, well, do you want Galio? You can have it.
Yeah, exactly. Faker already showcased that he's more than confident to take the Cassiopeia into that matchup and will go toe-to-toe with you. That said, we have seen Galio flex into the top lane once in the LPL. Don't think it's going to be this time around.
Well, looks like priority on the bottom lane here as Ashe is going to be locked in. Remember, Faker does also have the Lucian that he can take into that Galio matchup and does like it sometimes. As there's the pick away, the Lee Sin going to be taken by Peanut, but Condi, of course, has that Rek'Sai as well as the Gragas to go towards as well. So plenty of jungle picks still here, but it is going to be the Rek'Sai.
And there were two very different style of Galio comps between the two. The Galio Rengar was the big initiation duo that was thwarted by the Lee Sin having tabs on the Rengar. Now this time around, are they willing to surrender lane control against SK Telecom? Because the Kog'Maw seems to be the spirit animal of the LPL, and it's coming back again as Frostgurren is adjusting herself on the cast.
I mean,
okay.
At some point I will give Team WE some credit that I guess if you're this confident, if you're this willing to double down, you took down the Flash Wolves with it, why not SKT? But I just feel like it's a completely different monster here.
SKT, if they want that prized Cassiopeia, it has to be now. The bans can come in towards the mid lane, and instead, we will see the flex pick Karma come through from SKT.
I actually think that's smart. Now, I understand that you know, Faker, he has options he can take into the Galio.
Well, the Lulu ban.
Exactly, because now they're going to pinch the support pool and make sure that for sure they can get the dominant 2v2 and really put that Kog'Maw on the ground. So take away any sort of you know, partner pushing options like the Lulu, like the Karma.
And now the mind games begin because Fiora is banned, one of the strongest champions at dealing
Galio
with top lane Galio, and suddenly ambiguity from both sides is starting. This is the sort of pick and ban where I'm like, I wish we got a best of 5 between these two teams. The mind games of what was previously a best of 3. This is the 4th game between these two teams since start of MSI. They're going to continue.
100%. Home and Coma are good friends. I always see them buddy-buddy. You know, afterwards they're always going to share a cheeky smile and a nice little bow, but this could be trying to bait SKT into a mid lane Galio, flex that up into the top.
Well, it is going to be the Tahm Kench banned away by SK Telecom. Like you mentioned, they're going to be sticking to pinching that support role. And now, do WE change it up? Do they take away something else? And the Talia is going to be the aim. So SK Telecom can go towards that Cassiopeia and leave that top lane available, or go for the flex pick. Pick their top lane now and let that Karma be an enigma.
It does mean that with the Talia being taken away, that Team WE will have at least mid lane priority if Galio slots there over into those side lanes.
And you definitely take the Jax now, or the top lane now, because maybe you want to take Cassio into Galio, but you don't have that information. There are no more ban phases. Get the full information out of what WE want to do, because the difference between WE's comp in their match against SKT and now is the Kog'Maw. Remember, it was Lucian Braum. It was a lane-focused AD carry support then. Cassiopeia has to fight front to back. If you can't get onto the Kog'Maw, Cassiopeia might not be the right fit. So now we'll finally get the confirmation of where these roles are going, unless we see some pretty intense flex picks.
Well, Braum is not going to be flexed. That's going to be the support locked in for WE. Now waiting for either top or mid. And it is going to be that cataclysmic entrance combo being considered by WE.
And this is pretty much the exact same composition or close to that Team WE took into the Flash Wolves. So we all know how this is going to work. It's the giant cannonball with the initiation and creating that massive front line for Mystic to shine.
We have to remember that the Lulu was an integral part of that comp, though, and Zero not going to be on that one now. It is going to be the Braum. So a change-up, and the Cassiopeia, now that they know exactly what the comp is going to be taken into that Galio. So the bottom lane, a lot of poke pressure and things coming out from SKT, and Braum, the melee support, may actually find that this could be difficult to deal with.
I mean, SKT have a very strong bottom side of the map, and they have Jax as their split push insurance to give them a backup win condition. But this team comp from WE we've seen mostly crib together from what we saw from them just yesterday is fearsome in the late game. SK Telecom will need a gold lead to be able to fight them and then some. So I like the fact that they have multiple identities, but WE are still on ultra comfort.
And that's the thing that I wanted to hit. It's the flexibility of SKT's composition. They're not forced into playing the 5v5 if Team WE do start to get that ramping power. Eventually, Jax will hit that tipping point and they can play a side lane. And if there's anything that's super devastating to LPL teams, it's making them choose and splitting them up across the map.
Well, there's the smile and a handshake that you were mentioning, Frosker, and these two teams. Comfort on one side, and of course just supreme power on the other. We'll see whether it's going to work out a little bit better this time as well, because the Rek'Sai is now in the jungle. It's not going to be the Jarvan, which can be a little bit squishy and lack that early pressure until the level 6. Instead, it's going to be Rek'Sai, where you can start ganking from level 3, and WE can put the pressure on far earlier this time around with this composition.
It also gives you a really nice bridging point to try to get that Kog'Maw into that late game. Rek'Sai, you know, being changed into her new iteration, she does do significantly more damage here, and she can be more of that Fido bruiser in the early mid-game.
And at the end of the day, when you have a Kog'Maw, it's about sleight of hand. You want to say, okay, focus on all of this while the Kog'Maw is hitting item spikes. Not going to have the comfortable lane of Jhin just giving up CS to Kog'Maw like we saw in Flash Wars versus WE. This time, a lot of lane pressure in the bot side.
Yeah, we have to remember that Mystic was able to dominate that lane early, but here we are, Summoner's Rift, WE versus SKT. Always a pleasurable matchup to watch, and we'll see whether WE can make it a little bit more competitive this time. No longer do SKT have that Kalista and Rakan combination. Not going to be able to have that sort of super dominant, disgusting, unable to deal with duo.
Yeah, I believe my favorite part of that game was watching Blank just walk up into 3 people, kill everyone, and then peace out.
Yeah, exactly. It is going to be a slight mouse issue on the desk there, ladies and gentlemen, so we are going to make sure we shore that one up, but of course, no crash computers, anything like that. We'll be back onto the Rift very, very soon. Peanut,
it's always Peanut.
Peanut just... Why does he struggle so much with peripherals, Papa Smith?
I think they've told the story before that he uses a very, very old mouse that has lots of different issues with PCs.
Oh,
so he goes
so
international.
The trackball probably got caught up with some lint or something.
It's not Kerp. It's Peanut using the old Brood War mouse that people loved to use many a moon ago.
Oh my goodness,
yes,
that one. He's such a hipster. That is ridiculous.
It's actually not the same as what's supplied by his sponsor either. So.
Oh.
But you got to have comfort on your mouse.
That's true. And you get used to one, and it's really difficult to move to another.
I'm also trying to really work out, why not Blank? Because, you know, they're saying, all right, we've got to send out SKT. This is where we're at. We need to pick up the match victory. They don't go for Blank, who was available, who's already played against this team previously. Maybe they're just saying, we're taking it to 5. We're probably going to have to see SKT again. It would be another level of sleight of hand if you could run SKT with Blank in a game 5.
I mean, there's also the fact that Peanut got to sit back and watch that game, absorb a lot of what was happening. He did have a more experience facing Team WE at MSI, so maybe it's just an experience thing. Again, it's kind of not backs to the wall just yet for the LCK. I think every LPL fan is still holding their breath about how this best of 5 will turn out, but I feel like Peanut's a bit more prepared maybe in terms of all of the information he's been able to gather. And
we have this conversation all the time about the jungler sitting with the coach and learning the pathing of his opponents. Papa Smithy, you always say that on the desk when you do have the sub-ins of Blank halfway through a series, things like that. It might mean that he does have the read on Condi a little bit better.
Worth knowing that it wasn't a series, right? There was days for him to watch a VOD. So over the course of the best of 5, I'm a huge fan of being able to have a jungler watch for pathing, but both junglers could have talked about the pathing subsequently. So when it comes to power, what I think that especially international viewers who haven't really scrutinized the LCK so far this season may miss is that this MSI configuration has been losing win rate. They actually lose games very often with Huni and Peanut as their starting duo. It's been Huni and Blank, it's been Untara and Peanut. They've been mixing it up, and in fact, Untara Blank is probably the best 5. So the fact that they're going for a lineup that worked previously on the international stage, but has struggled recently, still to me is a surprise.
So I'm going to ask you a question, although we don't get a chance. Atlas?
No, you can still ask the question. Come on, it's the early game.
So
We're not even a minute in.
we saw the incredible performance that Peanut put at MSI against the Gigabyte Marines on Lee Sin. We saw Blank's performance yesterday on Lee Sin. Who is definitively the best Lee player between Peanut and Blank?
I mean, career-wise, you have to give it to Peanut, but this season, it's easy answer. It's definitely Blank because his ability to understand where and when to apply pressure and his innate ability to play around his lanes better because he's not a solo-focused jungler. He's focused more on the team's goals than his own, means that I definitely give the lead to Blank.
And there's also been times where some of the super flashy plays out of Blank have been Peanut-esque. You've been watching, you're like, oh, what's the nameplate up there? Because he's getting the kick flashes and making the things happen.
And see, to me, that could even be a smaller factor as we have some level 1 skirmishing. Just because Condi is a legacy Lee Sin player, they did deny that pick away, so maybe just going for
Mystic.
Confidence.
What are you doing? Faker possibly out of position as well. Uses the cleanse, flashes as well. All of the summoner spells going down for this first blood, and it's going to go to Mystic. This is exactly what WE want, and LPL setting themselves up.
And I didn't even expect anything. I was like, this is fine. It's just going to be some level 1 skirmishing back and forth. But like you said, best case scenario that Kog'Maw walks away with first blood at 2 minutes in this game.
And we've seen a lot of contests around this hard double leash go wrong. Just look at the NA versus EU Rift rivals. They didn't invest enough. It was only Wolf and Bang casually poking around the backside. Faker went too far trying to get just a single small raptor, and the moment that he was that far up, he was available to be killed.
But even then, it's such a scary situation to walk into that 3v3, if you miss your initial poking abilities as the Karma, as the Ashe, you're walking into a Braum. That's still pretty disrespectful of SKT.
So at this point, like, okay, they got the poke in, suddenly Mystic is walking back in, you think, oh, Mystic, what are you doing? You're taking free damage. But because he was so far up, it's a 4-man collapse. Wolf can do nothing. He'd already skilled Q at level 1. They have so much level 1 power with the concussive blows and also the very short cooldown on the Winds of War from the Galio. Disrespect from Faker has got him a lot of his accolades. He is an aggressive player, but sometimes it's a bridge too far.
Yeah, has bitten him in the past. However, he has turned it around here in this lane, 13 CS to 9, but was something that he was able to do before. And now, with the assist next to Xie's name and the fact that he is a Galio, he just wants to become a big old tank in that late game. We saw it against Flash Wolves. It wasn't about flashy plays with Xie, it was about not being able to die. And that's exactly what he should be able to set himself up for, unless Peanut can make something happen now. Xie taking half of his health in damage and still wants to back away, and it's only Faker that he has knowledge of.
Condi, though, seems to have a good read on where Peanut would be hanging around, and Xie, like you said, smartly playing towards the top side of the lane, so feels like Team WE at least understand what could happen right now.
Both teams playing around vision. Bot side, we do not see the free farm from Kog'Maw like we mentioned in the Jhin lane against Flashful. It's going to be a lot more competitive. Double ranged from the side of SKT makes that the Kog'Maw's job a lot harder. A lot of the playbook from SKT involves Faker having pressure around mid, which you can pencil in. You can put it in damn pen, calligraphy even, for a normal game.
Tattoo it on my neck.
You could consider that. But when the early game goes so against script, some of those things that they thought for sure in Champ Select are now more of a question mark as Condi. Well, he's feeling a second.
Yeah, and there's no vision available for SKT as well, so Faker still going to play respectfully. Doesn't have flash for another half of the cooldown. 2.5 minutes, something like that, as Xie, we're going to push this one even further up. Condi's going to be able to grab this.
Playing to the side of his jungle, you'll notice. He knows there could be a Raptor play.
But already we have a completely different script than the first time these teams played. Again, Faker absolutely dominated Xie level 2, and there was no coming back for Team WE. Now it's at least equal footing. We'll get to see what happens when these two titans clash, when the line in the sand is drawn evenly.
Speaking of clashing, Peanut is going to find that his Raptor camp was just taken by Condi, so jungler location known. See, Huni was struggling a little bit earlier on up there towards the top side of the map, had already gone back to base 957, sitting on that gold and sitting on his teleport still at the same time. Cloth armor is the first option there for Huni. As Peanut makes his way in, just finds a cheeky Q. He's going to try and help clear out this mini wave, give Faker that back that he was looking for earlier.
Yeah, Faker's already sitting on much more than tier gold and hasn't been able to get the preferential back time. So for now, delay City from the side of WE.
The teleport going to come in now for 957 as he grabs the double longsword and a ruby crystal plus that control ward. That back certainly worked out. You can see Huni has shoved this wave forward and will be able to get himself a back and shouldn't lose too much when he walks back to lane.
Yeah, it does look like 957 is actually looking to hold the wave or freeze it there. So while Huni does get to just stroll back to the lane, maybe he has to pull a jungler to break that.
So comps like this that we see from WE, I've seen sparingly in the LCK. Sometimes you'll see a Kassadin, sometimes you'll see a hyper carry in bot lane. But honestly, the pretty common choice is something like a Karma comp, a very early to mid-game scaling comp. Try to just play the vision game, take all the standing gold, and ensure the comp can never come online. That potential has certainly gone down a little bit because of the level 1 and increasingly because tier has come in late, lane control has come in late. Jie being competitive in CS in 6 minutes is something that has been afforded by the level 1, but the lane still is going to be pretty damn good for Cassiopeia.
I also feel like there's always going to be the potential and a threat of picks, though, with the Ashe and the Cass.
Sure.
Just because the LPL's vision control has just been so lackluster this entire tournament. And still, even though Huni's struggling a little bit right now in the lane phase, like I said, 957 setting up that freeze, punishing Jax as he's trying to overreach for it.
Speaking of overreaching, bang. Concussive blows now up to 3 stacks as Zero's looking to try and get the stun. Peanut's going to make his way down as Mystic, possibly going to get snared, is going to as the Q lands on a minion just behind Mystic. SKT are going to back away, and 3 members down towards the bottom side of both teams means that mid lane and top lane not as much pressure.
Yeah, it is a first spawn Infernal Drake, which does draw Peanut to Ray around bot side. Japs would love an early gank. It's mid lane.
Yep, Faker in trouble, gets the ultimate down as he throws in the cleanse. Interesting, wasn't quite aware as the Winds of War aren't going to find the target. Flash has to be burnt once again as Condi. He's looking for it, the flash knock up. All too easy as Faker. That is the 2 deaths for SKT, and WE continue the onslaught.
Yeah, Faker wants to play strong, but this is not the last time these two teams play. They don't have the same tabs on the enemy jungler. Condi is the first one to rotate. Peanut is often second unless he gets a great start in the early game. Contesting of the red buff.
Yeah, there's going to be Condi that grabs it. Early smite for Peanut. Very unfortunate for SKT. However, WE looking brilliant as 957 getting aggressed on. Good counter-strike from Huni. Means the damage trade going certainly in the way of Jax.
It is really fun how the trades will go between Jax and Jarvan because both of them have a very long cooldown ability that needs to be used to actually win a trade, and then they kind of have to saunter away when the E's are down for both the counter-strike or the flag. So given how things go, we will often see pretty big health discrepancies, and the Corrupting Potion charges are going to be really the only reward you get because people just back away, and when their cooldowns are up, has so much more threat.
Now SKT needing to play defensively. 1,200 gold is the lead for WE. Nothing really to write home about just yet, especially when you're up against SKT. I feel like you need at least a 13,000 gold lead for it to really feel like a lead, as this Infernal Drake is going to go down. Zero not even going to chuck a ward over the side of the pit.
And this is actually just poor staggered backs from Team WE. So you notice that Mystic right now is in base looking for the buy, but they also have a TP discrepancy, and Zero? That's pretty brave.
Yeah, we did have a heroic entrance to back him up.
With full information, Peanut actually didn't have smite, so that was a great time to contest, but no way that they would have known that. So in the end, like you say, because of the back stagger, the small little mechanical plays that certainly that can be baited out. There's a little advantage there as blue buff. Peanut has to take it.
Yeah, so Faker not going to be able to get that blue, and that is definitely a win for WE. The experience, of course, is going to be something Peanut's happy about after just losing his red buff. However, otherwise, bad news bears for SKT once again.
And just so much respect given by SKT to Team WE in those situations. You know, they had the numbers advantage. They even had vision that Kog'Maw was in the bottom side of the lane. Arrow was available, and instead they just secured their own blue buff, not passing it to Faker, and back away.
Well, here's the heroic entrance in the Cataclysm. Huni has to blow the flash, but Arrow's going to land onto Shie right next to the turret.
Have a turret shot.
Yep.
Oh, never mind.
Nope.
Bang just demonstrating his very good aim. That's
have
good.
2.
You were mentioning exhibition match earlier on, so yes, you can hit an arrow. Nicely done.
It went from an exhibition match to suddenly a lot more than that. If it was a 1-0 lead for LCK, I think you would start to feel the exhibition feel, but China winning the first game is reminiscent of when we have a best-of-5 LCK final and SKT doesn't win the first game, because now the straps are off and SKT with Faker, usually the beacon of hope and the reliable mid laner, he's a bit behind in this game, behind in CS compared to dominating in the matchup last time. A lot's now up in the air.
But ultimately, I'm more afraid for Team WE than I was in the first game. This feels like this quiet tension, this patience from SKT.
That's the feeling that you get almost every time. No flash knock-up available as the Prey Seeker doesn't find Huni.
It was actually about a 0.2 second window there because you do interrupt with the knock-up during the leap strike animation, so only just was able to get out. This time has a ward, so can continue to play out.
Yep, knows that Condi has completed that back. So Huni just above half health. We're going to see what he can get done. Went back and got himself an extra Doran's Blade. Ninja Tabi already being complimented, but 957, 20 CS in the lead on this job and feeling very, very good. That is contributing to this lead that WE have got for themselves. All lanes, apart from the bottom side, are going to be winning.
And Team WE's path is pretty clear. They're waiting for the Galio ultimate to come back up. They have the teleport now in Jarvan's hands, and so they want to fight bottom.
Yep, the ultimate is going to come out. Good exhaust onto Mystic to stop that damage, but Bang's been exhausted as well. They're looking for Zero, who gets an arrow to the face, and he's trying to get after Bang, but he's doing a lot of damage. In comes Huni, but 957, he's found the Ash, and she should go down. No! Bang's alive for so long. It's the Acathian surprise that's going to finish him off. Wolf's going to head down, as now Huni's going to get Cataclysm once again. Another safeguard is going to get Peanut out to safety, and Wolf just has to walk away. The collapse from WE too strong.
And the immediate teleport's coming down, but the big defining factor for me was Xie being able to get down there and Faker not able to. Yes, he went for the Cassiopeia, he dominated the matchup in game number 1, but with the denial of the Taliyah, we said this is the big difference. Faker is tied to the lane, Xie has an out towards these sides.
But you take a step back and realize it was a 2-for-2 after all the action, and Faker crept up and got CS, didn't leave lane, as everyone came to the bot lane. Hero's entrance was still on cooldown when all of this happened. Zero and his AD carry went down early, and you thought, okay, this is going to be SKT opening the game, but 957 is so smart, waits for the leap strike to Peanut for getting both of them in the AoE, held on to the ultimate for the perfect amount of time. Still, I would say SKT went out because Cassiopeia didn't have to leave lane and got her first preferential back of the game after she was dictated to for 12 minutes.
Well, Huni, once again, the aggression is on as Mystic tanking up the turret, still doing so much damage. Yeah, he's in a whole lot of trouble. Zero is going to pick up the kill. Mystic almost dies, but I'd say calculated to that one as 5 kills now to 2 in favor of WE.
Speaking of greedy plays, Mystic is always going to be the greediest member of Team WE, but thankfully, his team is shadowing underneath him.
Oh, okay, tunnel going to be used before Condi gets rooted. As Faker, he's in trouble. Good flash as the heroic entrance is baited out. Zero doesn't lose his life, but they do get a key ultimate. And now the red buff being contested.
The buff contest has gone the way so far of WE. They also forced Peanut to take the blue last time out. So global cooldown is down. Jed now will take a bit of pain.
Okay, Windsor Wall not going to find anyone. As the arrow is going to fly forward, Condi flashes very early to make sure that that one doesn't land, but Cogmore getting free farm up towards the top side. SKT find normalcy, but it's still feeling in favor of WE.
Keep rotating the lanes to try to get Jax back in a 1v1. Desperately wants to be in lane against Jarvan despite being way behind in terms of items. First choice for the Trinity Force is a Stinger, which is a different one, but does allow him to stack up the Fervor Keystone even faster.
Interesting. Cooldown reduction there as well, something that he does like as the Jax, but could have got a Sheen. Just wants to go for more extended trades, I guess.
I mean, the burst trades, Jarvan does a lot of base damage too, so burst trades not necessarily going to be a 1-1 for Jax like most lane matchups.
But like you said, Papa, he wants that 1v1, but he's not going to get it as Zero is actually crept up behind him, and you can see Mystic filing in underneath them. They're looking to dive.
Oh, it's not the kind of Christmas that Huni wanted. But Zero doesn't have a mini wave, so he's just going to wander past.
They have a very small window to execute on this. You can see that Wolf is on his way down.
Condi going to make his way in as well, so it's going to be a 4 versus 1 after all said and done. You're exactly right, though. Extra members here, but that's the knock-up, and double comes in. Good stun, but it's only onto Zero, as 957 should be able to finish it off, and he does. SKT just a little late to the party, and WE will grab first brick and continue this aggression. Faker finally gets himself a blue buff, but WE do not want to relent. This early game has gone fantastically well so far for the LPL squad.
It just feels eerily reminiscent of some of the earlier Peanut and Huni games where Huni continues to play disrespectful, has only played carries this tournament, second game on the Jax. Trying to be judicious with his ward jump, trying to be judicious with his Q, and didn't have flash up, and now twice punished.
Yeah, and it loses so much tempo. You know, it's one thing if Huni just steps off that tower, lets it fall because Team WE had the numbers advantage in the early rotation, then it would allow SKT to maybe contest this Infernal, not let Team WE get the 2-for-1 special.
But the problem is, if Huni doesn't have lane pressure on the Jarvan, which 50 CS down and so far being rotated around, happens, then Cassiopeia already clearly doesn't have a CS advantage over Galio. It's just going to be WE with map control and the hero's entrance and double teleport and just making plays around SKT that they won't always be able to spot with on-point vision. Peanut has been able to pick up 2 kill involvements, but largely has been running around trying to put out fires, and the fires are just coming and rampaging from the side of WE.
Which is why I feel that SKT at this point need to do exactly this. They need to group up and start using that arrow and threatening with Faker's follow-up on it. I'd like to see them team up a bit more with Bang, but pick a lane. Go bot, go mid, but try to see if you can just throw that arrow, jump on what you catch, and then immediately break a structure.
Yeah, we'll see whether they can capitalize on something, because at the moment, it's looking difficult. This bottom outer turret should be an option, but WE are going to trade that by the looks for this Rift Herald. See whether they can get it in time, because it wasn't going down all that quickly, but something on the board here for SKT.
And you're going to say that this is going to be a better trade for Team WE, because effectively this Rift Herald should be able to translate into another structure. But when you're as far down and behind as SKT are in terms of their item breaking points and just down in gold, anytime you can make a trade, it's going to feel good.
And they have to invest multiple members coming top to not just stop it being a complete one trade by WE. The turret health and top side is going to be low. They're going to give up bonus objectives. So, you know, I do follow your logic. Even picking up something in this game, losing very clearly more objectives. Even a damn Raptor camp is being stolen away.
Oh,
Xie, still pretty tanky. That's worth noting.
Going to kick him back, so Xie is trying to get himself out of there. Taunt comes in, Xie almost loses some of his health bar. Finally, he goes down somewhat low as the arrow. Oh, barely inches by. Winter's Bite also not going to find the marker. Zero maybe a little bit too far forward. Unbreakable's there, and he's going to stand behind. Pop more, and he'll be fine.
They don't actually have vision in the red side jungle for a good Jarvan teleport. So Jax and Jarvan are free farming in this case, and given where Jax has been at, that's just fine from the side of SKT. They desperately need a ward here to actually allow a punish.
But Jax understood that his target was to go for that tower, whereas Jarvan understood that he was going to look for the flank. So smartly, SKT back it up.
Okay, now some normalcy on the Rift. 3,000 gold is going to be the lead for WE. Definitely not a mark where you say SKT are out of it. Of course, their ability to play in the late game is fantastic. Want to have a look at where the wards are. As you can see, they set up for that Rift Herald. There was good bot side vision earlier on for WE, but now it's looking pretty dark down there. We do have to make sure we keep tabs on it, because it was what the LPL noticed they were lacking in. Vision was certainly something that WE was struggling with earlier on.
And W's read here needs to be that SKT want to have Jax in the side lane, Cassio in a side lane, Faker doing his best crown impression. The two of them love this playstyle and actually pull off a dive in the mid lane. They can do it. They have so much follow-up, including a Flash Glacial Fissure with the hero's entrance on top of it. But now just going to jump over and try to contest the red is Huni.
Yep. He's going to get collapsed on though. Good leap strike comes out as no one's going to get hit by the Glacial Fissure. Condi does lock down the red buff, but SKT gets some cooldowns.
It's all a bait though. You'll notice Cassio is bot side. They're going to rotate to mid. Taking this turret will be a big game, but SKT can send 4 to mid lane. And now the Glacial Fissure is down.
And do they have enough wave clear is the question. Xie's going to jump in, kick out from Peanut, gets rid of him, but look at this, Mystic, some free time on this turret. Wolf, he's going to get the snare, has to flash out of the way though, as there's the heroic entrance. Living Artillery is going to help do it for Mystic as he just throws down the Bio-Arcane Barrage, picks up some more kills. Condi's going to grab Peanut as Bang. He's going to miss another arrow. And Huni, he's trying to get what he can done. He takes down Mystic. It's actually Faker that's going to be able to get the damage. Taunt onto Faker. He's looking for more kills, but he's going to be taken down. Condi with his 3rd in a row. Make that a double. It's going to be the inner turret now under fire. WE continuing, and this is another victory for the LPL squad.
And Faker tried to make the hero play, flashing over the wall with the ultimate, but it's a wash for SKT in the end. Not only do they lose 1 structure, but 2. Makes it that much easier for Team WE to start inching in that vision line, because Baron spawns in 20 seconds.
And when the items are not there for a Cassiopeia, you don't get the same payoff compared to the Galio, who got 3 crucial taunts off in this fight. Wolf dies, someone had to walk up, ended up being Wolf. But then Peanut just makes a mistake. He thinks he's buying time for the Cassio flank and dies. They keep turning on, and even though this is a massive AoE stun for Huni, feeling like he has Faker in his pocket to turn, Faker doesn't have the items behind him. Morellonomicon not complete. Jie is just able, with his early build, to have cooldown reduction to get taunt after taunt. And every one of those taunts is a dagger through the heart of SK Telecom.
Just the power of Galio at this point in the game. You know, unlike the first time they met, he didn't just get blown out. He's such a tanky front line, and there's just no damage to burn him down.
And he feels tanky enough to just get a damn Knight's Vow to keep the Kog'Maw alive. And now even an assassination from Jax or Cassiopeia on the Kog'Maw is looking impossible.
Now they've teamed up with their Rift Herald, so drawing pressure bottom from Faker means that WE can now move into that Baron Pit area, start securing vision and setting up for future plays.
6,000 gold is going to be the lead. 2 items there for the Kog'Maw, as you were saying. So Mystic setting himself up, looking like he's going for more attack speed after this. I certainly hope that it's going to be the Ginsu's Rage Blade like last time. He certainly made that one look good. And you have to remember, the WE have a composition that works fantastically well in the late game. And Faker is now in a Thunderdome of hell. See whether he gets the ultimate off, and he does. Mystic's going to be taken down. Wolf claims the kill as Faker just trying to sap that health back. 957 throws down the standard, and they do get the Snake Lady, but have they dove too far? As Bang off to the side, but unable to head any way further. That is carry for carry here, but trading even is not what WE want to do, especially not with Huni pushing top.
And Peanut thought that he could flash kick and keep Cassiopeia alive, but the last spell did enough damage, ends up just getting him further to safety. See the turn onto Infernal. Wolf's walking up.
Here comes Peanut.
Yeah, Peanut's here as well, as Huni's going to make his way in. Maybe an over-aggressive move as in goes Peanut, steals it away. Make that 2 Infernal Drakes now as heroic entrance, I believe, was actually cancelled. There was a circle on the map, but it's now gone. There's a stun on Peanut, but he's still alive.
Dang.
Huni still looking for more auto attacks, and he's been free hitting. Condi is going to fall down as now Peanut wants to find Xie. Bang doing so much damage, and Peanut is going to be taken. It's a double now, but Xie says goodbye to his life, and now Bang is going nuts. And look, it's not over yet, everyone.
And that is multiple shutdown bonuses in the pocket of Bang right there. Picked it up off of the Galio, so where they were struggling with their itemization, struggling to kill that tanky front line, it gets that much easier from here on out.
Yeah, it was his first kill of the game, but will it be a titanic one? As we see this big passage of play, things actually start off pretty rough for the side of SKT. Petrifying Gaze on point. Faker lasts longer against Xie than you could ever have imagined. Peanut wants to hit the kick flash, but the flag hits him and just a single auto attack is enough. And you think, okay, passage of play is over. W have done this a few times before. We won't see the back end because the dragon fight with the steal and also Bang picking up the crucial shutdown kill onto Galio might reverberate bigger as we go forward. 23 minutes in, suddenly Baron buff looking pretty tasty for WE.
But again, it's these mid-game mistakes from the LPL teams across the board. Why go for the dive on Faker there when you could just collapse down to the Infernal, pick up your vision, start playing more of a smarter, cleaner macro game?
Or why go for this fight at all afterwards?
Well, I mean, you're probably surprised to see SKT walk up given that Cassiopeia was dead. They get the steal. The hero's entrance was cancelled, like you mentioned. Interrupted, I believe, during the course of this fight. Bang walks away, but he comes back in at full health, and while he may be behind in terms of items, still largely free hitting for the fight. Xie, I wonder if he could have gotten away. He could have just clearly charged, but ends up just going for the 1-for-1 that gives a shutdown kill and a big load of experience to Bang. The last 1-for-1 there, I think, was the most stark mistake of the whole passage of play.
That's pretty crucial, as there's the Unbreakable Zero, just trying to tank that one up, as now Mantra Inspire is going to get SKT to relative safety, but the flash from Condi is going to draw one out from Wolf as well.
Good trade if you're side of SKT. Happy to trade Karma's flash for that of the Rek'Sai. Faker's probably going to get chased here. Right now, though, he actually has a bit of space.
Condi doesn't have flash.
As team members catching up there as well, so Faker is going to create the distance. WE not wanting to take the fight on SKT's terms.
Huni's been able to pick up a lot of CS, now getting a bit of free time in the mid lane while Baron is being started, or at least clean. No, it is started.
Yeah, SKT do have a ward at the back of the pit, though, as Faker sitting on his flash. Petrifying Gaze is going to be there, so 957, he's going to start this one up. Heroic Entrance is going to be there, but not really going to get much done as the redemption comes down. Huni right into the backline, gets the flash. Oh, avoids the Glacial Fissure. As now Xie is trying to make his way in. There's the flash torn on a Faker, but he flashes back, uses the ultimate. Faker still alive now as Condi trying to get himself into position, but SKT have got themselves back. Massive taunt and massive stuns coming out from SKT as now WE struggling. Peanut is going to die, but the health bars are low for WE, and it's only one kill.
And because Peanut is dead, they're going to turn towards the Baron. That means that the only option for SKT would be to fight Team WE to force them off of this.
It almost looked like it would be the team fight of heaven for the side of SKT, but not enough damage. Peanut not getting the preferential kick, died kicking one member away. Baron down to 4,000. What can SKT do?
Well, there's no flash on this Galio. He can't get that taunt happening, but this Baron should go down in favor. It is going to be Zero that's going to fall down earlier, though, as Condi grabs himself the Baron and takes down Huni. Bang cannot get himself out of the way. Living Artillery with the execute. It is going to be a turret falling in the mid lane, but I mean, that's the only good thing that you can write about for SKT in that fight, as Wolf wants to stop some backs, does it, so that's frustrating, but otherwise, WE going to be grins all over.
Yeah, Bang couldn't repeat the heroics, didn't have the mana to actually put out considerable damage in that fight. By the time Wolf got there, could only put a single shield onto Faker. The Baron does go over to WE. They had the scaling, they have the Kog'Maw hitting item timings, and it feels eerily reminiscent of the game against the Flash Wolves.
Okay, but now wealth of options for Team WE. Mountain Dragon will be spawning in 130. You would expect that they would rotate towards that bottom outer tower. You can already see the ping setting up there. So place their vision, secure the tower, play this one slow. You have the Baron buff. There's no need to overreach for those Faker dives again, because Bang is still playing out of his mind.
Yeah, and once again, you've got a composition coming out from SKT that is very good if you're going to come to them. I mean, Cassiopeia just wants to be dove half the time. The Petrifying Gaze is a difficult one. He is going to get exactly that wish, as now Xie could be in possible trouble, but they're just looking for this tower, and they're going to look for Wolf at the same time, so he is dead once again. Turret goes down, and WE will continue.
And it works out this time because Huni in the top lane, Bang in the mid lane. Obviously probably didn't expect all 5 members of Team WE to fly there, and because Wolf falls and because SKT are out of position, they're going to break the inhib.
Yeah, inhib's going to go down. It's going to be another Jax just looking on while his team's going to fall apart. Huni might be able to take down this inner turret, but we'll see what WE can gather further in the base of SKT.
They got the Baron buff recall, so they can't actually stop everyone. Jarvan has already backed. It's just an inner tower. We're going to see the replay. Note that this time Bang looks like he can clean up. Everyone's low. We've seen the cleanups and the kills from here. Smite does come through at 600. And when Bang runs out of mana here, he just can only run. He has to respect the fact that 3 members can turn onto him. Wolf and Faker on the other side also can't corral WE, and they escape with the Baron.
Nicely done, and that's the Baron inhibitor as well on the bottom side of the map for WE, so that next one should certainly be an option as Xie, no flash still going to get the arrow out of Bang, and they're pressuring SKT all over the map. 18 kills now to 8. It's a 6,000 gold lead. 6 turrets to 4. WE still in control. Not insurmountable yet, and it's only 1 inhibitor, but still, every move on the map belongs to WE.
I mean, they've been backed into a corner right now, and just the composition at this point is actually just punishing SKT. You know, if it goes into the late game, then they have some options, but the only way that they can punish Team WE if they ever do open themselves up for a mistake is a flank from Peanut. They can't flank 5v5 with a Jax.
And their preferential play patterns can't happen as dive.
Yep, there's a heroic entrance as well as Faker looks for the ultimate, finds it, but doesn't find any damage onto anyone. It's going to be Condi taking a bit of his health bar, but that's about it. He's just going to eat up that Fury, and it should all be fine. Baroned up minions now heading forward, and there's no Cassiopeia to worry about, and Xie is hungry for blood. This will be the second inhib, and WE, with another comfort composition, look brilliant at 30 minutes into the game.
Won't be able to close it just now, but they are 1 fight, maybe even 2 picks away from ending the game. All the play patterns for SKT that they drafted for are gone. They can no longer play 1-3-1 with Cassiopeia and Jax in top. They will get dived. They cannot have the Jax split push in front of the Jarvan. With his item lead, doesn't matter. He will still get collapsed on. And 5v5s, the Galio, the Kog'Maw, both are online. So it's going to have to take some quintessential SKT outplays for them to get back into the game.
It's going to be incredibly heroic because they don't have any trump cards left. MVP is not necessarily one that they're saving for later. They would have preferred to have a 3-game series without even involving the team theoretically. But now they are going to be looked upon to take victory as we're looking at a reverse sweep, theoretically, if WE can take down this game for LCK to find their way back.
And then you start looking even bigger picture. You would assume that KT Rolster will have to be the team coming out after this. Do you try to burn OMG on them and make sure you get RNG for MVP?
A lot of mind games to be coming up with. However, 30 minutes into the game, it's not over yet, but it's 8,000 gold the lead. I feel like 10K is what we're going to have to get to before you really feel like SKT are out of it, but they've turned around games that look unwinnable before.
And despite the gold lead, it's really down to the different item breakpoints. Kog'Maw is just massive. Now that he also has his QSS as well as 3 damage items, unless they just immediately get back there and pop him, which is very hard to do with that front line, there's nothing that can stop Mystic.
It's not a comp that's set around diving the backline unless Lee Sin can make a god play. It fights front to back with hyperscaping on the Cassiopeia. The Cassiopeia had to go super tank. It was a very early Seraph's translation this game. Not even Merlinomicon second, only finished as a 3rd item because Cassiopeia was behind. And it feels like it all stemmed forward from the overreach at level 1 to try to contest the Raptors.
Yeah, and then being follow-up gank there as well. It's intelligent.
Teleport.
But there goes Shia. He's going to jump his way forward, but Peanut not going to take too much damage as Huni has a decent flank position. Bank free hitting on the backside and lands the arrow as well. Redemption is going to give them all of their health back as Huni. Nice 3-man stun as the Cataclysm comes down onto Faker. Throws in the ultimate, but doesn't get the stun onto 957, and Mystic is now popping off the flashes from SKT, and that's going to open up the last remaining inhibitor turret. WE, they have so much resilience in these fights, and it's a 1-for-0 as Mystic is going to make it too. It is going to be Bang falling down, and even Zero grabs the kill onto Faker, and this just could be the game for WE.
The teleport is coming in. They're looking to end it here.
This should be the moment. This could be WE rewriting the storybook. Everyone thought LCK 3-0, LCK 3-1. It's going to have to be a 3-2 at the best as WE outplay SK Telecom and make it a 2-0.
And that is going to be the Nexus falling down 22 kills to 8. WE get exactly the composition that they want. Mystic, another wonderful performance on the Kog'Maw, and it's going to be match point now for the LPL, who struggled so much yesterday against LMS. Turn it all around. The redemption stories are everywhere here for this region. I think Frostgren's probably going to cry. I don't know what's going to happen, but it's going to take some heroics from LCK to make their way back.
But this is the story of the LPL. Every international event, we talk about consistency.
I feel like it goes the other way around.
That's the dirty word in the league. You know this. You were there. And it feels like they step up onto the international stage and they never show what they do domestically. We are finally getting a glimpse of just the top level. Can they do this every time? If you play 10 games SKT, WE, do you give it to WE? Absolutely not. But it just takes once. And this tournament format defangs SKT to hard carry Korea.
Yeah, we're in the final of an international tournament. They'll come back from the best of 5, right? Well, no, because it's a best of 1 5 times. It's so different. Glad that you mentioned the format, because now SKT can't reverse sweep. Now the reverse sweep takes 3 different teams, some of them, 2 of which are going to have to play without already having played a game on the day. The LPL are red hot, and with the format, like you say, they're actually very much in pole position to close this out early.
Yeah, and we're looking at MVP to pick up a victory. We're looking at KT, who looked shaky, to pick up a victory. We don't know who they're going to be sending in, but we're going to send it back to the analyst desk to break down the WE win.
Thank you, Atlas. And is this real life? WE actually taking the win against SKT, and right now, LPL are primed to take the series. This is absolutely insane.
Raz, I'm going to bring this back to a conversation we had before the game started.
And
the conversation was along the lines of you saying my name 4 times near incoherently and saying, can they win? I said they need to play close to perfect. And you know what? I feel like that's as close as we're going to get from WE.
That was amazing. I literally, in the back, we were looking at the pick band. You can see it right in front of you. We were like, this is really rough for WE. Every lane had an answer for SKT. Proper laning phase, top, Jax versus Jarvan. You look towards the mid lane, Cassio versus Galio.
Absolutely.
Everything felt really strong in the early game for SKT. And then level 1.
Yeah, it's like but then what happens after that? And it was just a comedy of errors, honestly, from SKT and capitalization coming out from the WE lineup. We're actually going to roll a tape right now to actually show you that in the early game. And Faker, honestly, was just, it was a suboptimal performance from him, not only in the early game, but having rippling effects throughout the whole game, Rusty.
This is nuts. Mystic, I've never seen a Pugmore be this manly at level 1 in the game. You have to remember, like, Bang's pushing bottom, he'll get the tempo, Mystic recalls from this. But what this does, and why why this is important is Faker doesn't play the same way that he does. We've seen this exact matchup between Xie and Faker earlier in the week where Xie lost. He hard lost. It was at level 1 though, and Xie is now able to get to this point with a Spectre's Cow with equal CS, and suddenly how Faker's winning lane doesn't exist.
Exactly, and so the early point that we mentioned where the laning phase should be heavily in favor of SKT, it's gone. And you have to look at what composition WE has, and it is such an oppressive composition. Jarvan, Galio, we saw this yesterday, and it was like, okay, well, that was in a position where Zach had to be given away for that to happen. This time around, it was, once they were able to escape out of the early game, it just felt like the Cassio could not breathe. That she was always going to get divin.
And you can see that as well from the damage, just the turtles right there. And let's be fair, Bang was playing out of his mind.
Phenomenal.
He was free-firing constantly in those fights, and you can see that from the damage dealt, but he was like waiting against the Galio who just didn't take any damage, and the rest of his team either was missing skill shots and everything was going wrong, and he just couldn't do enough for the team, Raz.
2 examples were legitimately CA just diving the bottom side turret and diving the mid lane inhib turret. Just legitimately 30 seconds of just taking 0 damage from Bang, who was playing perfectly just to kite him out.
It was pretty wild to see how tanky Xie was. It was a whole roster of 4 tanks and a Kog'Maw behind them. So when they get those early leads, you know, tanks continue to scale, continue to be super relevant. And when you've got the Kog'Maw behind them, there's always that late game insurance. And that was the biggest takeaway for me from WE's performance here, is that they had that insurance. They played around their early game, but super focused on preventing SKT from having their early games. 25-minute average game time. Well, they didn't even break the mid lane outer by then in this one.
Exactly. And I think Frost said it best earlier on. If you have a best of 10, a best of 5, however it may be, WE would fall short because the adaptation would just be, okay, well, we're not going to give them Galio again. You have to play standard. That's not going to happen because, once again, Rift Rivals, the tournament format is SKT is done. They're in the back, and you have to send out your 2 next team, either KT or MVP.
Yeah, and this was also a performance from SKT that was not optimal. This wasn't SKT firing on all cylinders. We saw that from the mid lane fight as well. So many skill shots were just missing, and this is just uncharacteristic of SKT.
Yeah, Peanut in particular going forwards there is a genuine mistake for me. Remember throughout a lot of these fights as well, Faker, whilst he wasn't necessarily here for the start of this one, this is the one fight where he does look good. But at the time he gets in, because he's slow to the punch, everyone's running away from WE. And by him flashing over and committing, they get the options to turn back around. And this continues to happen because ultimately, like, you have to give credit to Bang. Huni was hitting 6 stuns and Peanut was hitting his spells, but the timing or decisions were sometimes wrong.
And I would say Huni's having a great game, but the problem is he's always having to join the team because WE is putting them into his position. So immediately, they have to go in this fight. And just take a look at Bang in this instance. He's cutting out perfectly, but they're just in a bad position to start. And there are no sums from SKT, so when they do get turned on, they will die.
Yeah, and this isn't the fight I'd use as an example for Bang specifically performing well, but you saw it throughout the entire game. Honestly, he was almost enough, same thing with Ruler in game number 1, to actually just carry them all the way through to the victory.
What was the core of the problem from SKT then? Because it's hard to say it was Peanut because he had some incredible plays. He got the steal off on the Baron as well, on the Dragon rather, earlier on, and he played well. Yes, he died heading into that Baron, sure, but it wasn't all stemming from Peanut, but it seemed like something was amiss for the lineup.
I would say that WE's composition is very easy to use once they get out of the laning phase. And so a lot of it, it's really tough to say, well, it's on draft or it's on the early level 1, because once you do get an early Spectral Cowl, what is the lane matchup anymore? It's just not in Cassio's favor, and you're going to get completely ganked time and time again. So here we go. Jarvan is going to be the key. 957 gets key player with the Jarvan pick.
And it feels pretty good as well. 957 domestically, he wasn't the best player, then ramps up and ramps up and ramps up, heading into MSI.
He does.
Suddenly becomes a god, comes back into International again, gets the key player of the game, and this guy just doesn't stop.
Manages to show up to play. At the same time, you give some credit to most of Team WE as a roster for being able to pick up this victory at all, because everybody has to perform well to take down a team like SKT. And you could say it's perhaps Peanut, but I don't really think it was.
There's a lot to talk about in this one, but I do want to look towards towards the next game right now because with LPL being 2-0, who do you put in? I personally love the idea of throwing out the wildcard, the OMG in there, hoping that it's going to be KT out from Korea. You'd have to assume so. They need KT to come in with a win right now, Raz.
Yeah, I would go for an RNG just because they're playing so well, and it would look like it would be a 3-0 finish for LPL if that's the case.
Yeah, risky to go towards the OMG pick. Of course, you might be forcing yourself into an awkward Game 5 situation. You might go for RNG again. They've been reliably so good throughout this tournament. I do feel like the answer here is to close it out with a 3-0.
I hope that is the case, though. We're about to find out. We are going to send it over to a quick interview to see what the call is for them.
Hello， 现场以及正在收看直播的各位召唤师们，大家好，欢迎来到2017亚洲对抗赛的赛后采访，我是于霜。现在邀请到的是 WE 的 ADC Mystic， 大家你好
，ADC Mystic。
我是 WE 的 ADC。
哎，现场有很多的粉丝哦。 今天又一次战胜了 SKT， 心情怎么样？
They have won against SKT. How do you feel right now?
그게 저희가 첫날에 되게 처참한 패배를 해서 걱정을 했었는데 오늘은 이기게 되어서 되게 기쁩니다.
第一天其实蛮担心的，因为输嘛。
So he said that at first he was very worried, and now he won. He is very happy.
在第一手的时候拿到了，其实上一次可能表现不是很好的加里奥这个英雄，会不会担心又一次被
Faker 的实力针对呢？ So before he didn't really perform well as Galio. However, now that you still picked Galio, would you be worried that you're being picked on?
카시오페이한테 카운터 당한 것 때문에 걱정되시지 않았는지.
저희가 상대가 갈리오를 풀어줄 것도 알고 있었고 저희가 첫 경기에서 패배한 거는 저희가 호흡이 안 좋아가지고 미드가 망했다 해서 다시 하면은 시에가 이길 수 있다고 해서 그냥 편하게 픽했어요.
就是他们一开始就想到说他们会放加里欧给他们，然后信仰有时
So
候
at first he thought that he would leave Galio for them.
他再有一次机会的话，他可以表现得很好。
So he's saying that if he has another opportunity, he'll perform very well. You can see that the teammates believed in Xie.
以他伟大的身躯呢，一直是保护你，也是为你付
And he's
出。
always
有没有什么
protecting
想跟西野说的
So what do you want to say to Xie?
미드라는 선수가 상당히 서포팅을 잘해주셨는데 그분한테 하고 싶은 말 없으신지 궁금하다고 합니다.
걔가 원래 다른 챔피언을 할 때는 안 그러는데 갈리오 같은 거는 원딜이 죽으면은 딜이 없기 때문에 저를 봐주는 것 같아요.
他觉得因为加里欧没什么办法打输出，然后
So he's saying that he thinks there's no way to lose as Galio.
他只玩加里欧的时候会这么保他。
So he's saying that Xie only protects him when he plays Galio.
保护我们的大舅子。不过我说实话，我相信西野一定都会非常的在意你。好，
So we do believe that Xie cares about you.
因为其实今天我说实话，我觉得 Zero 你的辅助表现的也是相当好。
So we can see that Zero performed very well too.
控制很好。
Especially controlling the enemy's carry.
분이 CC기를 상당히 잘 사용하셨는데 서포터분께 하고 싶은 말 없으신지 궁금하다고 합니다.
그게 그냥 브라움이 해야 할 일을 한 것 같아요.
他觉得他只是做了布朗姆该做的事情啊。
So he thinks that he just did what Braum should have done.
对于队友的这个要求还是很高的。
So we can see that he has a very high expectation of teammates.
在一血的时候，你其实是有在。 好像是在勾引 Faker.
So we can see that during First Blood, you were sort of
펍을 딸 상황 있잖아요. 그때 카시오페
luring
유인한
Faker.
것 같은데 그게 유인한 건지 아니면 어쩌다가 킬하게 된 건지 궁금하다고 합니다.
원래 저희가 카시가 들어올 줄은 몰랐고 아마 카르마가 올 것 같아서 거기서 기다리고 있었는데 그냥 갑자기 카시가 쭉 들어와가지고 저희한테 죽어주셔가지고 되게 감사했습니다.
他说其实他一开始没想到是蛇女，他以为是那个。
So at first he didn't actually think it was Cassiopeia.
蛇女突然一直进来，一直进来。
However, when he saw that Cassiopeia kept coming in,
非常感谢他。
So he's like thanking Faker for the first
谢谢
blood.
他送的一血是吧？哎，那最后一个问题想问到，因为其实可以看到 WE 拿出的这个阵容是比较偏后期的一个4保1的阵
So
容。
we can see that WE went for a late game team composition that was for protecting one.
근데 초반부터 되게 날카롭게 플레이를 싸움을 많이 자주 했는데 어떻게 이런 플레이를 하게 된 건지 궁금하다고 합니다.
일단 탑은 자르반이 잭스보다 라인전 더 강하다고 했고 일단 정글 렉사이가 초중반의 갱킹이 되게 좋았고 일단 그래서 저희 바텀은 좀 그냥 파밍하는 식하고 해서 탑미드 정글에서 이렇게 막 렉사이가 막 탑미드 다 따주고 그런다 그랬었는데 뭐라 해야 돼? 그러니까 초반에 탑 정글 주도권을 이용해서 했던 것 같아요.
他说主要是因为上路的兵线贾克斯比打那个加
So
文
he's
的时候，
saying
加
that
文比
because
较
the
厉
top
害的，然
lane
后
Jax was pushing. And the Rek'Sai was very good. And the Rek'Sai had very successful ganks. And it was because they snowballed hard, and that's why the game was pushed faster.
其实呢，今天 WE 拿到了这个赛点，真的是非常感谢你们。那有没有什么想跟之后要接力的 LPL 的兄弟们说的话？
So what do you want to say to the next team of LPL?
이제 앞으로 상대하게 될 LCK 선수들한테 하고 싶은 말 없으신지 궁금하다고 합니다.
LCK요?
네, LCK. LPL 선수들께.
We're just reinforcing the question that we're asking. What do you want to say to the next team of LPL?
하시는 팀분들이 이제 그래도 한 판 줘도 기회 2번 남아 있으니까 최선을 다 지더라도 최선을 다하셨으면 좋겠습니다.
他说还有机会，所以不用有太大压力。希望大家都是可以尽心尽力去打比赛。
So he said no pressure, and he hopes that everyone would just try their best. Doesn't matter if they lose.
好的，那同样呢，我相信呢，我们所有剩下的即将要参赛的队伍呢，也都是会尽全力能够捍卫 LPL 所有的荣誉。好了，那接下来我们即将要看到的精彩的对决将会是由 KT 对阵 OMG
versus OMG.
Thank you again for the translations there, Wendy. And the stage is now set. It will be OMG taking on KT for our third game of the day. And we'll see if they can take it out. Regardless, it will mean the MVP will be taking on RNG for the fourth game if we get there. Let's go, LPL. You can do it. We're going to take a quick break before we come back once more.
957, he's found the Ash and she should go down. No! Bangs alive for so long. It's the Acathian surprise that's going to finish him off. Wolf's going to head down as now Hooney's going to get Cataclysm once again. And Hooney, he's trying to get what he can done. He takes down Mystic. It's actually Faker that's going to be able to get the damage. Taunt onto Faker. He's looking for more kills, but he's going to be taken down. Condi with his third in a row. Make that a double. But SKT have got themselves back. Massive taunt and massive stuns coming out from SKT. As now WE struggling. Peanut is going to die, but the health bars are low for WE.
As WE outplay SK Telecom and make it a 2-0.
And that is going to be the Nexus falling down 22 kills to 8. WE get exactly the composition that they want.
She's seeking validation. She's so tired of waiting. Yeah, I got the feeling you've been expecting me. No chance encounter. Right here's where you're meant to be. Our paths are crossing just in the nick of time. If you need to meet me, I'll be right by your side. Are we strangers in the night with open arms? I'm calling.
Welcome back to Asia Rift Rivals 2017. I am Atlas, joined once again by Froskerin and Raz. And guys, not sure anyone was going to predict this one. 2-0 now for the LPL. There's a smug grin on Froskerin's face as she surveys the room. You know, high horse.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. It's an unbiased, calm grin. I'm just happy that there's so much great, clean League of Legends.
Well, there certainly is, but it was from the team that we weren't expecting it from. WE looked absolutely fantastic, and I just don't know. We're leading into our next matchup, okay? And it is going to be OMG versus KT. Now we've got inconsistency versus more inconsistency. And we'll see exactly what is going to happen. We are going to have a look at the lineups first, though, ladies and gentlemen, as there's not going to be too many change-ups, especially on the side of KT, because they don't have any other options. It's going to be Smeb, Score, Pawn, Deft, and Mata once again. And which versions of these players are we going to get is the question.
And then on the other side, it's OMG, Xion, Kieko, Icon, SMLZ, and 5.
Well, at the very least, the roster has been consistent between the two. They've been fielding Checo. That's all I could say when it comes to that, right? So that's what's fun about this, is because I expected 2-0 just for LCK. I expected LCK.
Most people did.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's the safe, and you know, if I was a betting person, that would be it.
I don't know why you're making eyes at me. I expected the same thing.
Okay, I'm just saying, just getting that out there.
Didn't you expect
there's no surprises out there, just trying to get you out of there. All right. So,
all right, speaking of getting
here's
out
the
of there.
thing. It's now set point for LPL. It's OMG. And this is what we were talking about a little bit on the cast. Like, I think that you know it's going to be KT Rolster. You're not going to put the hopes and dreams of LCK on MVP with their current record. So you go for the stronger team, and they throw a burner team, OMG. They've performed the worst out of any LPL team, maybe other than EDG, at this entire tournament, only taking down Machi. And this seems like an easy, clean road for RNG. But there's that tiny voice in the back of my head that's like, we could see KT Trollster show up, where they just decide that they forget how to play League of Legends, Pawn's doing weird things, they have a bizarre composition, Deft's itemizing weird paths.
Or Deft gets killed early and then face checks his way to defeat. Like, these things have happened before. And I mean, I'm not just saying that because I'm being mean or anything like that. We've seen this happen in the past. However, I believe the top side of the map is where redemption lies for KT. Smeb is a beast. And yes, they haven't necessarily been performing fantastically as a team, but Smeb has been on point, especially for the last few weeks.
But it's not just Smeb, it's also his partner in crime, Score there. We know that Score and Smeb, they like to invade together, they like to play very offensive, aggressive vision forward, and Jaco has probably been exposed as the worst jungler at this tournament. He's definitely the weak link. He's had a very rocky, you know, this is his first time on a big international stage. Maybe it's a couple of jitters. He's brand new to the team, but he definitely looks like he's got sea legs out there.
That's why I want to see Jeko on an Elise or an Rek'Sai. I mean, a lot of junglers would love to get the Rek'Sai underneath them, but I want to see him kind of just play towards the lanes.
Be a snowball mechanic.
Exactly. On the other hand, I want to see Smeb play, like for instance, if he can get his hand on a Renekton, something in which he can easily dominate in his lane and try and translate that outwards. Because what we've seen so far, when teams have gone towards, or I mean against KT, that they just tend to camp him. If he goes onto the Jace pick or a Kennen pick, if he loses, or at least if he's gaining a one-on-one victory, they'll just send a jungler, they'll send a mid laner, and they just keep going back into the lane while, for instance, Pawn is still sticking to the mid lane. So I want to see something in which he can get that early lead, and then he can use his TP going towards the bottom lane and carry a team fight win.
Yeah, and do we feel like that starts from the draft? Do we feel like we need to have KT picking up comfort here, making sure that they are on the best champions for themselves as well? Because we were talking about Deft earlier on. He picked up the Jhin once again, didn't find the victory. Do we want to make sure that we are going to get the comfort pick somehow by manipulating the draft?
I mean, absolutely. Everyone just wants to see good League of Legends at this point. And you never want a game where it's one team played well, but the other team played worse. You always want to walk away from a game where both teams played well, someone just happened to be better.
Yeah.
And unsure if we're going to get that just with both these teams' track records in terms of being consistent to their own power levels. Undoubtedly, you weight this towards KT Rolster, but they do have that weird, I'm going to call it an LPL streak or heart behind them, where sometimes they just need to take the fight.
Yeah, the thing is we're once again back on the blue side here for the LCK as well. And blue side so far has been something that WE has demonstrated, has been incredibly strong. It lost out in the first game. However, the LPL does look like a team that's able to play around that. You look at the blue side win rate for WE, for example, where they're just ludicrously good at winning if they've got blue shorts on. And now KT have that opportunity. They have the power pick to grab in the first round of picks. So the draft is going to be interesting to see whether we are going to get that counter pick of the two super powerhouse picks, or whether it's going to be red side just banning away the first pick opportunities here on the side of KT.
Yeah, we might see some power picks come through because I do expect
Kalista,
a lot of
Thresh.
I actually think that we're going to see a Kalista either get banned, a Caitlyn get banned, either like both of them. I want to see.
I would hope so.
Exactly.
Well, you have to ban Caitlyn.
We have
Deft will pick that up and win the game by himself.
SMLZ and Deft being in this one matchup, both of them want to be able to pick up a very strong laning champion. So I want to see who gets what. KT might have the advantage just being able to get that first pick here.
But the problem is that the onus is on OMG to secure those bans because they are red side. So normally you would think it'd be the Galio, the Zac, and then a Caitlyn, but then that puts the priority pick on something like an Elise for score, or maybe you go for Deft and you open up the Kalista, which he's also been a monster on.
The thing that I'm terrified about now, just as we look over the KT players, that is the first time I've actually seen a grin out of Pawn for like a very, very long time.
Yeah.
This guy's normally stoic on the desk. Smeb, always a broad grin. Had one just there. Score as well, looking in really high spirits. And when KT's happy, KT's terrifying.
That's true. It kind of reminds me of when they went up against SKT. Now, sure, it was a loss for them, but they were just demolishing them in the early game. Like they had, sure, the early game composition was theirs, but they showed you what they can do early on and how they can take priority and how much of a god Smeb is.
Yeah, and it all starts really with this guy up in the top lane. Again, we talked about how their jungler will team up with him. They will exploit that top side of the map, lock down that jungle, and start to bleed into all the lanes. And this is the thing. OMG are just completely outclassed on the top side of the map, and the top side can bleed into where OMG are strong, which is that bottom side with the teleport. So stylistically, this seems so much in favor to KT, even if OMG show up.
And this is what's going to surprise me because I want to see how Xiang does here. It's going to be his first big test because in the domestically, Xiang's turned into one of the best top laners there, which is a really weird thing to say because he's always been that top laner who's catching up with the rest. So I want to see if he can go up against Smeb, if he can hold his own, and if he needs to call Jekko over.
Yeah, and so far, I mean, the only victory that you've had is against ADD so far this tournament. So Xiang, there is certainly going to be a microscope on him so far in this tournament. However, I want to look towards the bottom side of the map as well because 5 has been a dominating force for OMG when they're able to get ahead and take victories. SMLZ, we've been talking him up throughout the whole tournament. Now up against Deft and Mata, definitely no strangers to an LPL meta. And we'll see whether it's going to be them that's going to be able to pit them at the post.
And this is, I love that you said that because then, like, who do we expect to be picking up Thresh? Who do we expect to be picking up Rakan? Exactly, right? We saw what Mako could do on it. We saw what a lot of supports can do on the pick. So it's so impactful. And if you put it on Mata or 5, you're definitely going to be seeing something beautiful.
And the fact that Mata feels comfortable enough to go towards the Alistar when he doesn't have either of those picks available to him. Looked a little bit shaky in some of those mid-game plays, but ultimately was the deciding factor for them to move forward. Frankly, for me, though, I'm still going to weight it towards Deft and Mata. I think they're stronger in a 2v2. 2v2 power has never really been what SMLZ and 5 are known for.
That's what they used to be known for.
Exactly, but 5 is much more now roaming with his jungler, setting up those skirmish plays and making kind of those flanking maneuvers rather than just being a powerhouse kill you 2v2 bot lane.
Yeah, and the thing that's going to be scary is the fact that Mata is now going to be able to take control of this game at the same time if he wants to. It's often Mata giveth, Mata taketh away, and we'll see whether he's going to give it to us. But now, let's throw it over to the casters to get into the game.
Cheers, Atlas. I'm back with the Aussies coming into Game 3 in this one. It could be our final game of the day, though it does look like KT obviously have the advantage into this one as we get into Champion Select one more time. KT Rolster with the advantage, and I'll start off the bans. Cogbor and Kled versus the Kalista from OMG.
And it's really interesting. I feel like statistically, throwing in OMG now is the perfect call. You get OMG versus a resurgent RNG. So KT, even if they pick up the victory here, you feel like the situation is loaded against the LCK, but let's focus on the game at hand. Already, with Cogmore as one of the early bans, Kled in the first round ban list, KT are fishing for OPs.
They certainly are. Of course, there's a Zac and a Galio still there, and you always look towards the blue side team and say, how much do you want them?
You give them Caitlyn, and I think this game is over, so I feel like OMG need to ban Caitlyn.
Yeah.
They'll ban Galio on blue side, and now it's Caitlyn or Zac, or
And
ban
it's
neither
Caitlyn.
of them and give over nothing. Giving over the Zac here instead of willing to trade the Caitlyn lets you know how much people respect Deft's Caitlyn, and also the drop-off from Caitlyn and Kalista to the rest of the bunch.
So what do OMG actually get here now that they've given over Zac to score, which it's going to be tough. I mean, last time we saw this in the tournament coming out from the LPL, at the very least they got like a Galio for it. But
usually,
this time, yeah, if they first pick Cogmore again, it could be a possibility.
I was watching the draft backstage, and I was wondering how you could ban Thresh and give over a Zac. But remember in that game, it felt like Flash was kind of reversed the script. Their bot lane didn't have a lot of synergy. There were a lot of issues after the Zac was given up. So far, loving the draft for KT. And when it comes to power picks for OMG, the Rakan has evolved into that. No Kalista to make his life easier.
Yeah.
Now we're looking at the second pick, probably going to be a jungle answer.
I look towards the Rek'Sai as arguably the best choice. I would say this is one of the silliest choices that you'd be going towards, but the Rakan with it, it's nice. It means they have the duo. I don't feel it. I'm not feeling it.
I mean, look at Deft this season. Zaya's not been a priority for him, 1 and 2 on the season. So probably wouldn't have been reaching for it in this particular scenario. They're hiding their jungler, which maybe means that Jericho has something special to show us in answer to Zac. We've seen some pretty crazy picks in other regions, and you're right, they will still surrender a lot of straightforward champions in the bot side. Could have been Ashe or Varus, you'd feel for them.
And then you've immediately got your Tahm Kench as an option if you want for Mata. You can play the Braum if you want to deny the Xayah through her laning phase. We have seen good Xayahs, to be fair. I'll still look towards Arn and say he was an absolute machine on the champion. But giving over the Ashe, giving over the Zac, multiple engage tools, it's kind of nuts what they've got already.
Absolutely.
And KT show respect to the duo here by picking for lane, and Ultra picking for lane in Ashe and Zyra. Theory here is that Zac is off disrupting the enemy backline. Zyra's trying to keep people away from the Ashe.
And stylistically, you look at SMLZ and it's like totally fine he's on a hyper carry. Five's had some incredible Rakan performances, but yeah, right now, KT roster seem to have gotten everything they want. Meanwhile, OMG, they do lock in the jungler. Eventually, will be the Rek'Sai over to Jericho.
And because they're on the red side, they're going to have to choose between blind picking one of their solo lanes. And the idea of blind picking top lane sounds like a headache, but I think they have to give Icon pressure on Pawn, who will just default to an Orianna or a Victor blind. So it feels like it's going to be once again on Smeb, who's had some good starts, then been repeatedly ganked in previous games on champions like the Jace.
Which is very curious here. For KT's bans, do they look towards the Kassadin, take these assassins away from Icon champions that let them 1-3-1 or get out of control in the side lanes, or they actually still respect what the first pick's going to be from OMG in the second pick phase of that top lane?
Actually do ban away Xiang's Renekton. Renekton and Kled were probably one of the two big ones for him, so already going to be an interesting scenario, trying to even more lopsided the top lane matchup. But I follow what you're saying. Icon does love the assassins. You can't ban out both, so LeBlanc, for example, will be available if the Kassadin is banned away.
Exactly.
Basically, guaranteed to have blind pick top lane come in unless the script has gone completely out the window. I guess Icon could jump on Corki if he doesn't want to, if he really wants to shore up the top lane. But it's so hard to work out whether it's minimizing the risk or maximizing the reward is the right thing to do with first pick, as the LeBlanc is actually the one that does get the target ban.
Yeah, a couple of question marks now on what SMLZ will lock in for his team here. There will be that mid laner. Corki is still available, as you mentioned, but so is the likes of Orianna, a Talia here as well for Icon if he wants it, and it has been locked in.
Expectations usually seeing the Talia seems to unlock the Corki. They do go hand in hand when you watch drafts play out, but you're right, there's always the Orianna you can default to. Not a bad combination when you look at the team comp that KT roster's got for themselves. They can go that control mage, but this is also another nice option. Just a lot of damage, and Zac has so much crowd control anyway.
And you might think, oh, of course you'd favor the Orianna, because Orianna, Zac, think of the AoE Wombo, but it's so much in Wombo that Flash almost answers two champions instantly. So going Corki, having lane pressure on the Talia, and also options, I think, is pretty good and a nice adaptation from KT. The blind pick here almost feels like a denial pick. A lot has been banned away. Rumble is really the only champion that does well into Jarvan that's left available outside of maybe a Cannon, but they're taking Jarvan as a denial. Yeah. And we'll see where Xiang wants to go. A tank player by trade.
Yeah, with the Kled gone as well, Shen is actually one of those few champions you say maybe that is where he looks towards. It's not by any means a bad choice into the J4, who doesn't have the outright most OP laning phase.
Now, if it wasn't a Zac, you'd be like, okay, suddenly the Xayah is going to stand and deliver. But Zac can also pull out the Kidnap, pull you back with a Let's Bounce, and stop the positioning and the shield from both being there. Xayah's in the back line with 3,000 effective health and anywhere near the lifesteal we saw from Ahn. She can do a lot. But in this particular case, the Zac could be the final piece of the puzzle for KT.
And it's frightening as well. When you have a Jarvan alongside it and you've got two massive damage dealers, you have the Arrow as well. It seems like the Bash Bros are just going to be on top of SMLZ all the way through this game. That being said, there is a Shen here. There is some heal, though it is, you have to feel, going to revolve around SMLZ.
Heal against Zac and Jarvan. Good luck, I say. Best wishes for that one. Xayah is going to have to be well positioned back, or OMG are going to have to pull it out in the early game and make sure that these two are standing on wards at all points, because the safe position against these two is maybe the cue for the next game.
Yeah, and a lot of this for me, the weirdest thing to take from this is we mentioned the mismatch perhaps in the top lane between OMG and KT. Well, they've picked in a way that doesn't make top weak. They have made sure that Xiang doesn't get outright countered. Zac isn't the most impactful jungler in the early game as well. He needs to get some levels into him, and Rek'Sai is always able to pressure early. We saw it from Clear Love earlier in the day. Your mid lane is both roam, but your bottom lane is now in a very dangerous position where usually OMG look towards that as the carries.
Only a couple of seconds left getting into game 3.
Such a surreal position to be in as an LCK analyst. Backs against the wall. I need to believe in KT Rolster and MVP for the LCK to be the triumphant region here at Rift Rivals. All the games yesterday, you saw all the plays. The games, sometimes they were wacky, sometimes they were clean. Largely, you just came away thinking this is going to be Korea's time to shine. Suddenly, the script's been flipped.
KT are the expected team to obviously take this, but that has happened time and time again in this series. And the LPL has still come out on top. We're heading into game 3, OMG up against KT.
Nobody expecting to be in this position, honestly. Even the viewers at home will be mostly confused as to how we're 2-0 up for the LPL. But this is definitely, as you mentioned, that position where KT can start to bring it back for the Korean region. They're setting up right now. OMG, they seem to be attuned to how Zyra's want to play out laning phase, trying to maybe prevent those seeds from going down.
They would love a level 1 that was along the lines of Game 2, where Faker's life was given up, and in general, the Cassiopeia could not have the repeat performance against the Galio. That was one of the main reasons that WE found it so easy to stick the landing against SKT. So far, no shenanigans.
Yeah, we look towards the jungle clear as well for this one. Zac will definitely want to go to the bottom side, but with a Zyra and an Ashe, there's no tank to get them the red buff super low, and so he's not going to have that accelerated clear that you do often want to see for a Zac, whose early levels are rather weak. Needs level 3 to be able to clear rather successfully as well.
And we're just going to start this one off. Actually, with Smep coming, getting a bit deep there. Seems like he may place down a water. We're just spotting out where Jericho was starting to give him his team some information. Score's going to be doing the same on his side. Probably taking these small Raptors, though there is no help from Deft and Mada, so he probably will take this whole camp. Smep is being blocked a little from getting inside of lane, and Xiang will get a nice bit of poke down on top of him.
We didn't want them to be able to pull the sword through, so that didn't happen. Still a nice trade, like you mentioned, as Smeb already has to chug some of the corrupting potion. His investment was in getting the ward onto the red buff to give more information. The clear order from Jekko.
He'll take his own red buff, Score doing the same, so pretty much mirrored starts right now for both of the junglers.
Yeah, but the Rek'Sai will do that just a little bit quicker, already moving over to his wolves. He can now go towards the bottom side if he wants to level 3 Scuttle Crab towards bottom as a gank. The wards that people place at level 1 start to die earlier on in the game, and Icon's already advancing in to try and get some vision. That is a possibility for OMG here.
The level 3 Scuttle Crab with the 1 experience Quint is something that Score had done recently on the Rift. You see that Jericho has gone the same route. 2 attack speed Quints and 1 experience spin the common clear. So he will go bot lane Same sort of pathing. You see KT this time being a bit more respectful, though.
It is a Rakan. The ganks are serious.
Yeah, 5 is approaching. Comes in with a flash immediately. Mata up against the one. First blood to the LPL team. OMG.
Yeah, it seemed like Deft knew the script there, but Mata, even with Flash not able to get away, the level 3 gank from Rek'Sai, taking over the world, works well, and it's another first salvo for the LPL.
And you can see 5 even trying to predict the flash early out of the Zyra, just in case 2 circle areas where you're going to get knocked up, where there's no way to get out of the crowd control. So OMG cover their bases, saying we have enough damage to remove a very squishy Zyra off the rift. They reset bottom, might even have an early recall with that kill as well, and get some extra swords.
All Score can really do in the face of this power farm his way to level 4, and Zach getting closer to 6 is relevant, but his ability to pressure lanes is pretty minimal as a jungler. Even early, Shen's got the Doran shield. Corki in the mid lane doesn't have the burst just yet. So Score will get the early camp, Score will get the early ride towards 6, but OMG, crucially, get the early pressure in bot lane.
Especially when you first rotation a Rakan and Xayah, you really need to get it rolling. That being said, the kill did go over 2-5, but OMG are not going to be too unhappy with that one. Score right now has to resign himself to counter jungling and see if he can get anything done before he hits that level 6 mark as well. Because you do expect that Zach to do a lot of work. And Xiang is obviously not having a bad time at all in the top lane.
No, not at all. He's winning actually in those trades. No pots left for Smeb.
Score seems unclear which side of the jungle is his. Waiting for the Raptors to spawn on the enemy side. Having a lot of fun, so they'll probably just trade Raptors in this case.
Yep, so nothing really to write home about, but Jirko is responding in kind, and you heard it from the analyst there. Jirko has definitely not been performing in comparison to all the other junglers at the tournament, but so far has not been a weakness for them.
He's level 5, so the ganks from Score are very legitimate. Even his positioning here is nasty.
Follow after misses the stretching strike, and Jirko is also here for the counter gank. So in the end, Score, that's going to dissipate.
Good lane positioning there from Icon, sometimes guilty. Not reading the map well. The power farm to level 5, like you say, Rusty, makes you just about the hardest jungle to predict in terms of angle. But for once, Zach couldn't quite make the jump in and get the first CC.
And a lot of this comes back to the point I feel like we were making before as well. They've picked a decent top lane, decent top side of the map, and the bottom lane 2v2 against an Ashe Zyra doesn't have the most lane pressure, but by getting that early kill down there with the Rek'Sai, they start to change the pace of this game. The control of the map may slowly shift, yet that impending doom feeling of a Zach just being on the rift at all is where you direct your eyes towards. Score at 6, may be able to take everybody out.
That being said, Xiang is almost level 6 himself, so he will be able to respond in some small part to Score's ganks if he goes mid lane or bot lane, maybe even looks for these skirmishes in the jungle. So it's not like OMG don't have any answer to him whatsoever.
Zach has been defeated, but if you ask for my estimation, it was related to the team comp that was put together by the Flash Wolves that really didn't capitalize on long-range engage. A lot more options here, specifically with the synergy between Smeb and Score, but also Pawn can maneuver himself around to fight and do backline damage as well.
Yeah, you've got your package there. You've got the Ashe arrows, Jarvan for other engage tools as well. It doesn't all need to be reliant on the Zach in this game.
Mata can do his best wolf impression, get a 3-man grasping roots. That'd be good too.
Seen this one before, but this time, Deft to spot him out. There is a ward in the bush, so Jirko will be quite happy with this one, take it away, but it means he won't get a gank off on this time.
Very different warding here, actually, from KT in comparison to that of what we saw from Samsung against the Taliyah. There's no control ward focus around the bottom side of the jungle, and Icon is using that as an opportunity to push in harder than Corki can and disappear to where his wards are, always threatening the bottom 2v2. This means that KT, they're not feeling safe. They've actually changed up where they're going completely right now. They're moving top.
They have no ward control around the bottom side of the jungle. Their red side and also the river is run by OMG, and the Taliyah also will have the fast track through. So they're just going to go top side, try to play around an area where they can create vision, and Shen famously not going to be great for the wave clear.
And of course, the Shen, maybe he can help the rest of the team if they get ganked.
Go to the Shen,
who's going to help the Shen?
Yeah.
Well, the answer doesn't seem to be Rek'Sai, who's just on the Raptors. Eventually seems to pass over.
And OMG have to know something's up here. They've been missing for so long. KT's bottom lane don't exist.
Xiang. Okay, guess the long-range ward actually over the wall will spot Mata, so
and
at
he
the very
knows
least
to
he won't
evacuate.
die. Bot lane now pushing in, big wave themselves, but you know that the tempo advantage will be over to KT now.
And this was the only way they could really create a tempo play when bot side players were impossible. Taliyah and Shen would always rotate first, even though, something we mentioned just now, it is a teleport Corki, not the usual exhaust or heal. It's the first time we have seen a Korean team play Teleport Corki all season. I'm going to take a pick from the WE playbook.
I think this is the first time Corkies have run Teleport all season in general was at this tournament. I'm inclined to say yes to that.
Map rotational play, definitely a GA special, but clearly Pawn is taking some inclination. Now they're trying to go for a second turret here. They're already pushed up, not respecting at all. Rek'Sai still jungling around the bot side.
Yeah, and 5 should be recalling if that's the play coming out of KT, but he's taking his time. SMLZ can use the empowered recall out of the Rakan if they want to defend it, but KT, they choose to not take the 2 turrets themselves. They'll back away, and we just get the trade.
There'll be another dragon as well over to OMG. I say another is the first one of the game, but it is a Cloud Dragon, and it's still technically around this laning phase area at 8 minutes, so OMG will be happy with this one in the early game. Looks like the next dragon's also an Ocean, however.
When you rotate that early, you don't have the Rift Herald as a fallback. Objective doesn't spawn till 10 minutes. They get a deep control ward and a ward on the red buff, so a bit of vision. Whereas the vision a lot more shallow than what OMG's gotten, but in terms of immediate objectives, picking up the Drake is still something to factor into the side of OMG.
And right now, KT haven't fallen massively behind, though it is even on towers. The first kill obviously went over to OMG. Yeah. We're really waiting for this game to kind of explode, Rusty, because when there is a Zac, when there's a Death with the arrow ready to just launch on someone, you expect fireworks to be popping off.
And this is naturally the place you'd be looking towards. Smeb has his teleport up reasonably soon. They might be waiting for that window of opportunity where Shen has the ultimate even if he doesn't have teleport. So it's a needless risk to be diving the bottom lane without your Jarvan able to join the fray. And you just saw him running around in the bottom area of the map. That's their way of compensating for it. Pawn also has TP, and he's now going to be the one responding to the top side of the map. So they can at least equalize numbers, and that's a good way to prevent OMG from being playmakers.
Right now you can just see Icon shoring up the mid lane. Score keeps getting caught on these wards, but it's just taking them away. And we really haven't seen him strike just yet. Jericho is looking to make something happen on the bottom side. Sees that ward as he places down the control ward over the wall as well. Also sees the speed try and set up by the Crab. And it's all around this vision. Yeah, it's pretty much just a game of battleships right now.
You say OMG have been able to stick vision, but a lot more shallow than you remember the vision they had before the lane swap. Maybe KT's read here is that because, in general, these Chinese teams, I feel, have been focusing on objectives and kills much more than picking up the 2 wards in the enemy jungle you can get in the same case. If they keep rotating around, they can minimize the effect of, say, the Talia or the Shen. Because in previous metas, when you were against the global teams, back when the, say, TF Shen Nocturne meta, it was actually the team with the globals that wanted this to happen because you'd catch people in translation, catch people rotating around the map. So far in this game, KT have picked up incremental vision, but really nothing else. But given the fact they lost First Blood and they're against globals, they'll be happy with how things turned out.
Yeah, your concern's always going to be just the CS values on Deft right now. Yes, he's on a facilitating champion, but SMLZ having a 25 odd CS lead starts to get close as the wave crashes. But he's ahead, and he is on a champion that if given the opportunity can still hyper carry, can still hyper scale, and Xayah, he has got the ultimate to outplay the Zac as well. So ultimately, like, you're looking at these team compositions and saying, we're waiting for the moment that the Zac makes the play or the Jarvan makes the play, but they haven't. And as it stands, OMG very much content with how this has panned out.
Exactly. SMLZ is going to be happy as well. Goes back to base one more time. We'll see how much gold he has in the back pocket. It's going to be the Berserker's Griefs. Probably will be selling that spell for usage. Picks up another longsword as well. So for now, looking to hit those power spikes. Pawn just goes back to base, gets his phage. So looking towards that Triforce. It may even be those first item power spikes before we see KT pull the trigger on these engages.
Yeah, vision for now around the Herald here for KT, and the Herald should be a pretty straightforward objective given that Xiang is largely going to be deep farming. One of the reasons SMLZ entering the top side is to give them at least a semblance of shove. Now that the Rift Herald is a realistic objective to be contested. 5 walks up and does kill the control wards. So already OMG reading the map smartly and trying to get their own advantages on the top side.
For now it is just the calm before the storm, really. We'll see if there is actually a contest from KT around this Herald. Because LMG have the vision around it right now and are removing all the vision that KT have. They are mobilizing bot side, however. Score, you can see with the bot lane, look to take the tower, so it might be that trade. That being said, SMLZ also slowly pushing in the top side as well.
And they are sacking Shen completely here from OMG. They're doing their absolute best to make these trades, and whilst it feels like there's slight tempo, actually mid.
Engage in the mid lane. Smeb does get the quick flang and drag. Arrow coming across as well, but doesn't find its mark. and OMG simply walk away, though 5 taking a bit of a rescue route there, but will make his way back to the tower.
Gonna give up the Rift Herald in this play, KT. Feels eerily similar to Samsung and some of their trade downs. Not as much immediate gold onto OMG in terms of kills, but game flow pretty similar to that of Samsung's game 1.
Letting up small objective after small objective. 1 kill here and there over to OMG to the LPL side. And again, when do they pull the trigger? In the last series when we saw this happen, EDG just kind of took a Baron and then won the game, but OMG are definitely a different beast when it comes to those type of plays.
Baron tanking, pretty straightforward for them. Baron damage for now is going to be something that's going to be a bit too difficult to put out.
With the Herald in the back pocket of Dieko as well, they could look towards the mid lane outer, the last remaining outer after the turret trades that have happened, and both having control mages essentially in this mid lane. I'm going to still call Corki a control mage. He's mostly magic damage now. We'll be able to clear the waves. It's hard to break those turrets, and to break those turrets, you know, you've got your Ashe arrow, your Zac engages, still very nice to get through. Mid lane is Zac's best gank lane, simply because of the side brushes, if you have the control wards there, and even behind them, it's just about the vision.
So when does the engage happen for KT? Is it going to be those first item power spikes? Will it be on the Ocean Dragon in 30 seconds?
I think it's less about when and more about where. Because right now, there just hasn't been a spot. We've never been like, score, where's the elastic slingshot? Just because they've been trading around the map, trading down slightly. But because of the vision disadvantage and global disadvantage, they didn't really have any other option but to trade and trade down minutely in different roles. They're actually ahead 200 in gold, but that's just about how CS is being passed around among all the members, and Deft just keeping a bit competitive in bot lane. So the objective could be Ocean Drake. That is the second spawn.
Of course, there's very nice timings when you have Corki's package that you just saw on your screen to go 4 fights around the objectives, such as the Drake.
An insert comment about Trinity Force and Sorcerer's Shoes being completed on the Corki. So
spike, spike, spike.
I still feel like the where is the more interesting question. It seems like KT really want to fight around Drake. And let's see what OMG read into this, because like you say, the item spikes here are pretty insane for KT.
Well, partner strong. You just saw him hit SMRZ as he backs off, again clearing out this mid lane. That being said, KT will be able to just take away all of the vision around this dragon. I mean, OMG, honestly, at this point in time, will not be too unhappy if KT take a dragon.
No, and actually, if you were OMG, you see them at the Drake if you get vision just below into the river of where the Zac is. Of course, they can't see him right now. Then they can put the Herald mid. They can make the play where there's the members mismatch on the map.
They're wondering where Score is, Rusty. He's actually just sitting in a control ward.
Covert ops.
They don't have too much information. Both teams need some vision here.
Ashe just gave it to them, and Score's just charging up nothing.
Yep. And that Herald is starting to run down in its time. It will be needs to be used.
It could have just placed it mid for it.
Yeah.
I think if they didn't spot Score with the Hawk shot, they just would have done it.
Yeah.
Purely
Icon
so
still didn't find him.
The Herald would force his positioning.
He's about to find him.
Oh, he doesn't see him.
No, he's still there, but he actually steps outside of the brush. Trump comes down, arrow connects onto Desire. Lots of damage coming in from Bomb, but he needs to back away. Featherstone comes in and looking for the flank as well. Smeb comes in. Where's the Cataclysm? And Pawn gets the first kill. 2 kills over to the KT lineup. Icon being shoved out with his ADC. And Chiang, yes, he gets the kill onto Score, but at what cost?
Ends up being a 2 for 3 overall. Smeb didn't even use the Cataclysm the entire time. Never felt like he had a position to actually get a preferential engage or follow-up. Playing front to back as the Zac slowly died. The extra damage from the item spikes does win out for KT.
Exactly right, and just how difficult it is to take apart that Zac when he's been free farming for so long, completing his jungle items. There's not a lot of shred on the side of OMG until they get the second items completed, and we get to see this again. Of course, Icon briefly spots him, and they commit a lot just to taking out Score.
Yeah, it wasn't a big kidnap from the Let's Bounce. That was interrupted by the charm. But as you watch, Def flashes over a wall to get involved in the fight. He felt like all the damage was gone at this point. It was a pretty good read. Could just turn onto Xiang. So creative and very aggressive flash from Deft pays off, and that's why they slightly trade up as finally the Rift Hold, I imagine with almost no HP left, is summoned.
Yeah, almost no cooldown left on it, so it will be eventually brought into the mid lane. Not going to take the tower, but Deft will take it out right here. Essentially had to be used. That being said, OMG are using that pressure to go for this dragon. I was getting shoved back by Pawn, but I don't think this is going to be the completion of all of KT here to contest.
It looks like OMG have hard committed to this one. Score, he's looking.
It's going to be a smite contest if he wants to happen, and it's the steal for Score. Needs to get out of this one now, but the instant kill onto Mata. Arrow goes wide. OMG, do they want this fight? It's a 4 versus 5, but Xiang blasted away. Smeb comes in with a Cataclysm, and Pawn, both of the AD carries are free firing right now onto OMG. 2-for-1 trade.
Big fight coming out of KT. Again, just using the Zac engage. OMG committing to an area where Icon didn't even block them off. So they get the fight. They continue to get these extra kills and advantages crop up for them.
And the cooldowns just weren't there. Stand United on cooldown. Only now Featherstorm coming up. So Xayah basically has to say, sorry guys, there's nothing I can do. I don't have my peel tool. Flash and heal down on the Xayah. Every time you win a fight as KT, you can turn with Ashe and Trinity Force Corki and turn onto turrets.
Absolutely.
And while they don't die instantly, and take a stiff breeze to take them next time around.
And the thing that really scares you the most for watching OMG's decision-making there is they haven't spiked in items. They've gone for the Banshee's Veil on Icon, which is a bit more in the survivability route, so that he doesn't get ganked by the Zac. You've got tank items on your top laner in Xiang, but they're not tanky enough to get through a team fight. They're to survive the lane against the Jarvan. KT, they've got their flank.
They lock down 5, and he just does not get to move in this engage. Mid-tower falls, and so does 5.
And when I talked to LPL analysts about OMG, I was told they don't look to so much what the enemy is doing, they focus on their own game and play around it. And if this was a VOD review and I was the coach of OMG, I would say, who said you could start the Drake? Who thought that you were strong enough to take fights when you knew the Cataclysm was still available, when the item spikes were there? Same story under the turret that happened after this. OMG, for an Ocean Drake, walk up and invite short cooldown ultimates to be shot out again, and they lose the maximum.
Yeah, it's not a case of playing your own game this time for OMG. It's a case of making a mistake playing your own game.
You got to start. You didn't get to play games. You left Zac open.
You did.
Yeah, and we all knew. We all said it at the start of the game for the first like 15 minutes. When is the Zac gonna strike? When's he gonna come out here? When is Pawn and Death gonna turn online? And then it just happens around Dragon. And you said, where's it gonna happen as well, Papa? The Dragon spawns. We had a long dance, but eventually KT crack it open. And now they are firmly in the lead in terms of towers, in terms of the gold as well.
It's not a crazy amount of gold, though, realistically. 3-2 in turrets, the difference can be made up by 1 or 2 kills, which is the difference, and that 1 extra turret in the mid lane outer. Still very hard to take down, we've mentioned that, but you are starting to see those item breakpoints we were very concerned of for OMG when they took that last Drake fight for the Ocean Drake that they ultimately lost. You've got the rapid fire cannon for SMLZ. He's trying to distance himself so that he can freely get some hits off.
And when you run a hyper carry against Zac,
oh,
nice
good dodge. It's going to hit Rakan on the backside, and he has done for so long. Going to slap them both together. Here comes the Flying Drag as well, and SMLZ just locked down and deleted by KT.
Skydunk coming through from Smeb to clean this up. Good positioning, we said, in Champion Select against this comp is so difficult. Featherstorm twitched from SMLZ was massive, but someone had to pay for it. It was 5, and then they just turned on to SMLZ.
Yeah, and tragically, he twitched it the wrong direction, so there was no chance for him to use the E and actually keep the Zac in place, maybe prevent the follow-up there. But this is why you ban Zac. The Q, the distance between when the first one hits and the auto attack after is actually obnoxious.
And we were talking about scaling, like, okay, 3 items for Xayah. We could get to that point. The game was good for OMG. The problem is, when you think about how you actually baby a hyper carry to the 3rd item, it's usually clearing in a lane, normally mid lane, happily lapping up CS, getting 80 CS and finding an item. When you're against Zac, your safe zones are so much more constricted because of the amount of engaged distance that Zac can have. He doesn't even need to hit the E anymore. The Q is enough usually when you have a Jarvan especially. And this is the phase where it becomes so difficult to go from 2 to 3 items because every time KT push up the control wards, Xayah's safe farming zone gets so much more shallow.
And one step further than that even, Talia in a side lane's not all that ideal. Wants to clear and immediately roam back to mid as Xiang's actually a little bit out of position.
But Pawn will keep on following after. Score wants to try and get in range of this. Take a lot of damage over time. Arrow just barely misses. This chase continues, and right now he has to look for the dodge, but it's not going to happen because Score, right on top of his head, finds Xiang.
Easy as you'd like, of course. Pawn just having the package. They commit to a bottom lane fight. Score now immediately rotates towards mid himself, and Baron starts to crop up at 22 minutes as this actual feasible idea. OMG put hard pressure towards it, and that's why Xiang's going to go down. Just a nice little pot shot towards the bottom lane from KT.
It's a really great to see KT, after their last game, which was a loss, come out and then it's a sort of game where you look at their game plan, you're like, oh, this all made sense, you know?
Yeah.
You started in the swaps, you understood you needed to lose a little bit because of where the game was at, you respected the globals, you grouped, and then when was the fight coming? When was the fight coming? Finally, OMG opted into a fight, and KT was set up, their spikes were ready, and from there, it hasn't been suicide in the enemy jungle, looking for a stylish kill. It's largely followed. Now, they haven't stuck the landing just yet, but at least KT are playing the sort of League of Legends they did at the start of the season, where it all followed a particular formula.
Yeah, I'm sure Pawn will find a way to die once doing it, but maybe once is, you know, okay this time around, because 3-0-4 is a fantastic way to start it off here, Papa Smithy. Even getting a turret in the bottom side of the map during that.
You know what scares me the most, guys?
What's that?
I start wondering that if we get to a game 5, is someone going to put up their hand and suggest KT Rolster?
Nah, I don't think you could do that. It's a voting system, isn't it?
It's going to at least be a voting system.
But there is the chance for it, because everyone is expecting the KT win right here against OMG as the catch comes down onto 5. He just jumped away from that one, though. And then the next game becomes even more weighted towards the LPL. You have RNG taking on MVP. Miraculously, if MVP managed to win that game, we could go to a game 5, and we just don't know what the form is right now. Do you say KT is better than SKT in a 5th game?
No, I don't, but someone might, and that's what scares me.
Yeah. Of course, using the LPL method, you can't vote for yourself, and that's where the concerns come in. If SKT vote for someone and that one extra team's like, you know what, I think it's KT.
Solo queue all over again. I can believe in myself, but I don't know about everyone else, Rusty.
Well, we're still looking at this game right here for KT, and honestly, the win is on the horizon for them.
Weird how we kind of prescribed it right when it's 4,000 gold, it's a Drake, but the items are perfect. OMG, all they can really do is push up waves. We're waiting for the inevitability to transfer into the actual game-winning push. Still inner turrets alive for OMG.
And this is one of those moments where the vision control has been around the Baron for OMG, almost rather successfully and uncontested by KT until about now. They've got the Zyra coming through, Zack's always around the corner, and OMG were looking for these opportunities to pick. The Scuttle Crab was the one saving grace for them at this stage, but even then, with the explosive plants, they were aware.
Again, more damage there. Massive just catching out 5. We'll take him down to around half.
Mata was playing with fire, though, with everyone nearby. He had knowledge of it.
Surprisingly, hasn't gone Leandri's rush. Went for a very fast rush on Redemption, even after the Redemption nerfs alive. So surprising to see that. I guess knowing how Brash's teammates are and having a bit of healing might be the way for the Zyra.
At the same time, 2 early Quicksilver Sashes from KT just to get out of that initiation to 5. In fact, all of the CC coming in from OMG. Because they do have it in buckets. Now that was just a recall there on 5, and it's now 25 minutes in, so we are looking towards the Baron area. You can see both teams placing down their vision in their own jungle, trying to push it up and see if we can actually get any information of your OMG.
I mean, the vision is excellent actually from OMG. You mentioned just a second ago around the Baron. It's advanced, it's also shallow. It's a sort of a vision where you need multiple sweepers or multiple control wards to clear out all the relevant information. So OMG can continue to make the play, and like you say, Rek'Sai does, on a budget, provide extra vision. So for now, KT, who want to close the game with a Baron, you see the Corki Rockets and the Baron minions coming up, and you can be pretty confident about KT. This is kind of their last frontier, and being able to open up as a sort of lead that finally OMG won't be able to answer.
And of course, the thing with the Zack that you have to remember is whilst their vision is great, all it takes is one bush to not be warded. And that's the one that is 1,900 units away, where he's still able to get the engage off from. You just don't even know how far away he's going to be. Always possible. And KT, they've actually bought back all of that vision. OMG had to recall and start to buy more control wards. There's not a crazy amount in their inventories right now.
The longer this goes, though, the closer SMLZ gets towards his 3rd item. He already has the pickaxe and the BS sword on his way to the Infinity Edge. Now, if you say that, and then you have Score and Smeb ready just to jump on his face regardless of how much he builds. So it's tough, but he's getting there in terms of damage.
And the builds were halted from KT when it comes to pure damage. 2,500 gold on QSSs of the gold lead, just for safety. The spikes are still going to be irrelevant, still going to put out massive damage, but they turn onto Baron.
the Baron.
They do back away, though. Arrow is launched onto Jirko. He's still rooted and all the CC. He literally can't move. And in comes SMLZ in 5. He gets the big turn off onto KT. Jump over the wall. Smeb goes down. Icon claims the glory of that kill. And all in all, it is a 1-for-1 trade.
And it's not going to be something that will allow KT to turn on to Baron.
This
But the re-engage.
Oh, Score coming back in once more. Wanted the auto attack, but didn't quite happen for him. Xiang trying to get away with 5, who jumps back to his ADC. Pawn on the front lines. In comes SMLZ from the 5 as well, forces the flash. Feather Dance not going to be doing all that much while Xiang trading with Score on the side. And Let's Bounce pretty much as a disengage.
And they just came into the same sort of area around the red side into Azaya damage. She wasn't able to be CC'd. Sure, the Rek'Sai was dead, but ended up giving up Smeb's knife. Like, Smeb will be able to teleport in 15 seconds, but that's the sort of equal trade with Azaya on the precipice of 3 items that you like if you're OMG.
Absolutely, and especially getting to that flank position, going for the crit bill. Once that 3rd item is there, we'll be able to 1v1 most AD carries and mid laners running around on the Rift, maybe close with Corki. A lot of this, for me, a lot of this engages, whilst it's nice, and they immediately take out Jericho, there's no way they follow this one up because of 5's ability to come back to Xayah specifically. The extra dash range is what keeps him alive. And remember, throughout all of this, Icon's able to generate enough damage as just a champion with SMLZ to get the pick. Stutter step, nice movements coming out of 5, and Xiang to stay alive as well. Could have been close to a second pick. Would have been the Baron if the second pick came through. Remember, the jungler of OMG was the one who died.
There is an engage happening when we jump back to live. There's the slam coming in from Score, and 5 instantly just detonates. We've got Score still being held back, but everyone is starting to die from OMG. They've lost their ADC. Double kill coming in for Smeb as well. Chasing down Jericho. Does not get to take the tunnel. And 4 kills to KT. An overextension from OMG.
Yeah, this time the terrain was in their advantage. This time they could start the fight and gap close onto SMLZ. He dies. They turn onto Baron. No one there to contest it. Xiang cannot home guard in fast enough. And that was what KT needed to finally pick up the Baron.
Absolutely was, and Pawn is a monster right now running around on Summoner's Rift, having all the big item spikes. This is the perfect positioning from Score. He's on a control ward, gets the fight, Ash gets the arrow, everything here collapses perfectly.
And you just look at SMLZ, who's actually flanked by Pawn, who walks in, crits him to the face, he's dead. Then the Cataclysm is perfect. This is what they were shooting for in the enemy jungle, but instead their target selection was, all right, let's kill the jungle, we can do Baron. But the moment all the gap closed was used, they had to walk out. This time, in the open, able to get the picks they want, able to get the buff they want, and now they can play 3 lanes, they can dive 1 lane. A lot of options here for KT Rolster to break the base.
And the carries are gigantic. Pawn right now is 506. He's got his triple items, and he's working his way towards the 4th. And he's got the QSS bottom lane doing pretty similar things, 209. And OMG, I mean, you're looking at SMLZ, and last fight doesn't get to participate. Comes in, gets flanked, and then instantly dies. Now OMG firmly on the back foot. KT with the Baron, as you said, Papa, going to be pushing up all of these lanes. And OMG doesn't look like they are too long for this world at half an hour into this game.
We wrote off their death early. The eulogy was premature. Mistake made by KT. Not a big enough mistake to change the tide. Now they'll take a free Mountain Drake. Corki doesn't need the backup of his team to put the push into the top lane. They can just have Zac shadowing the Ashe lane and the bot side. Play 3 lanes, start to push up, and then if the turret dives there, they certainly have the cavalry to make it happen.
For sure. It's one of the most LPL compositions you'll see from KT. Of course, one of the closest to the LPL teams from Korea themselves.
Hey, it's been working for them today. Why not steal the job and bring back something that was there at the start of LCK Summer? The reliability of making the initiation is not in any question, and so far it's worked out.
And just having Engage everywhere from KT's side, being able to use the lead they have, accelerate that. A bit of the Korean finesse with the LPL composition.
You say everywhere, and I know you're not facetious, because Pawn, he'll get in there with a knockup.
Oh, you know it.
With the special delivery. He's happy to initiate. We've seen it many times.
I was very much meeting him specifically as well.
Baby.
Yeah, quite literally everybody.
It was a big buff when Corki got a knock aside.
As you said, you know, Engage is at a premium for the LPL teams, and KT has definitely come out with that in spades. You see Score again, just sitting in fog of war, lurking in the shadows, waiting for his opportunity to start jumping onto them.
No one can stop Deft.
Just stepping up and almost takes away all of the tower's HP.
It's Icon's responsibility to stop Deft, actually, to use the seismic shove, not SMLZ, but someone has to answer top lane. Oh. He's about to just take it.
Oh boy.
I mean, what's Icon going to do right here? He misses the flick, and I mean, Corki will just take away the tower. It feels like it should be a little bit harder for them to break the base, but apparently not. Better Storm comes up. Good timing on that one. We'll see what damage SMLZ can do in this one. His front line is holding, but the towers are down. And right now, KT pretty much gotten what they came for. Arrow goes wide. And for now, KT, they'll see what else they can get from this engage. It may even be the inhibitor as well.
They have to respect 5, who does have Flash and all his suite of initiation
Watch the Zac.
keep walking up here. They do get mid lane inhibitor.
Always threatening, and that's the problem. SMLZ used his ultimate to survive once, but Zach's E cooldown is far quicker than that of their opponent.
Wall comes up, but unfortunately they don't catch anyone. Pawn, he gets over the wall and then face plants another wall.
Yeah, he stacked that one, but that's sort of a skateboard trick that you can stack, and then you still have the highlight video from before. It's fine.
Yeah, don't worry, just cut the tape on that one. We're all good. But KT managed to get 2 towers, 2 inhibs off of that Baron push. Go back to base. I mean, the pockets are lined with gold, and that's represented in the items as well. OMG, I mean, when do they call it? When is the time to go in? And even if they do, it's no guarantee they'll even get a good trade.
I mean, realistically, the time for OMG is as soon as possible. If they don't go in the next time, then the next turret gets threatened, the inhibitor falls down, and with 3 inhibitors gone, there's nothing stopping KT from playing the game out slow, getting another Baron, and just winning the game through the inhibitors alone.
And it's another game where the tank itemization kind of tells you the story, because Smeb and Score just press all their buttons at SMLZ, and he can flash past them to try and do damage to everyone else. There's really nothing you can do, even with Summoners up, to push past Zach with Randuin's and a Gargoyle Stoneplate Guardian Angel on the Jarvan, whereas Pawn and Deft, they've hit their item timings, they even have QSS if they step up too far. So even the itemization is going to take one hell of an outplay for there to be anything for OMG.
It hurts Papa Smithy to say, in the draft phase, Xayah was a bad pick. It just hurts.
Yep. That first rotation was a bit questionable, especially giving over the Zac now to Score, and you've seen how effective he has been.
He's got his package here, Pawn, actually, and OMG are going forward.
I mean, they've gone for the engagement, they pretty much have to, but the Strong Thorns is huge, and they can't do anything. Everybody knocked up, and everyone taken back, courtesy of Score.
Here he
Black
goes.
Drive, the ultimate as well, and he's about to put them in the body bag here. Xiang doing what he can, but he's just going to go down. And Score chasing out Icon. He tries to get to the back lines, but it's just useless. Triple kill to Pawn, and they go for the jugular.
And the opposite day continues. Can you believe in SKT and their Samsung in the first 2? The answer was no, but KT Rolster come back to the form they've shown in fits and spades, and they will make it a series. We're going to game 4.
Oh, we're going for the spawn pad as well. Of course we are. And KT keep the hopes and dreams of the entire LCK region alive.
It's important for KT, it's important for the entire LCK region to get that victory. And they did make it look easy. They proved why this was a free win for them ultimately. OMG, the 4th seed, super inconsistent, but we're yet to see the good side of them in this whole tournament. Torn to shreds by the KT roster. I mean, you gave them Zac. You did make it just a little bit harder for yourself.
And the amusing part, though, is that KT, they have done the Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde quite a lot this season, where they'll have a game 1, they explode people, even against Rox Tigers in that last series. Game 1 was Pawn on Corki and a complete domination of Rox Tigers. So the best of 1, which worked against SKT and Samsung, in my estimation, this time around, it was the good KT Rolster. And like you say, dominated OMG, but the work, I think, starts in the next match, because now we need to believe in MVP.
That's the big one.
Because they've done their job, right? KT had to win that series, but it seems like LPL got the better when you look at the big picture, because now RNG going up against MVP, they literally need a miracle. And I don't feel we've seen enough from MVP to say they can take on the consistency we've seen so far from RNG. It's going to be difficult. We're going to send it over to the analyst desk, though, to see what they think about that game.
Thank you very much, Paulson. Yes, the LCK does stay alive in this series, but it was expected, and now it's all about the next game. But let's take it back. KT did play controlled. They did play consistent this time based on the picks that they were able to get.
Yeah, it seems like the dream has to be a little bit reassessed. This is when LPL starting to wake up. Just to look back at the draft here, because KT gets their hands on Zac. And Zac is the big focus for us. What's happening here? Why is this pick getting through?
I mean, you used the word wake up, but I feel like we're still asleep at the wheel. Like, what is that? That's Zac in the jungle. That's Corki, Pawn's Corki of all things. And Icon had the potential to grab that pick away from him. He chose the Taliyah. So draft order there, I feel like everything was really given to OMG to make sure that that didn't happen, and they opted into this just terrible choice.
For me, just to take a second look at this, because for me, I liked the Taliyah just because of the early shove, right? Biggest focus is because there were so many top lane bans that I was looking towards what would Xiang pick. And in domestically in the LPL, he would go towards the Shen. And even though it is good, it has a good matchup versus Jarvan, suddenly you're on a scaling composition. You have to wait a lot more, and it felt like waiting is something OMG couldn't do here.
Yeah, the issue for me was the fact that they opted in for the Taliyah straight after that second ban phase. The issue is, right, what you can do is you can then pick the Jarvan there. They know that Pawn's going to go for the Corki, so it's sort of almost like they said, all right, Xiang, well, we've only banned top lanes, but we're just going to leave you and you're going to be screwed anyway. Like, that is the clear mistake, according to me, as far as that draft was concerned.
It's a mistake, just to take it away, because it's a mistake because, I mean, if they're not willing to go back to their old scale-up style, and if they're looking to contest a lot more earlier on, then they just pick on the Jarvan, right? What do you think, Frost?
I don't know. I'm all about the Xayah. I think that's where you make the adaptations there, where you can start grabbing some of these priority champions like the Corki, like the Jarvan, or maybe even change up the draft completely just because the AD carry pool hadn't been shrunk that much. And we know SMLZ can go to things like Jhin and make it work in this meta, but for some reason they're just so tunneled in on priority picking Xayah that it locks them into these scaling compositions because they'll forego everything else.
Also, Talia has had a fantastic tournament so far, so maybe Icon's just thinking, well, like we saw Westor, he fell down like, what, 150 CS behind his opponent. Didn't matter. The Weaver's wall was still fantastic in the late game. And OMG probably thought that they could just try and stall this one out. So they've got that ridiculous Xayah. So you can understand the mindset. It's just not going to work against KT because if KT get ahead, and when they're smiling, we mentioned this earlier on, when they were sitting at that desk, this was a happy KT, and a happy KT is a terrifying KT. And this time you saw exactly why.
And it started out for me when OMG started contesting for Dragon, because at that point on, it was like, oh, what are they looking to do? They're trying to get Vision on down. But then, funny enough, Score had an interesting position, Frost.
Yeah, he was sitting in a bush, and I was like, why don't you just check that bush? It's like one of those things where you're walking by it, just put your face in it. And it's not so much the fact for me that OMG were contesting, it was when they were contesting. Papa Smithy brought this up in cast, and I'm just going to echo it here. On the item breakpoints for OMG, they are not strong to fight right now. You have a Trinity Force that's live on the Corki. You have, I believe, 2 completed items right now on Def's AD carry. Like, why are you choosing to fight for this? Because if you lose, you're just going to fall further and further behind on a scaling composition. That's an Ocean Dragon. That's not worth your game.
And they also don't even get the Ocean Dragon, unfortunately.
They were just fooled by how many people they saw on the map looking to contest. They didn't see the Zac, they didn't see the Corki, and then when they get shocked by it, it's all about positioning because they didn't have the positioning. They couldn't protect for their AD carry. They couldn't protect for their backline. And the problem with Shen here is that definitely he's not going to do too much when he does not have time.
Yeah, the Flash actually condemning his partner there as well. So easy double kill for KT, and it honestly looked like it was just from then on, it was a problem. As Zac gets ahead, and it is just disgusting. You put Zac in the hands of a player like Score as well. I mean, we've been talking him up forever, it seems. I mean, he's been absent from the competitive scene, the international competitive scene for a long time. However, we now get a taste of exactly why you don't give him the power pick.
Yeah, it was in that big kind of closing mid-game fight when the reach of Zac from over the Raptor wall, I believe is where he started, just lands right on top of SMLZ. And before we show that replay, what you need to notice is that SMLZ doesn't have Flash. The reason why, and when he gets obliterated by the flank from Pawn, is because he burned it with his mid laner to chase a kill that his mid laner got. That is just such a fundamental, basic mistake. Why aren't they calling in team fights, hey, I have this kill, instead of wasting 2 valuable summoners on your 2 carries to chase something down?
And regardless of that, because even if you did have Flash, Pawn had an amazing game, Pawn had an amazing flank, and I thought that this is a type of Pawn that we'd like to see. With that being said, it's the Zac show.
Yeah, Score is easily going to be able to pick up this MVP, and look, he deserves many, many more here on the international stage at 1-1-15. Fantastic scoreline. He's on the Zac. Admittedly, I mean, it feels a little bit free win when you get it, but we've seen it lose so far. Casa wasn't quite as successful yesterday. And look, it now all comes down to this. We have to move towards RNG versus MVP. KT have got us there, but it's a very scary proposition for an LCK fan.
Yeah. How are you feeling?
Look, I'm happy because, like, the thing is with me is that I was an LPL commentator. Like, I've still got the I still think about LGD sometimes at night, you know, getting really upset. Like, I still have the LPL tendencies, so it's
wake up in a cold
absolutely
sweat.
fine. Yeah, I certainly do. But we are going to move on, guys. I'm sorry. We're going to have to throw it over to Wendy for some translation of the interview.
Hello everyone, welcome to the 2017 Rift Rivals. 我是今天的主持人小熊。现在呢，在我身边就是刚 LCK 拿下第1胜的 KT 选手 Deft。안녕하세요。
네, 안녕하세요.
好，我们这边 人气非
He
常
is
非常的
definitely
高。我
very
们接下来
popular.
问一下，因为刚刚其实相信支持 LCK 赛区的观众朋友一定都非常的紧张啦，因为
So we believe
LPL
that everyone
现
was
在
very
的分
nervous
数其实是金牌
for
状态，
the
那
people supporting
LCK 的希望
LCK.
其实都是担在 KT 身上，那他压力一定非常大。
So you must have a
이제
lot of pressure.
LPL 한 경기 차이로 이제 이기게 됐는데 한 판 이기셨잖아요. 이제 부담이 많이 됐는지 물어봅니다.
일단 저희 LCK에서 1, 2경기에서 좀 믿었던 팀들이 무너져서 조금 부담감을 안고 하긴 했는데 그래도 다행히 이긴 것 같아서.
他说前两队就是有一点不如预期的结果，但是
So
所以还蛮有
the
压力的，
performance
但
of
是
the
还好就是
previous
赢
two
过这一场。
teams wasn't
是
as
的，今天在选
expected.
角部分，其实感觉 LCK 是占了非常大的优势。
So we
我
did
注
see
意到
that for the
LCK 今
champion
天的
picks,
AD 都是
KT
选择了
did have an
艾希。那我刚
advantage.
在跟后台的主播赛评讨论，他们是说，OMG 这个先亮了差雅这支角色。那一般来说，艾希会比较难打差雅一些。那为什么他还是选择了艾希呢？
이제
Ash versus Zaya, Ash would have a harder time. So why did you still pick
먼저
Ash?
잘 골랐는데 애쉬를 고른 이유를 알 수 있을까요?
일단 애쉬로 자야 상대로 그렇게 힘들지 않다고 생각하고 또 저희 팀적으로 애쉬가 필요한 그런 뱀픽이어서 고르게 됐어요.
就他觉得其实艾希没有很难打
So he thinks that Ash is not a hard champion
艾希
to
是
play.
必须的，所以才会选这一支。
And because Ash
今
is
天
a
艾
must
希
for
很
the team
多兵
competition.
线的开战是非常的漂亮，想问一下他有没有特别针对对方哪一位选手去开大兵线的？
So did you focus on any specific player in the opponent team?
그 중에서 뭐 특별히 누구를 많이 노렸다거나 그런 거 있나요?
특별히 누굴 노린 것보다 일단 한타를 열라고 많이 노력했는데 좀 처음에는 그래도 괜찮게 썼는데 갈수록 좀 긴장을 해서 맞질 않더라고요.
他说就是没有特别想要瞄准谁，但是
So he
一开始
didn't really think
命中率
about
还
who
蛮
to
好的，但
focus.
是越来后面就太紧张，所以
But he did
命
get
中
a
率
bit
其实蛮
nervous
低的，所以
later.
很难过。
And he didn't really land any ult, and he was very sad.
이제 게임이 후반에 갈수록 점점
However, the game was
승리가
going better for
가까워졌는데
KT, so
왜
how
긴장이
come you got
되셨는지
nervous
궁금하다고 합니다.
instead?
글쎄요, 그냥 긴장이 됐어요.
他说他也不太了解，就是觉得很紧张。
So he doesn't really know, he just feels very
非常的
nervous.
可爱。那我想问一下，因为我一直都知道 KT 的战术都是非常的激进，打法非常凶狠，但
So we usually know that KT's style is more
这是战
aggressive.
术的一环吗？
이제 KT의
So how come this time it wasn't? So was it a strategy?
느낌인데요. 오늘은 게임 전체적인 내용이 좀 천천히 이게 템포가 늦게 진행된 것 같은데 이게 전략으로 준비된 건지 궁금하다고 합니다.
일단 상대 팀이 뭐 쉔탈리아 이런 좀 합류가 빠른 픽들을 골라서 저희가 좀 확실할 때만 싸우는 그런 쪽으로 해서 조금 게임이 천천히 됐던 것 같아요.
就是因为对面有很多支那种可以在很远的地方支援的全球人的招数，
So he's saying that the opponent did have a lot of global champions.
赢的时候才要打，所以
So that's why they have to confirm that they can win and then start the fight.
好，那最后有没有要跟等一下要登场的 MVP 喊个话？
So lastly, do you have anything to say to MVP?
네, 일단 좀 LCK가 지금 좀 지고 있는데 그래도 MVP 팀이 힘내줘서 꼭 5경기까지 가서 다시 역전했으면 좋겠어요.
他说虽然现在 LCK 有点弱势，
So
但
he
是
said, although
他希望
LCK is a
MVP
bit
加油可以
behind,
到第5场，我们还是有
however,
机会
MVP
的。
can do it.
好的，恭喜
And let's get to
KT，
game
接下来
5.
就是 MVP 对上 RNG
So we
的
now
比
have
赛。
MVP versus RNG.
Thank you very much, Wendy. And yes, we do indeed have RNG versus MVP. Everyone knew it because, of course, game number 4, it's going to be the last remaining teams that haven't played yet today. And this is going to be a huge test for MVP. We'll see whether we can do it right after the break.
And looking for the flank as well. Smith comes in, where's the Cataclysm? And Porn gets the first kill. 2 kills over to the KT lineup. Icon being shoved out with his ADC. And Jiang, yes, he gets the kill on to score. And 5 instantly just detonates. Got Score still being held back, but everyone is starting to die from OMG. They've lost their ADC. Double kill coming in for Smith as well. Chasing down Jericho. Does not get to take the tunnel.
Here he
Flash
goes.
drag, the ultimate as well. And he's about to put them in the body bag here. Jiang doing what he can, but he's just going to go down. And Score chasing out Icon. He tries to get to the backline, but it's just useless. Triple kill to Pawn.
But KT Rolster come back to the form they've shown in bits and spades, and they will make it a series. We're going to Game 4.
Welcome back to Rift Rivals 2017. I'm, of course, still Atlas, joined by Frosker and Raz once again, and we're up to game number 4. LCK's final hope to make it to a game 5 rests with MVP, and the LPL have RNG, who have been having a fantastic performance thus far. They played brilliantly yesterday, and they had a great game on our second day of the tournament as well. So, guys, it feels like the LPL should be able to take it over here.
And for me, it would be unfair to count MVP out with how good LPL has been playing.
I don't know, I've been watching them all season.
Okay, you know what? All right. I'll take your word for it.
Oh, it's a rough. Like, if you're going to put your eggs into a basket, I ain't going to be putting them into a basket that has MVP written on it. Yeah.
There's two baskets here. There's the are
There's a
you
lot of
betting on
baskets.
MVP to carry, or are you betting that LPL can throw this as hard as possible? Like, I feel like there's just this tiny little voice that's like, yeah, theoretically, RNG should be able to take this. They've looked great over the course of the tournament. It's been MLXG in particular kind of stabilizing his jungle pathing, which has been hemorrhaging domestically in the LPL. We expected them to be the weakest LPL representative, but that's been taken by OMG. But again, just this tiny little voice is like,
Yeah, well, let's take a look at this sort of up and down as well. If we have a look at some of these matchups, you've got ADD, who hasn't necessarily been having a great tournament thus far. He's versus Let Me, who's been stepping up. The other thing is Beyond, of course. Like, this guy has been hit or miss. The guy's Rek'Sai has been good. He's been pretty stalwart in trying to keep onto it. However, up against MLXG, who's been having the tournament of his life. His Lee Sin play was absolutely incredible. And we are going to go through the lineup here. Ian in the mid lane is the next one that I was going to get to. That could be a problem as Maha and Max are going to round out the roster.
And it's also the fact that MVP have been kind of standardizing their style of play.
Yeah.
They're moving away from their pick compositions. We now look at RNG's lineup.
Let Me in the top lane, MLXG, Xiaohu, and then rounding out their bottom lane is Y4 and Ming. And Ming has been playing really godly.
Yeah, that's the other name there. If MLXG is having a great tournament, Ming is also cutting his teeth internationally. Again, filling big shoes in the case of Mata, but certainly stepping up.
Yeah, he's looked absolutely phenomenal. And the Thresh play is fantastic. I mean, Max, he is a player that we've always looked to for MVP. The reason why they're here, the reason why they're in 4th place is that Max is able to change up that champion pool so often. He picks crazy things. He got a quadra kill on Scion support, for goodness sake. Like, this guy is the reason that they made it there, and this season, it just hasn't been the same. He has been mixing up those picks, but the rest of the team can't get around it. They can't strategize to fit in with this craziness, and now they found themselves just picking standard compositions. What made MVP MVP is now just gone, and it feels like they're just a worse LCK team than the other ones, instead of having all of this sort of surprise power. Exactly.
I think that's fair, and I think that maybe they're just using this tournament to kind of find some stability since they're not doing so well in the LCK right now. That's probably a fair point, but they need to do something now. They are needed here to take a point off of LPL. And meanwhile, you look at the LPL representative in RNG, and I want to take a larger focus on MLXG, who has definitely been performing poorly in the LPL, has been taken in and out with their sub Yeehan. But then this time around, it seems like he's been proving something for himself individually.
But I don't know if it's conscious, if that makes sense. I feel like RNG have kind of wandered into greatness, because you look at some of their drafts.
That's scary.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Because the big thing for me is, yes, MLXG has been performing better, but it's next to a consistent powerhouse in Xiaohu. And I always love when Xiaohu gets champions like the Corki, like the Talia, where he's able to not just dominate his own lane, but then team up with MLXG, get to those side lanes, help propel RNG forward. And it almost seems like this seems so clear to me, but RNG don't recognize this. And sometimes they just lock down Xiaohu in his lane. He does well, but the rest of the map falls behind. And that's why I'm kind of curious, is this consistently RNG recognizing what they're strong at, or do they just get these champions for free and it somehow ends up working out?
I think they have the better read on the meta. As you've mentioned, they're getting the picks that are working for them and is strong in the meta. But at the same time, remember, they've said in interviews that getting a stronger vision control has been their focus. That's what they've been consistently getting better at that in this tournament. MLXG and Ming are actually working as a duo. And just being able to say that says a lot for this team. So if that's going to be what we're focusing on, then I feel like MVP, that's been a weakness for them, or at least from what I can see. And so that could be something that MVP have to actually actively battle against.
Yeah, and the issue is going to come down to the draft here as well, because we all know that Ian has 2 champions that he can win on, the Karma and the Syndra. They're going to be taken away. I have a feeling that RNG have done at least enough homework to figure that one out. That is going to be the huge problem. I feel like there's a gaping hole in the mid lane for MVP, and that's exactly where RNG's strength lies. And on top of that, Beyond versus MLXG, MLXG's been having a phenomenal tournament. That Lee Sin game stands out like a sore thumb.
But these stats are very heavily weighted to Beyond. We have to remember that they did face OMG.
Yeah,
and
wow.
a lot of that KDA was propelled by OMG trying to dive.
This is one of those cases where you're like, look at the faces and you're like, yeah, well, MVP haven't been playing well, and RNG, we're toting them as one of the best LPL teams at this tournament. And then you look at those numbers, you're like, whoa, that does not demonstrate what we're talking about at all.
That's because Beyond, even though we've talked about how MLXG has been performing well, Beyond, even in their losses, have had high KDA, high early pressure. And remember, when they went up against OMG, he was a 4-0 Rek'Sai. And I guess the 4-0 Rek'Sai curse has not been a good one. But regardless, he's been performing well. So that's kind of a point where we have to look to this matchup and see who ends up coming out on top. And I think that MLXG has had, not only is he performing well, but he has a team coming on around him. You already mentioned Xiaohu. And if Xiaohu gets his hand on either the Corki or the Talia, I mean, we talk about those two picks a lot. If Syndra somehow comes to him, I feel like MLXG working with Xiaohu has always been their strength. But if you add in the third person of Ming, it gets even better.
Pound for talent, there's no excuses for LPL.
Yeah.
RNG are heavy favorites in this. They should win. It should close out here. RNG are their own worst enemy, and we see this domestically all the time. Yes, they're playing consistently now, but I'm just waiting for MLXG to, kill himself on Krugs. Or that happened. Definitely happened. And mess up his entire jungle pathing and then just, pick losing lane matchups and just draft themselves into a hole. So for me, it's not even so much the players. I'm looking at Firefox right now, the coach standing behind them. He's very vocal. He's a very aspirational coach. He wants to get his hands in it. He's a very young guy, and he needs to show up for me and put RNG on the right track to win.
Yeah, and if we're looking at the draft here, which we're going to very, very soon, are we going to be looking at gathering early pressure? Because we saw MVP not necessarily figure that one out. Or are we going to be looking for that late game power? We'll have to find out, ladies and gentlemen, though, as we head into game number 4. Let's throw it over to the casters.
Hopefully we can answer that question for you, Atlas. Thank you so much for the analysis. And now it's all come down to this for the LPL. Everything has been stacked up for RNG. All they need to do is just kick over the first domino and everything should be in place.
How did it end up like this? I don't know.
How does it make you feel, Papa?
I mean, the weird thing is that we're believing in RNG and understandably not believing in the side of MVP, but even that is a bit of a wool over your eyes compared to what the expectations were for RNG. Both these teams coming off a win. MVP 1-1 overall. They beat Machi, but we felt good about RNG yesterday. That was also a win over Machi, so I'm super excited to see the draft, and I circled something on my piece of paper and showed you, Rusty. I think it's time to leave Caitlyn open on the red side. Let Y4 have it, because the priority picks for RNG, I feel like there are picks that supersede the Caitlyn.
And perhaps for the final time today, we're going to jump into Champion Select. It's RNG up against MVP. We're jumping into these bans real quick. Kalista and Galio will start it off for RNG.
Yeah, Kalista banned by RNG on the blue side. If that doesn't indicate the champions they're looking towards, I don't know what does. But at the same time, I like the bans now coming through from MVP as adaptations out of necessity.
And there's a real quirk here about RNG. They've played 3 games all on the blue side. They haven't played a single game on the red side. They come in on the 4th game when they have choice of side and choose blue predictably. So far, they've played Thresh and Jarvan every game. Jarvan is their blind pick on the top lane, and that should be information that MVP have been made very clear. Rek'Sai has been Beyond's jungler. That's banned away. I like to see that. Something has to give in terms of this pick ban, and I feel like that something is Caitlyn. Give it to them.
And remember during all of this that there are still mid lane champions there and available for both of them. Of course, Xiaohu has been utterly incredible throughout his regular season and coming into this tournament. Did 44% of his team's damage in one game as Corki. That's always going to be somewhere you have to look towards as another respect ban.
And so they leave open Caitlyn. That sounds like a gambit. Caitlyn has been permanently contested this tournament. It's going to be locked in. Y4 is only 1-1 on the Caitlyn, and Y4 is the biggest question mark here. It is not RNG riding into game 4 with Uzi. You give Uzi Caitlyn,
you're not on his
every
back.
team in the world is shuddering. This is not the same sort of respect, and I wonder how MVP will draft against it. It could be the Jhin that was a big one for Maha, or just maybe a Varus.
I'm expecting the Rakan to be seen at the very least. With that, you could couple an Ashe, I would say, for Maha here. Just having that extra pick for the 2v2 bottom lane. But of course, you wouldn't go straight towards AD carries now unless you really want to cement that 2v2, but you give Ming the option then.
So I think MVP was surprised a bit by the bans on blue side. The Galio on blue, interesting. The Kalista on blue, interesting. I thought that MVP would fit in a Corki ban some way here, because Xiaohu's Corki has been just dominant. It's superseded most of the other Corki players. He could take it in this round of the draft.
Certainly could.
And this would be a really strong power pick, because like we said with Ian, is he going to Karma?
Sure.
Is he going to Orianna? Is he going to Syndra? Because Syndra's actually still available here.
And I really do like the option of the Corki here, strictly into the Syndra as well as the
There it is.
matchup, but for Xiaohu individually as well.
But how does Ian go? Because Ian has been the big swing. Ian's fall in summer has led to MVP's fall. Does he go Syndra, his comfort? Does he look to Orianna, a competitive lane? or does he go elsewhere? Maybe he'll actually take his time. They'll just draft the Ashe to stop there being AD carry bans.
That's risky though. Because again, you get rid of the mid lane as your pick third, you pick the AD carry.
But he's got 3, Rusty. He's got 3 champions he can play. He can play the Syndra, he can play the Karma. He could also go to Orianna that was 0-6. They did pick up a win with it against Marchi, so they can feel a little bit better about it. The bans now on blue side are going to be the most interesting.
Yeah, let's quickly recap where we're up to. So it was Rakan, Elise, and Ashe coming in from MVP, and Gragas and Corki for the first phase of picks for RNG. Jarvan's going to be banned out here against Let Me, but we are probably looking to hammer out that top lane pool right now, as no one has picked a top laner. Again, Jax aimed at ADD.
Yeah, Let Me, very good tank player, has been able to dabble in some other carries. Of course, Renekton's still one of those top lane champions that you're looking at and saying it's going to be up and available. MVP, they get the first rotation of picks in the second pick phase. Do RNG get rid of it, or do they actually want to go back to the historic Gnar counter that Let Me has actually played?
Kled banned away in this scenario. These questions, they keep on mounting. The draft has gone surprisingly like we expected, but also very different. This is quintessential late game tournament meta. These teams meta. Jarvan, Thresh, the 2 blue side staples banned away from the side of RNG. Will it just be the Orianna here that does fit the comp and the initiation very well? I think you have to blind pick mid lane. Oh, sorry, answer the Corki and have the answering pick for ADD at last. To me, Orianna fits the situation cleanest.
And for now, that was all top lane bans. So Jax, Renekton, Kled, and Jarvan removed from ADD and Let Me. So we'll see where else they can go from here on out. MVP looking towards the mid laner. Right, hit that one on the head there, Papa. It will be the Syndra in the mid lane for Ian.
And this is something that I don't want to deep dive into here, but Ming's champion pool, just keep in your mind the Leona. Just think about it. It's always an option.
Well, we've been on a hit streak so far in terms of getting the right choices here, so I'll leave you there. And like you said, against Syndra,
Tahm Kench makes the most sense, to be fair.
There's a lot of options here. You're pretty relieved in terms of pressure when you're laning against Rakan. Looks like it's going to be the Karma support, just for some lane pressure anyway. Now the question mark is, what is the blind pick top laner? ADD has had a struggle to put together champions like, for example, the Sion that was his big pick in the spring season. I could see him running Rumble, but that's probably too high on the magic damage, so it probably has to be a physical damage dealer on the red side, and they're going to go for a pressure laner. They will pick Let Me something with pressure. I'm really interested to see where ADD goes here, because a lot of his effective champion pool is gone.
Yeah, and physical damage dealers on the red side with Camille gone. You're looking at Fiora almost as one of the only remaining, right?
Please no.
I know what you're thinking.
It's tough.
It's a good matchup for sure. Now, there is another matchup you can go, bringing back an old pick. The Poppy is seen basically as only a Camille counter, kind of how the Gnar is only reliably seen on 7-12 into the Renekton. Counter is strong, but it does have a lot of outplay against the Camille. But we're sending the clock back a lot. But hey, if you told MVP, let's send the clock back to spring, they'd smile and say, yes, please, as fast as possible.
But is this an MVP composition out from Spring, Papa? Because I was promised cheese, but we've gone straight back into Summer MVP.
I have a great news for you. Yes, this is a comp MVP can play. Pick comp was the only style they would play. They would fit in the cheese, but the cheese would fit into pick as an identity. Poppy fits into the pick comp. This is something that MVP works, but there is still that dread that Let Me can get going on the Camille, and then all the pseudo answers that a Poppy can provide are just nullified.
And look, to be perfectly honest with you as well, Max is known for being able to play a wide plethora of cheesy champions. Rakan is still perfect for him. He's got the tools to be the engaged, the disengaged. He's just got so much there for himself with the champion that I feel like this is where he'll stick towards if I'm picking meta, not cheese as Max.
It's my favorite draft that MVP have put together all summer. Does that mean they're going to win? Definitely still up in the air, but it fits the players. It has some comfort on the players. This is a must-win. We're relying on MVP, and if they go out with this draft, at least they haven't let themselves down in pick and ban.
It's just such a nail-biter. If you're anyone coming in from the LCK, the teams, the fans, everybody watching this, and their hopes and dreams lie on MVP, a team who have fallen so far from grace, so far down the standings. It's just, can they do it? That is the big question.
Potentially on the brink of the last game of the night here, if RNG can... It's not even an upset anymore, weirdly enough. RNG, the inconsistent team from the LPL, if they can show up to their full power, their full strength, and take it to MVP.
And you have to think this is LPL's moment. You have to pencil in SKT with blank if we go to a Game 5. This is the Game 4. This is China's time.
Yeah.
No second chances. The champions and me locked in. And we're on to the Rift as well. RNG up against MVP for what could be our final game of Rift Rivals 2017.
And we've spoken extensively, Papa, about what MVP have got. We're happy with the draft for them. Honestly, as a team right now, it's almost paying homage to the spring drafting they had for themselves with the addition maybe of a Rakan. When you look over at the side of RNG and their team composition, he's made highlight reels with the Camille. You've got Xiao, who is hard carried with his Corki. MLXG's comfortable. Y4, it's Caitlyn.
And that's the thing is, we're happy, but that's because we sat there, we agonized the statistics, we crossed things out, we had some smoke signals over the studio. We've really thought about it. But then again, RNG have power. Then again, Caitlyn is permaban. Just because the tendencies for RNG aren't necessarily what's got them success before. Even if the numbers aren't there, RNG still have a power draft.
And as well, they can continue that performance they've had in Rift Rivals, because it has been very different from their domestic performance. No one, I think, was expecting RNG, who have fallen pretty far in the standings, to have pretty much stood as the most consistent team, maybe outside of WE, from the LPL right now. And it's honestly fantastic to see the growth, especially when you don't have the headline player Uzi playing on this lineup.
Expectations have counted for so little in this tournament. RNG went from being the biggest question mark to being very much possibly the team. I mean, we're kind of surprised we didn't see them actually playing in the final match yesterday. Hard leash coming through on the side
gracious of RNG to do that with a Karma as their support. He lost a lot of health for that.
You sound like a proud father talking about how his son said, bless you or something.
Absolutely, because it's not something I expected from RNG, to be perfectly honest with you. MLXG is usually the one that gets told what to do, and they're empowering him.
Somehow we're saying expect more than they did in NA versus EU when they had a player named Expect, so interesting.
Yeah, there you go. Well, Beyond is less of a pull for him, but he'll go on to this blue buff now. It's, gone buff camp buff for him. Meanwhile, on the top lane, we see Let Me going up against ADD. And pretty much when you look at the players, heavy outclass when you look towards Let Me against ADD. And again, it's the Camille into Poppy matchup. You said that Poppy is often picked into Camille, but there are windows you can open up with the hook shot into the steadfast presence.
Here. Beyond's going to get in completely unseen through the wards. RNG is showing respect as if they know, but they actually don't.
Ships moving in the night sometimes can have situations like that. Why do you have a thinking emoji in real life?
I just always do that. I'm a very emotive person. I pretty much am just an emoji. But yeah, for now, we're not going to see that happen. And MLXG going to pick up the crab here. Just, again, pressure on this top side, allowing Let Me to do whatever he wants in this lane.
You know, you said we see the Poppy often into Camille. That's a bit of a false narrative, right? We definitely saw a lot in spring, but Poppy being target nerfed, tank itemization being taken down. There's reasons why we haven't seen the Poppy commonly, but it's an ADD champion that we know he can play. The Rumble wouldn't have fit in this particular scenario, and that was kind of the last pick he had a win with in summer season available to him. So it should go competitive, but it's not necessarily going to run away with the lane like a Nara into
And of course, this is obviously just the spell interactions from them as to why it's a decent pick for himself. You've got the ability to prevent Camille from using the hook shot, so she's never going to get in on top of you and be able to out-trade you unless you go onto her. So it means you get to trade on your own accord. It doesn't necessarily mean you'll win every trade, but you don't have a bad time.
It's definitely better than other matchups, and honestly, ADD did not have too many other places to turn. I mean, I think Rumble was like the only other competitive top lane that's left open for him.
He's walking up here.
Big opportunity for MLXG if he wants to get in.
It's greedy for him to take this wave, and Elise is not pathing over.
It's just recalling. They don't want to actually cause any upsets here at the top lane. There's a lot of minions about to crash, and Let Me wants to catch them.
And that was the what if, right? That was, again, the next level of, well, if the Elise is in the brush, this could be turned. We could lose. The Poppy could get an extra item. And people are overthinking things because, of course, the whole tournament is potentially riding on the line of this victory. So ADD gets a reprieve just like the bot lane of RNG got a reprieve.
You mean exactly what happened when RNG played against KT, Papa Smithy, where there was someone in that bush ready.
Maybe some bad memories there. You see the Poppy just jumping in, getting some deep vision down before popping back over the wall.
Ian would love to keep playing in this tournament where he gets Syndrome more than once in a while. 11-4 in 2017 on the pick that was, I believe, 10-0 in spring season before it saw its first loss. Could have gone Orianna, that I felt really did fit the comp very strongly, but pick comp was enacted instead of a teamfight comp. Okay, they're on to the Gravis.
Aggression out from MVP here.
Oh,
MLXG gets stuck on a Spiderling. We'll have to flash over the wall. Ian is pretty much out of mana at this point in time, though. Beyond's going to go
really
with the flash.
want this.
He really wants this. First blood over to Ian with the auto attack, and Xiaohu can't do anything.
And Ian gets a blue buff from getting the kill as well. Didn't have enough mana until the very end.
And Corki has to leave even with double summoners because the experience could mean a level 6 and then another kill. The auto attacks from Ian actually contributed the 100 health, and Beyond believed in himself. He actually jumped in onto the Elise after the Rek'Sai was banned away. This was his trademark in the spring season. And MVP, wow, okay. The first blood has been so pivotal in the game so far, and it gives Syndra further lane pressure in the mid.
What a disaster for the LPL squad. I feel like I can hear Froskurin off in the distance. And this is just
I think she'd
not
be like
what you
muttering
want.
and shaking her head, being like, reverse sweep, reverse sweep, reverse sweep.
Korean Lissandra noises.
No. We have our own as well. Cogmore is pretty interesting on the Chinese
Can you
client.
do it? Give us a
no,
sound.
absolutely not.
It's actually
Twitch chat's not
impossible.
ready
We're
for
not
that.
aliens.
100% not. But MVP, yeah, with that first blood, 1,400 gold advantage as well. And more importantly, the big CS differential now opens up in the mid lane for Ian. He's got to be feeling pretty good, as you said. Big win rate on the champion of Syndra. And Xiaohu was the priority there for him on the Corki.
And the big thing for Xiaohu as well, his lane trading is rather weak. Going for the cleanses, his spell option of choice. It means he doesn't want to get ganked by the Elise and the Syndra, as the duo, when they get them, is
I
pretty
mean, it's
severe.
Elise, Syndra, Ashe, Poppy.
Yeah.
At some point, you have to go cleanse, but you're right. He is frustrated at that reality.
And unfortunately for that reality, it means his laning phase doesn't have as good a trade as what a heal Syndra can do. And the small amounts of pressure start to mount from that.
Now, Beyond needs to provide some pressure. Okay, we're going to have a party in the top lane.
Yep, ultimatum, but
Nice.
get out of here, Gragas. ADD.
Barrel's still
well,
hit
there's
him.
another one in from RNG, because here comes Xiaohu. Can he get the last auto attack? He's tanking on this one. One more tower shot should not
Where's
drop
the
him.
Elise?
It's going to be close, but Beyond is nowhere to be seen.
Beyond could have been top lane, but just went for completing the red buff instead. Not in position to back up his teammate. Sure, Ian gets some damage on the mid lane turret, but they can rotate around that. And it felt like Beyond had the inside track to at least force a 1-for-1.
Big question mark, saying better red than dead. And why would you not just go top lane? Save ADD.
This is not a question I have the answer to, but I'm often left flummoxed by decisions that MVP makes, so I'm not going to come here and give you a very roundabout way to why. I just would say it's a mistake.
That's all we're left really believing here. So unfortunately, that mistake will cost them a trade, but at the same time, you have to look at what was used to secure that one. MLXG, by throwing out his Qs, he gets knocked away, was lucky enough to get the slow, get the assist, and actually help Xiaohu to pick that kill up. It was a bit weird to watch, but the longest Q you've ever seen from a Gragas.
In the meantime, Ian has a casual 32 CS advantage on Syndra. Early magic penetration. Going to be answered by a null magic mantle, but another slowdown of the build coming through from Xiaohu. And the carry pants that literally have been in the wash for all of summer season are suddenly within Ian's grasp.
Yep, it's going to have to be that X drinker at some point out from Xiaohu very early, so he doesn't get just one comboed by Ian.
And that's the matchup as well. Corki into Syndra. You've always gone for the Hex Drinker before you complete your Trinity Force. It delays you by a few minutes on those spikes. And that's where Corki always wants to get. That 1-item spike, the 2-item spike, and 3 when you're unstoppable.
Good news story. The trust fall between the top laner and jungle still has led to an invasion together, so at least the synergy's there for the invade. Do take away the blue buff from Xiaohu, who has the cleanse, you noted, now also has to build for lane, doesn't have a blue buff. Things do start to stack up.
Yeah, take a look at this tower in mid lane, though. It's almost dead, and that's just been from the pressure from Ian. He got that first blood, and he's just relentless pressure.
It will fall.
Yeah, very, very soon, in fact. I mean, Xiaohu, yes, he got that one kill, accelerated him just a little, but there's still that massive farm lead, and he's constantly shoving in, constantly getting down this damage.
And you're perfectly happy to trade blue buffs between junglers when you have a lost chapter mid laner. For Ian, who already has that CS advantage, doesn't want to walk too far in.
MLXG's looking for it, but he also didn't get rid of the explosive plan, so Elise has gank opportunities. Xiaohu right now, he's trying to bait this in, going for the control ward, but it is a bit far-fetched to consider that they would go for it. Ian doesn't have enough mana to all in.
Yeah, pretty much out of mana, and MLXG actually just go back to his jungle. It's not really worth wasting too much more time. He's got his red buff up and the Raptors as well, so why not go for those? He's actually working his way towards Runic Echoes, in fact, this game on the Gragas.
We haven't really spoken about bot lane at all with all the action happening in other lanes. There is the Caitlyn advantage, we call it now. Casual 20 CS seems to frequently happen in those lanes. Rakan not giving you any lane presence for the Ashe means that you are giving up 2 CS a minion wave and in general losing out. But MVP with the pressure being relieved for a second, with the buy coming through, we'll pick up the Ocean Drake, which, given the laning trades and also the mana-hungry nature of both Ashe when she's in a position where she's being denied,
even
and
Poppy,
the
yeah.
Poppy, you know, you're pretty happy to pick up a first-time Ocean, which you can count that on kind of a single hand when it comes to the current meta.
Spells good things. I mean, it's not obviously not going to have the same impact as an Infernal or a Mounted Dragon as we get later into the game, but for now, we are still in the laning phase, and MVP will enjoy it in their own 1v1s and 2v2s in the bottom side. Let me also heading through the jungle of MVP. Just spot out Ian, just heading back to lane here.
And spots the control ward that he placed as well. So a nice little bit of knowledge gained by Let Me. Of course, there's 2 control wards on that side of the map. The third one also being cleared by MLXG right now as the pick composition's coming out.
Arrow coming in, lands directly onto Ming, and he's knocked up as well. Quick kill there for Max. And MVP looking pretty happy.
You get the clean kill, like you say. Kill assignment over to Max, not ideal, but they'll take the pick anyway. Nothing that you can do when Ian is as accelerated as he is. They return to normalcy and they don't give up anything to pick up that kill.
And you'd say, unfortunately for MVP, the Drake was already gone, but this pressure mid lane still actually lets them go towards actually the diving mid.
MXG's coming in and does get the ultimate down, but Ian looking to around, takes a lot of damage, and actually sets back towards Zhao, who is quite happy with open arms to pick up that kill.
Really nice from MLXG.
Yeah.
Flawless mechanics, even with double summoners available. They take out Ian, and when it's a Syndra mid lane, 1 kill means so much more if you get both summoners. So now in a more comfortable position. As we're watching the trades top
Lemmy's
side.
looking.
Oh, he's going to jump after ADD, and this does not look like a good trade for the Poppy. Needs to land this ultimate, and yes, he does, and saves his own life. But here comes MLXG. That was not a good time to recall. However, MLXG not going to go for the dive without the ultimate there. Locking on onto Maha in the bottom lane, but it's just going to land onto Max. So after all of that, feels like we're going to have a bit of a lull.
And keeping the pressure 2v2, they're actually still trying to go at it. Maha has the summoners, so they'll be okay. MVP are keeping them bottom as well, having the trade on the top side of the map, Beyond and the teleport from ADD.
Ultimately, it's a 2 versus 2, but ADD does not stop the top laner, though they do just slam MLXG against the wall and just wipe him off the map.
And MLXG reads the gank around mid lane so well, and then doesn't respect it with steadfast presence. Doesn't matter where you are as a Gragas, you will die body blocked, and also the steadfast presence. So a donation over to the side of MVP.
And of course, one other thing to cap this off is that RNG at least have the teleport to go back top if they want to defend the turret, but now they have that in advantage to them. So MVP, the free gold, fantastic, going into the pocket of Beyond as well, but ultimately, it's just the gold.
But mention the fact that the person who died wasn't the top laner who can teleport back, it was the jungler who could have been spending his time denying CS waves to Ian in the mid lane.
Yeah.
He sees the jungle go down. That mid lane turret they prepared earlier, it's ready to go.
Triple collapse, but good flash in from Zhao, who means that he doesn't die to ADD. Arrow flies across just in front of the eyes of MLXG. Though mid tower down, first tower of the game, and a mid lane tower to MVP.
I mean, we're going for the zoning Ashe play, so far Maha's also probably going for Essence Reaver as the build. Maybe Infinity Edge, which I must mention, he is an Infinity Edge versus Varus player, so Ashe not going to be a huge surprise.
It's gone towards the dagger, so you'd have to say it's not the Essence Reaver. That'd usually be a longsword instead. Might be the BF sword into the Zeal.
I still don't understand the Infinity Edge versus Varus, but if you're gambling, you know, we're in a game with a team called RNG, and he's putting his faith in the RNG.
Sure. I mean, luckily this time, oh, good reactions from ADD. He didn't even have a ward in that bush.
Maybe the hookshot reveals.
Yeah. I think ADD, as a top laner, has really suffered this season because his effective champion pool wasn't the fighters. He wasn't a fighter player. He played Sion. He could play the tanks very well. He even introduced a Rumble that he was pretty good at. But the champions like the Kled, you know, the god moding of Cuvée and Xiang hasn't been replicated by ADD. And he was actually a very clean top laner you could look at and say, very dependable, he'll do his role, smart teleport player. You can see there that surely he does have some good reading of situations to so quickly be there with the steadfast presence. We saw Caitlyn draft, and these are the things you have to accept when those drafts come in.
And that's step one of the Caitlyn effect, unfortunately, for the side of MVP. But again, RNG, they can use that as presence. Thankfully, again, MVP, very much aware that turret was going, have swapped in advance to get some pressure and some control, at least with vision on the top side of the map.
They need to keep flowing on, because if they can keep the control wards down, Caitlyn casually strolls up, take another turret. Elise is there, Ashe is there, Syndra is there. This sort of comp can catch teams in rotation very cleanly. They're looking to get an advantage of their own. Turret's still very healthy, but Gragas, Caitlyn still screens away.
And it seems like a game where MVP takes more advantages, and it's not actually like we're just flipped this on its head. A lot of LCK teams we've seen today have been giving up these small objectives, and then it's like, when do they actually strike? But right now, it seems to be what RNG are doing.
And good opportunity to use Ian specifically as well for the side of MVP. He's got his Morellos completed. He's super strong with the Sork shoes. Corki not quite at those item points, so they can use him as a pivot point, bring him around the map, secure objectives, and suddenly the Caitlyn lane is null and void because it's not just a 2v2.
This honestly feels like MVP really did their research, really understood what was strong about RNG on the blue side, took away the two comforts, the Thresh and the Jarvan, and even had the pocket answer to a Camille in the Poppy that should never die 1v1 unless Flash is up to flash the Keeper's Verdict. Lots of other incremental things have to happen for a Camille to hit Poppy enough times for a full tank build to actually kill the Poppy. So again, it's only 16 minutes in, but MVP can be proud of how they have researched RNG and what they've done so far.
Yeah, exactly. What they've done in the early game has been very good. Ian actually found himself in top lane now against Xiao, who neither of them have TP. There's a dragon spawning in around 5 seconds, and both teams are actually converging on there, at least for the vision. You see MLXG just contesting this one against Max.
Walking up
forwards, he's looking like he wants the ultimate. Just land onto Max, but knocks him against the wall. Arrow in return. Lands onto MLXG. Can we get the damage? Root comes down onto Beyond. Teleport as well. In from Let Me.
The trouble was actually fake news in this situation because Syndra was topside and can't get there. They're trying to collapse onto ADD. They don't actually get him out of the Keeper's Verdict.
Good verdict. And the ultimatum does keep him in place though. Root comes in and ADD slowly gonna die to this one. Let Me looking for the follow-up. Does burn the flash, but that will eventually be the kill to Let Me.
Xiaohu even there to secure it just in case the kill didn't come about for the side of RNG. Hard committal to ADD, still okay because the Drake's up and available. And unfortunately for RNG, when they tried to get that initial engage, they weren't able to use the cask and knock someone towards his team. So everything does just calm down that little bit more. Honestly, with only the pick, Drake now being looked at, but only really aggroed by MVP.
Yeah, MVP actually have mid-priority, and also RNG weren't comfortable enough to start it. So when it comes to objectives, it may just be the kill because of the complete time investment. Syndra walks down. You don't actually have vision in the area. You can't face check the Syndra bush. And against the run of play, it seems like MVP will pick up a Drake.
And for what it's worth, at the timing of that fight, not the Trinity Force for the Camille, only the Trinity for Xiaohu, and he wasn't there early enough. Anyway, this is the opportunity where things start to turn back the other direction. Yet, you know, from all of this, Maha is probably going to recall soon and actually get the Infinity Edge.
It's not been a stellar early game out from RNG. They have lost a lot. 2 dragons, but ADD once again caught out question mark as Maha and Max are behind him to protect him. So ADD will be fine with that one going back towards the top lane. Herald is still an objective for the next just under 2 minutes now for these two teams.
How they use Syndra in this mid game, I think will decide the game for MVP. He was in the side lane picking up farm. They got the Drake, that was fine. They walk over to Rift Herald. Honestly, the simple formula is if Syndra is at objective, good luck trying to contest it if you're RNG, unless all the vision work was done earlier. Sure, they do have advanced information that he's here, but they can't walk up. That's why there's another bonus for MVP.
And ADD can obviously just recall now, go back towards the bottom lane, defend from the Camille, because in part, I feel like that's where RNG are going to look towards. Now, starting to ramp up in those items, Poppy can handle Let Me extremely well by stacking all of the armor in the world, but there will hit a point, there will come a time where Camille just starts to outscale.
Unless there is that home run, because team fighting as a backup for Camille is there because of the Hextech ultimatum onto the Ashe, but home run hit there from the ultimate of the Keeper's Verdict can sequentially, or can situationally, sorry, be an answer. So there's a lot of what-ifs about this particular game as it flows on, but I agree. Anytime a Camille's getting free farm, you start to worry.
You can never put a value on the Keeper's Verdict. It could take multiple people out of a fight. Let Me is looking to trade here. He does have the Triforce.
He's got Gragas here as well, so that's
more people
great.
With him. Yes, he does. He has MLXG. Going to knock him into the wall once again, into this rubble of the tower. And with Y4 coming down, it seems like it will just be the quick kill onto AD. Knocks away Let Me, but they should have the damage now. They are looking to donate this one over to Y4.
They were trying to give it to the Caitlyn. It's going to take a little bit of time. Poppy gets the passive back as well. RNG on the opposite side of the map. Rift Herald still up and available for Beyond. for MVP. They have the ability to make the trades, but he's down bottom to answer.
I mean, the awkward part is they kind of just sent multiple people to answer. It took forever to kill the Poppy. That could have been just stacking members in mid lane, putting down a Rift Herald, rotating with the Syndra in top. That's where you kind of see the recent plight of MVP, because when it came to the rock, paper, scissors, sure, multiple people were sent, and you're like, okay, how do you answer 3 people being sent to slowly kill a Poppy? You make something happen around the map, and now it's just
a Baron play?
It could be, or it could just be a timer on the Rift Herald.
Yeah, I'm inclined to believe that, again, by going towards that Herald bottom this early, he's got a little bit on the teleport. If they've timed this well, they know he'll answer, and they can immediately rush to the Baron pit.
It's a static Shiv BF sword coming through from the Ashe. It's a Poppy.
Yeah.
I think it was just a timer on the Rift Herald. I have to hope so.
I mean, it has 4 minutes on it and it was taken just after 18 minutes, so it would have had a good 2 minutes left.
Wow, well, you got the next level read. This is a next level by MVP, but RNG know what's up.
RNG are an LPL side, but this is getting smashed.
It's dying so quickly. We have MLXG over the wall, jumps over, and there's the confirm over to Beyond. Everyone converging on Gragas. He goes down, ADD, protected in front lines, and gets the slam against the wall as well. MVP making this happen. Xiaohu gets one, jumps over the wall. He's making a hero play for the LPL, but he is shut down by a stun from Ian.
MVP try to go for a super unconventional Baron. Great read there, Rusty. They just thought, okay, draw the Camille. We have an exact timer on the teleport. They rush it down. We've seen MVP do this before and lose a game from it. Backs against the wall. The rest of the coach is wondering, holy crap, they're trying this. It works.
Feels LPL inspired, honestly, Papa Smith. The MLXG throws the cast, flashes over so Poppy can't intercept it, and tries to get that steal. That was still a 50-50 in my eyes as to how that was going to go, but an equal trade towards that in the end, and realistically the Baron means that MVP win that.
And MVP have a team that has gone on record, and this is something I actually hold against them, but to explain, have gone on record and said, we love having Baron steal opportunities, we're happy to rush it down, and we trust ourselves to secure it, which to me is like, just put down the damn vision and kill people, then take the Baron. But that's not how MVP play. They seem to like the rush of blood that comes around the Baron. They make the call, as you say, telegraphed by the Rift Herald. The items aren't even, that's not even a Blade the Ruin King Ashe, which it certainly could have been. They pick it up, they get the maximum, but they're not a low reward. They're not, sorry, low risk, medium reward team. That's why they're different to other LCK teams. They're very much high risk, high reward.
Yeah. And we have a team like that too, Dan Gaming. And honestly, most of the time it does feel like a bit of a Dan's game play because you don't really want to see that. But hey, it worked out for MVP, so credit to them.
You still look towards what can they achieve with the Baron as ADD once again.
Get a pick needs to be the verdict, and it does get the stun onto Let Me. Does he have any help? They are quite a long way away.
He's alive.
The shield, dodge out of the arrow, and somehow he's still alive.
ADD bringing back the Poppy, getting collapsed on during a Baron buff. Okay, they bring all the reinforcements in, so they do actually succeed in delaying some of the Baron push. But on the other side, MVP, ADD not dying, piling on health items. Actually has the random ones complete as well. His job is to run at Corki and Caitlyn and waste as much time as possible.
But remember who he kicked out of that gank onto him as well. Going for the magic damage dealer of Xiaohu when you've stacked armor is the perfect way to survive the rest of the gank. Does it excellently to keep himself alive. And you're right, the reinforcements, they come in. But they're still set up close enough to the Drake, and it's an Infernal.
Infernal definitely a fortunate spawn when there's already plenty of items onto Ian, and Maha has the 2-item spike himself. MVP will not win the game with vision. They're not that sort of team. They are different to other teams in the LCK. They're happy to force fights. Infernal's definitely going to be a fight point.
And you know, I will be that guy for a second and say that Xiaohu's currently 3-0-1, and once he gets the Infinity Edge, you can't help but feel like there's not a lot that'll stop his damage output if he's free to actually connect that one. RNG, they've kicked this
off.
It's
going to be a contestant. This might just come in from MLXG. This is good. Beyond needs to just back away from this one lest Ian can find a stun, but that's exactly what RNG needed.
During a Baron buffed MVP who should have control of the minion waves, they push mid, they even get some chip damage, and they take the Infernal Drake from underneath MVP as they watch it happen. I mean, that's just brilliant that they're able to secure it at all.
Yeah, like against the runner play, like you say, a little bit of disrespect, but the same thing, kind of a like for like with MVP and their force on Baron, gives them Infernal on a team that craves Infernal Drake. Massive scaling across Let Me, Xiaohu, and Y4 is a big payoff in that particular regard.
And it's
this time, here's the invasion, though.
Looking to try and get this pick onto MLXG, just get the knock-up, but everyone else as well really wants this blue buff, smited away by MLXG, so MVP do get the invade off, but not much more.
Felt like a body slam interaction perhaps from MLXG there whilst getting charmed. He still covers the distance. There wasn't anything to close on him. And he gets the blue buff, but it does mean the blue buff doesn't go to Xiaohu, and you'd still be happy with that at the very least if you are MVP.
For now, he does still spam those spells a bit later before he just really wants to get those auto attacks out. And we're 25 minutes into this game. MVP still do have the gold lead, though. It looks like we are looking for a initiate mid lane. If we could see any stragglers from MVP, I just feel like even if you're supporting MVP or RNG, both sides have their hands on their heads. Like, no one is quite happy with how this early game has gone. It's been quite messy. It's not been pretty. But that being said, both teams are in a situation to win this game still.
I mean, I'm a reasonable man. I will take this from MVP. My expectations were pretty minimal. They played well so far.
Uh-oh. Last one going over the wall. Xiaohu does have to flash this one. Repel comes in, but you have to feel he's a dead man. And indeed he is, put 6 feet under by Beyond.
Now, Camille is in the top lane getting her split push on. What will MVP do after the pick? First instincts, based on what's happening in the map, is a very minimal thing. So they need to actually translate a very nice pick onto Xiaohu. Both of Xiaohu's summoners being down may be relevant for a future fight, but a pick into no objective is something we've criticized many teams for already this week. It's a step, but it's not a huge step forward.
Yeah, and you want to say that pick, perfect for Drake, perfect for Baron. Everything's been taken, though. There's no outer turrets remaining for MVP to look towards. And so, yes, they get the pick. And yes, Xiaohu is well overextended. But you're right, the biggest advantage they'll get from that is another fight in a minute when Xiaohu comes back. And a fight that's more meaningful towards winning a team fight, not just the pick.
RNG setting up teleport wards for ADD could be the big thing for them. Now Xiaohu is someone who can be taken out. Corki back in the meta, Steadfast Presence does interrupt the Valkyrie. See the contest onto the red buff. MXG knows what's up.
Yeah, sure does, but unfortunately Syndra exists.
Ash is out of position for this.
We are okay. It was just the steal here, and that goes over to Beyond, courtesy of the Venomous Bite. So 6-6 now in terms of kills. Next Dragon's Infernal, remember. Both teams will want to fight over that.
And this is well timed as well with the next Baron spawning if Syndra wants to go and get the blue buff. Of course, staying with the team now for pressure is the correct way to play this. Xiaohu, no summoners. Close side of the map to the Baron, but he's not going to be able to immediately rotate. It's not the teleport Corkis that we've been seeing.
And it's not the sort of Caitlyn game that we saw specifically from J-Team where they could push up and they didn't have to respect because of the collapse, because of all the initiations. It hasn't been a free map, and although it's a happy 27 CS lead and some kills, it hasn't been PvE Caitlyn that is the cleanest way to win League of Legends right now.
Yeah, BB was definitely having the PvE game of his life last time we saw it.
And this actually gets me a little bit looking at Xiaohu's items. He's gone straight towards the QSS whilst he has the cleanse, so he's foregone the fact that his cleanse will compensate for that fact. Didn't go the Hex Drinker to survive through the Syndra ultimate as an example. He has chosen to have multiple cleanses to distance himself the entire time and be able to consistently put out that damage. But I mean, we just mentioned the risk of it, right?
I guess the theory there is, Baron spawns. He doesn't have cleanse for 60 seconds. Let's say that the cleanse and the QSS gets him out of dying. If they get another Baron here, MVP, they should be able to crack the base, and we've already noted their frustration at getting the harder objectives after getting the easier one has counted against them. They haven't been playing their side lanes very well. They've been focused on just fighting. Baron buff is their rumble pit. They are happy to start this Baron again and force a smite war or try and interrupt it. So having the extra cleanse, it does slow down damage. It's not a BF sword or a Zeal in that spot. But it feels like Xiaohu's saying the game is going to be decided now.
And by no means a bad decision, just a decision that maybe could have been optimized, but you're right, for the immediate moment where he doesn't have the cleanse, it's a viable strategy with the Baron.
But you're frustrated either way, right? You're behind 2,100 gold. You can call it 3,300 gold if you want to really run down what the QSS is giving. If the Zeal could have given a crit versus if the QSS was there, it's something you're going to evaluate in the future. Here we go.
MXG wants this to happen. Let me just waiting on a wall, perching there. Good flash.
Yeah, Ian had to flash away, so now is going to be at the mercy of MXG, who still has flash open himself. Honestly, opening up onto the Gragas is now going to be a big thing for MVP, because otherwise Syndra can't walk up.
However, ADD definitely is. He tries to, but the big shield and the big movement speed boost from Ming will get them out alive there. MVP are still circling around like vultures around this area, just trying to take away these wards, set up this next Baron. The Baron,
if they see Camille, they're just going to rush Baron. This is the MVP way.
They're waiting. Still waiting. And the pick up position.
And in comes Max looking for the Taunt. Just managed to get it. And actually massive ultimate. And Whitefall detonates the support. ADD looking for the disengage now. Ultimately is a support for a jungler. In comes Let Me. Has the ultimatum still.
It's a 1-for-1 trade, but jungler down.
And jockeying with the inside now. They've got the middle lane. They've got the potential dragon that's going to be there. Beyond, they can still threaten the Baron if they'd like. But a lot of the vision even was cleared away. So RNG, they do well, but they do force the teleport MVP.
ADD stepping up to Let Me. He's stopping him from hookshotting away as Beyond buys him some time to catch up. Cocoon also land. Need this not to be a pick here for RNG. Zhao, who providing covering fire, does allow him to get out. Again, ADD blocking that last shot. So for now, this is just a 1v1, successful evacuation.
And what will MVP do next? 'Cause Infernal Drake has just spawned as a much easier objective. They don't actually have any vision investment in Baron because it's MVP. Unfortunately, this is the way it goes. So a free Infernal Dragon is something they can claim that's straightforward, that's easy. They'll buy a couple more control wards, and they'll try the Baron party again.
And RNG are walking over towards the objective, but you'd have to imagine 2 Leandri's Torments. It will be smashed down very quickly. No real chance of the contest there from RNG, but still they've got the middle lane. They can push mid, they can move over to the Baron, and suddenly by going for the Infernal, the opportunity's there.
Now they walk up and smite it, so RNG might just go for Baron because they know that smite should be down for Beyond. They'll have another charge, but they're going to set up around the Baron, at least try and force out the counter teleport from ADD.
He left the Scryer's Orb as well. He's looking to actually get a cheeky body slam before using it, but he'll get out alive perfectly fine.
That's a good mind game, actually.
Clever idea.
In the end,
I like it.
Everyone's sitting around walls. I feel like MVP have an inkling this hasn't been started yet. Yeah, ward over the wall. And Max will spot them out on this one as RNG look to back off.
So I want to start theory crafting about the build from ADD here because it's probably going to be jumping into the Gargoyle Stoneplate, very obviously now, with the Chain Vest and the Negatron Cloak. I wonder if Locket will be the last item to basically try to negate an insane amount of health. Poppy will find 3 people around her in a team fight. That's just how Poppy fights. If you can negate Burst, that might actually allow them to keep fighting, because I've been surprised by so many people not looking towards the Locket and Stoneplate synergy that, okay, situationally can be gimmicky, but Poppy will find the middle of a team fight.
Yeah, definitely possible, yet I think if I look at the completed items, he doesn't necessarily need the Locket to keep his team alive. Max will have that. I'd argue maybe he goes towards the Knight's Vow, opposing that to still have the armor, still have the supporting of the rest of his team, whilst also being a tank.
Yeah, MLG has already jumped on that one as well, and has Zhao or Y4 situationally to place it on.
Just because the damage is so consistent from RNG, you don't really need more than one Locket, you wouldn't think.
Looking pretty engaged here. Let Me goes very deep, but Max simply just jumps away. MLXG is off to the side as well, and still no summoners, remember, on Ian and Beyond. So there is a pick potential, though in the bottom lane, AD is just pushing away, and that requires a response from Let Me, and he has no teleport.
Yeah, exactly right. Teleport advantage for ADD. His job now, Let Me, is to stop the Poppy from teleporting, so they'll be fighting each other the whole time. Looks like he wants to go for the 1v1 in that bottom of your screen, but RNG, they need to deal with what MVP will throw at them as a result of this.
Going for the long chase here, charging up the Verdict. Does miss, and Let Me opens up the potential for a hook shot, forces the flash from ADD. It's going to be a very long chase. Let Me flash it in as well. Has the ultimatum, comes back down. He knows ADD doesn't have the Verdict now. Long range on the assistance, and as the redemption comes down, ADD is saved.
He will live in this case, but had to use his flash. Traded flashes overall. RNG still want this.
Definitely looking. Again, they've got the mid lane. MLXG!
Everyone jumps in. Big ultimate in from the Gragas. What
Ian's
will
dead.
That will be the kill onto Ian. Max trying to back away from this one. The rest of his team, they take out Y4 and MLXG, but they still have a carry. Zhao, who chasing down Beyond, gets the crit. Big damage, and Let Me finds the kill.
So it ends up being a 2-for-2 across both sides. RNG really wanted it, but answering here with their jungler. Both junglers being down means no Baron threat. The Drake is not alive either. Somehow, with all that action, we return to normalcy.
This game just keeps teetering between getting the big advantage, not getting the big advantage. MLXG is able to kick this one off with the body slam engage. Big tool for RNG used straight into the loving hands of Xiao, who gets the exhaust.
Absolutely sick. Haunter-esque and his engage earlier today. We're watching the replay, though. The fact that Maha could pick up 2 answering kills here is what completely spares the blushes of the side of MVP. Somehow, after that piece of beauty, it's a 2-for-2.
MVP obviously now jockeying around the Baron, but I cannot help but say after that, seeing MLXG, yes, he's 0-5, and engage like that, I'm still so confident in that guy, even with his KDA at his side.
Here, keeping tabs around the Baron. Syndra wasn't able to be there. Syndra herself at 3 items. MVP, again, they want to fight around Baron. They are happy to force fights. The bottom lane has never really been a true area of contention.
Right now, Xiaohu sat on triple items as well, so he's getting big. I say getting big, he's already big.
He is massive.
He's going to do so much damage to MVP. He was the carry that managed to stay alive in the last fight, which managed to confirm the final kill there, but it's just so damn close. 35 minutes on the clock. MVP 2,000 gold lead. And honestly, this game could go either way. MVP also picked up that last Infernal Dragon, so even on combat stats when it comes to dragons, the next one will be Elder in just a minute and a half. Baron has been on this board for a good amount of time now.
And you're always looking to what MVP are doing right now. It's a pick composition. It's a Syndra, Ashe, Elise. They'll always try and lock you down. ADD, he's got his teleport. He's here, though, because he knows he can't 1v1 Let Me. So he'll eventually have to answer that. Camille is constantly going to be a threat and pester them, but RNG's job is to prevent the Baron from being started, if possible, through vision control, to then let the Camille break the structures and basically win the game alone.
So MVP have drawn in 80. They were looking for a quick pick, and then the Baron, while Camille was invariably going to eventually ignore the damage from 80 and take structures. In this case, 80 not there. Structure goes over for free. MVP, it feels like they're almost at a breaking point because they're starting to feel the pinch. They need to make another pick happen, but there's not that many opportunities.
And who do you pick as well at this stage? You've got Camille, who's going to be in a side lane. You've got 2 QSSs now available. You'd be looking towards the Karma or the Gragas, and Gragas has been dying a lot as a result of that, but there's only so many times you're going to be able to kill what is now a fairly tanky jungler.
Yep. And if Ming is nearby, he's going to allow you to get away as well. The shield and the speed up. You can see ADD actually answering Let Me.
Sweepers are down from MVP, so they will start face checking. They'll find the control ward.
Yep, they haven't found Gragas just yet. He's a sneaky
teleport ward is there for Camille.
Now. Jumps over the wall. Back to his team. It's quite limber, despite his size.
Yeah, managed to get out completely uncontested. In part, I feel like they were looking for him, but also on the other end of that, they don't feel comfortable not knowing where he is because of the threat of the steal once again. That doesn't feel very MVP-esque, Papa Smithy.
I think they're starting to really understand the position, and we are too. At 37 minutes into the game, where if MVP lose, RNG will represent the LPL, and the LPL will actually win the inaugural Rift Rivals, which would be kind of an amazing thing given how big favorites LCK came in. And that's why it feels like another Baron goes over, that's probably the victor. Another team fight goes the way, whichever way, that's probably the victor. So we're right on this point where the game should be decided very shortly. And
they've kicked off the Baron.
Okay.
RNG, fast,
they've spotted it out. Yeah, they're taking it
Teleports are in. They're ready for the fight.
Xiaohu stepping up. MLXD here as well. Everyone circling right around the Baron. Who's going to get it? It will be over to Beyond. Xiaohu jumps out of this one. Just how the cleanse coming out. It's Ian with the ultimate. That's the kill on MLXG. Chasing down RNG now. Returning this with the damage. Let Me jumps onto Beyond. Gets to assassinate. Meanwhile, the backline is stunned up. ADD doing a great job of being a front line. Both junglers have been traded, but it's the Baron to MVP.
Yeah, the Baron does go out. They do manage to rush it down for a second there. We're able to get. They could just go straight to Elder, like you mentioned, Rusty. And he had to get the assassination flash out. Both junglers are dead, so it's an option, but it seems like MVP, think better of it.
At the very least, get the vision around the area. Don't let RNG make a trade. Camille, very well to get a trade there for Let Me, but ultimately committing to the Baron. A lot of this, to me, still comes back to the lack of Hex Drinker for Xiaohu. Syndra just presses R and is still relevant in the fight on other flanks.
Yeah, the choice between the QSS and the Hex Drinker against Syndra has always been something that's been scrutinized. You understand both camps. I'm definitely in the more Malmortius camp, but you can sort of get that because there's so much stacking CC here, Xiaohu's going to rely on the outplay, and he's been wonderful this tournament, specifically on the Corki. He'll still have his flash up. The flashes are at a premium. Maha, ADD. Xiaohu, the big ones, but Waifu has his too.
MSG looking for this initiate, but again, a great steadfast presence. This puppy pick has been working out surprisingly well for ADD and MVP, stopping these engages or even starting them.
Double Abyssal Mask is pretty damn curious from both ADD and Beyond. We're on 7-12 before it builds out a Catalyst and can become a laning item. So surprised to see the completion on both, but it does mean that Ian is more likely to have the amplified magic damage.
And minions are about to start taking some structures in the top side of the map as well that might need to be answered. MVP, they're using the minion waves, they're using the Baron buff. RNG looking for fights.
Pulling the trigger, but ADD simply runs away from them. In top lane will crash, and it will probably take that tower. There's no TP to answer it.
ADD happy to keep hurting people away from the top side. RNG seem to have given up on the potential of defending that turret.
They've set up the traps though.
Yeah, it has been warded out. Full vision over to MVP.
ADD stepping up, does have the keeper's verdict, needs to hit as many people as
we
he
got
can. Interrupted. Jumps in, and that's a smite secure by MLXG. Big damage onto Ming, but he just face tanks it, turning this one around. ADD taking a lot of damage. Oh my god! Xiao does so much damage.
Let me look in.
Big damage, but big heal as well. Stunned against the wall, and he doesn't go down just yet. ADD needs to evacuate. That's the kill onto Let Me. Can we get the turnaround now from MVP?
Y4's free hitting.
Should be dropping it, but he flashes away. Ian, massive stun, but he will jump away. Y4 doesn't get the crit, and RNG just against them this day. Ace the hole flies against Maha, but it is a 2-for-1 trade. MVP.
I couldn't tell if the flash auto was actually cancelled the last possible second. Looked like it because it didn't actually do any relevant damage to Ian. It's just a 1-for-2, but the crucial factor there is that Elder Dragon is down on 2, and MVP get out relatively unscathed.
And you have to think about all of the summoners used in the situation. ADD gets cancelled by MLXG's ultimate. That's now gone at the start of this. Syndra uses the ult on Ming to try and stun everybody.
And then you see the answering damage, like, holy crap, this could be the moment for RNG.
Nasty.
But Let Me is expertly interrupted and does basically nothing in this fight. Maha and Y4 both free hitting.
And the best way to play that out in future for RNG is to ult straight away if you Let Me. Don't actually even go through the full E, as that flash did actually hit, didn't it?
Yeah.
Just did nothing.
Looked like it, but it was so many close calls, so many blinking red health bars.
Could have even been the
and
locker.
people managed to survive from that one.
Rakan pressing E.
Interesting. Interesting that it did not take him down with as much as was stacked there, but all we can really take stock of is the fact that it was a 2-for-1 overall. MVP have taken the Baron off the map twice now. But still, you look down your survey, you say, okay, have they broken the base? And the answer is far from it. They're still playing very narrow, pretty transparently, and Let Me is getting only stronger.
And what's crazy about this is MVP, they make the big plays, they get the Baron, but it feels like as a team, they are so committed to getting the ace after the Baron, like they have to force the fight, expecting RNG to come and take it. But because these fights equalize enough, RNG go over, they get the Elder, and the same thing applies, and we do just keep meeting in the middle with these big objectives going down.
And at the best of times, MVP haven't been a team to prep sideways very well, and it almost feels like they were like, okay, Camille, she's great at sideways, let's not bother with either, even though you could be playing at least one side lane where the Camille isn't. So they're playing a very defined, just get a team fight victory. And because the team fights have been nose ahead, nose ahead, nose ahead for MVP without necessarily a win, it feels like when RNG, if they can finally win a fight, they'll take multiple objectives and perhaps take the game out of MVP's grasp.
Yeah, it's like how much do they need to take for MVP for them actually to take more from it from the preceding play. And MLXG 0-7-9 doesn't really tell the tale when he's really been getting his fantastic initiates off.
He almost
for
has
RNG.
to die for the fight to be successful.
It's got to
for
be the
RNG,
martyr.
because he's going into so much damage every single time.
Maha's doing a fantastic job as well. He's been manning up the back lines. Only died once this game. Has been putting out so much damage. Probably see that in the damage graphs after the game as well. And MVP back foot once more. Waiting out this Elder Dragon, of course, pretty much gone by this point in time.
Maha went for Bloodthirster and doesn't actually have item slot for any sort of armor penetration. So he will actually find it relatively tough without focus fire from teammates. It almost feels like turn on to the first target and then 5v4, Maha will be strong. But if he's actually trying to fight front to back, he's quite weak.
He's trying to outlive and outlast the opponents of RNG here. They've got the lockets, they're trying to survive through the Syndra burst, and the consistent damage that comes out of MVP, even without the armor penetration specifically from Maha, does feel like it should be enough, but the MR is starting to get stacked up. Letme's getting towards that as well with his completed items. Very difficult to take them out without that last Whisper.
And so if we were looking at MVP and trying to evaluate them on the terms of other teams at this time, specifically other LCK teams, it would be, let's play around the top wave, push that in, ward up the enemy blue buff, and then the Baron that we know MVP really wants will have an air of security around it. It'll have another option of being with a minion wave pushed in, but it's been minion wave pushed in time and time again from the side of RNG bot lane, and nothing from MVP. No visit at all to the top side. And I wish this was a situational oversight, but unfortunately, it's kind of the playbook for MVP.
Baron is spawning in 15 seconds. He let me on the bottom side. Both TPs available for both teams. Let me actually beelining over towards the mid lane. See if we can get the flank off actually onto MVP, who are pushing up. I have to feel that the sparks will fly around this next Baron.
Letme's also pressuring the bottom lane, so he's in the correct position on the map. Once again, Y4 and RNG, their responsibility is to sit there, clear waves, have vision, poke them down, but don't let them force the Baron start, because then Camille can start to be a big threat. Alternatively, of course, they can bring the Camille in straight away and try and get the team fight before Poppy can be teleporting into the fight. The pick's always possible in that situation, but it does feel like ADD is diffusing most of that.
Yeah, beyond getting tankier, actually gives another option to MVP because they peel off the Baron with Flash.
RNG are kicking this off.
I mean, MLXG has. No one else wants to.
Not seriously.
All right, mate. Gragas
calm down.
at 4.
But the peel off here when Rakan has Flash is pretty immense. So if they didn't require Poppy to tank up Baron, that'd be big for them.
And here's what we were talking about as well with Letme rotating around. He was looking towards mid lane, definitely a gankable position for a Gragas and a Camille to work on. But the second Poppy says, hey guys, Letme's obviously missing, they do show respect. They do back away MVP.
Well, they don't have any vision, really at all, almost, Rusty.
Yeah.
At the moment, they have nothing around the Baron apart from a couple of wards in the general area. The pick comp is playing in the open lane, which is more the terrain of the side of RNG. They're going to walk up to the turret, and MVP's out of position.
Big damage onto Xiaohu, but at the same time, Ian also takes a big chunk himself from Y4 and courtesy of Xiaohu. Mid tower does drop. Nice little rotation there from RNG, leveraging the pressure they have from Letme in the bottom side.
And Xiaohu going back to base. It's going to be Elixir time, you would have to imagine, for the side of both of these teams. It feels like it's mounting up now, Pulse. It feels like we're hitting that one team fight to determine if the LPL wins Rift Rivals.
And that's just so scary for both sides. 46 minutes on the clock, and when it comes down to a single fight, the hopes and dreams of the LCK making it to a Game 5 and winning this tournament rest on MVP's shoulders on a single team fight. RNG, if they win this, take it for the LPL. I mean, a win here for the LPL over LCK in an international tournament would be absolutely insane.
And you mentioned the mounting items, and for me it's the mounting dread, because MVP are now playing a pick comp with a vision disadvantage, and you feel they're one face check away from the game ending. So finding a way to actually assemble any vision at all. I'm not asking for a lot of MVP.
Of course,
anything around the Baron, because suddenly the Baron looks like a free objective for the side of RNG.
Xiaohu's got his package. Caitlin's at 6 items again. There's just so much to be afraid about if you're MVP.
Package comes up, and he's zoning the heck
They're
out of MVP.
almost die just getting vision
Max
down.
taking so much damage. Big
Look at
shot
Beyond's
shell towards him. You get a bit of healing out from the Redemption, but they are knocked away. Beyond cannot contest. What an ultimate from MLXG.
Just a lovely setup
They're
on one
engaging
side.
mid on the
Maha's caught out, but good knock by ADD with a counter initiate. See if we can get in range. The flash comes out. MLXG does not activate this one. It's not in range, but the body slam.
Xiaohu's dangerous.
Letme does get the slowdown to Ian. Lots of damage. He has to flash away. And Xiaohu, in the end, with that massive crit, almost spells the end of Ian's
life. But they're
life.
recalling, so you just push mid lane right now. You've got the minions. That's the inhibitor, surely.
They have to give it up. There's nothing else they can do here, MVP. No one dying was a bonus, but the Baron was expertly set up by the side of RNG. They don't need the control wards. They don't need necessarily the pick initiation. They just outthink MVP, and now they rotate to top.
Let's see if that prophecy from earlier, Papa, rings true for RNG right here. We'll see if they can take more off of this objective, because when we've seen the Baron and the Elder Dragons go over to MVP, they haven't been able to take that much outside of picks, outside of kills. RNG now crack open the mid lane, look towards the top, but will smartly go back to base.
And that's the big thing for me, right? For the first time in this game, RNG have the Baron. They have the ability to set up the minion waves, control the map, and just look at the damage that Xiaohu does here. Watch Max's health.
And now Xiaohu is a cleanse, flash, Mercurial Scimitar Corki. He can run interference. Max and Beyond almost die just getting a ward on the Baron, not even contesting it. Great disengage cast from the man whose KDA hasn't worked, but his play with the ultimate specifically has worked. Speaking of ultimates, ADD bails Maha out of the game ending. This is where RNG are in supremacy. This is the weaknesses of MVP as a team. I feel like everything is being showcased at the same time, and the end result is one more team fight from RNG, and it should be that LPL victory.
And ADD is having a phenomenal performance as well. You don't look at the scoreboard and say, this is how they're winning the game, RNG. You've got his 1-5 Poppy, the work that Poppy has done in this. You'd feel bad looking at a 1-5 scoreline. RNG now, though, they're still pushing.
Dennis knocked back onto the minions, trying to clear these out for MVP right now. Xiaohu stepping up. Look at the damage in from the two ADCs. Oh my god, that's gone.
Moving on to the inhib now, trying to take
The
this one away.
engagement
Max
Max.
coming out, does get a big charm out onto RNG. Can they make this work? No, Max is stunned in place. The
Max is
damage
dead.
is massive from Xiaohu. He steps up, looks towards Ian right now. And for now, it's a 4 versus 5. MVP looking for the defense.
Game could just end here, though. This is the point. They're all pulling back. Wait for these Nexus turrets. They're coming under fire.
No Max, no engage. ADD is teleporting. It's a big flank pulse.
Last chance saloon for MVP. ADD starts it off. In comes Beyond as well. Maha tries to get in range. This is a front-to-back team fight. Nice stun out there from Ian as well. And now it's the disengage from RNG. They want this tower. They want the objectives. They'll play this smart.
Very commendable from RNG. Don't get obsessed with the fight. You get the teleport, take all 3 inhibitors down, use the Baron, use the minions, end the game in a standard way.
And the Baron buff so expertly used by RNG. MVP picked up 2 Barons and cracked 0 inner turrets, let alone getting in on an inhibitor. And the math doesn't check out there from MVP, and now RNG can just go back and pick up an Elder on the backside.
That's only more good things for RNG right now. 50 minutes into this game, almost an hour on the clock. And RNG will get themselves another dragon in the form of a second Elder Dragon for themselves. They'll go back to base once more, and it's pretty much just 4 item builds across the board, but not just for RNG. Look towards MVP, and they're pretty much full built themselves. It will be one more team fight, but massive advantage now to RNG. They had the Baron, they still have the Baron, they have the Elder Dragon. It seems difficult to say that they could let the game slip away from them now.
And we're almost at the Mountain Zonia's point for Gragas. That's how late in the game we're going to be. He's gone towards his arm guard. Almost there. We're pretty much past full items for everybody except him, you'd feel like. And we are at that elixir purchase mark. Elder Dragon secured, 3 inhibitors down, minions. You don't have to control your sideways. You just corral them in as they start to help you try and end the game.
And I want to say I'm disappointed by MVP, but I can't really be. They did draft smartly. They did find themselves in a position to take 2 Barons against a team that looked much more impressive than them over the course of the week. But unfortunately, if you're playing a pick comp and you're drawn into open spaces because you stopped having ward supremacy, even in your own red buff area, but let alone around the Baron, advance from there. Their vision could never move forward because they never played their side lanes enough to actually take inner turrets, and in the end, they're drawn into the open, and in the open, it's a killing field for RNG.
And here we go, the package secured, blue buff there. RNG, they're looking to make that final team fight, get themselves the victory.
They don't even need to fight. Maybe it's PvE time, Rusty.
Straight away, they should be engaging MVP as these minions crash. There's no other choice but for Max to use the quickness, go forwards.
And it's going to be AD to start this one. Here comes Max as well. Gets a good charm off, but MLXG stalling out the front line. Beyond as well. Ian doing what he can. Let me jumps onto the back line. He will be going down, but he does have the Guardian Angel. RNG are losing this fight. Turn around as well. The kill onto Ming. Great arrow for Maha. And Beyond goes deep as well. 2-for-1 trade, but they are wounded. MVP do have to back away.
They're going to give up their health bust. Let's see who can walk back. Maha can still stand up in the first Nexus turret under fire.
Y4, yeah, he's putting the chip damage down, but ADD stepping forwards, middle inhib, respawns, and miraculously MVP stay alive.
Exactly what they needed to do. We said Max has to go forwards. He becomes the hero with ADD and is able to survive through all of that. Beyond is the only person in the team who overreaches just that little bit extra.
And if you talk about a summoner trade, only Beyond flashed in that particular fight. 3 flashes on the side of RNG, and this was all done with Max not having flash of his own, just finding a chance grand entrance. Will it actually be a turning point? Well, watch the replay. They were desperate for an engage. You have to funnel up. First, it was ADD, but then Max comes in, and this was the wombo engage they've been denied for so long.
Absolutely. Even the redemption to keep ADD healthy. Whilst he hits the backline, he's got the Guardian Angel. It doesn't really indicate that he's going to be able to kill anybody.
Maha actually just saved the Ash Arrow for a long time. Even after Hextech Ultimatum was already used, just slammed it into Karma and killed her very quickly. So MVP, make the best of what was obviously an abysmal situation for them and buy more time.
Absolutely. That's the key word, right, Papa Smithy? They buy more time for themselves. They're still stuck within their base, and the Baron is a lot easier to end the game with than the Elder Dragon if you're using the minions, using the 3 inhibitors as your way into the game.
If I know MVP, they want to go out with an attempt at a Baron steal. They're not going to wait for a 5v5 in the base. This team has lived and died on the Baron for so long. Realistically, it's the percentage play to hang back and try to play around the Nexus turrets, but they're not going to play back.
But again, it's just not like this moment, one after another. Why are we here again? Why are we at the Baron?
And RNG don't need to start this Baron. The minions are pushing bottom wave. Just play the patient game now, just that little bit more. Of course, it's RNG. They're not going to go full patience mode. But they are slowing it down.
A second inhibitor does respawn, so the minions will be delayed at least for a while, killing that. Let's see what MVP decide to do. RNG trying to split them between two bad decisions.
ADD is gone.
Yep. Comes back to base. Tau almost dead. These Superminions are going to
And now RNG should do the Baron. They should at least force the teleport.
Blasting Cone in. They're going to do it fast.
They do a lot of damage at this point in time with two ADCs. Can we
Keep
get
your eyes on Max.
Please look at Max looking for the initiate, but it doesn't land onto anybody. RNG do get the Baron. TP forced by ADD. Let me
He's teleporting to the base.
They need to try and stop these recalls right now from MVP.
He's going to end the game right now.
He's going to be able to. They're going to stop the recalls. Corki's so good at doing this. This is how Rift Rivals ends.
Oh my god, they need to chase them down, but Lemmy does so much damage. The minions coming in as well.
Done it.
The Titans are being cut down. RNG do it. They take the Nexus.
It was in the most MVP versus RNG fashion you could have asked for. MVP in the scenario with where they are in the regular season. Did their region proud, but they were not good enough. And over the course of the day, 3 teams fall for the LCK and the LPL. They're the inaugural Rift Rivals champions.
Who would have expected the LPL slaying the LCK on the final day of the 2017 Rift Rivals? They have done the impossible. They have taken down LCK.
And they barely made it here through the LMS. It went to 5 games and they went the distance. RNG honestly become the superstars of the tournament.
Of course it had to end in a way like that with a backdoor coming in from Let Me.
This series was a lot of next levels in the pick ban. I said leave open Caitlyn, they did that. MVP played a prototypical pick comp, pushed up, tried to make things happen, but RNG, better team on the day. Their Baron was the big difference between the two teams.
Absolutely unreal. A crazy end to a crazy series, but it was set up for them. The dominoes were set up. RNG came into a matchup that they should have won, and they did it in the end. But MVP, they put up a hell of a fight. We're going to send it over to the analyst desk to take a look at that game and close up the day. Take it away, Atlas.
Thank you very much, Pulse, and what an incredible game. MVP out to such a phenomenal start, but in the end, it was all RNG. MLXG, despite the scoreline, making the plays. We knew this guy was in form. All of the puzzle pieces fit together, and RNG are going to crown LPL the Rift Rivals champions.
And yeah, it was RNG that ultimately dropped the axe on the LCK, but huge props to the 2 teams before them that set them up for victory. EDG, after a very turbulent start to this tournament, pulled it through, took down Samsung, and Team WE went face-to-face, head-to-head with SKT to prove that LPL didn't just get this because of how the teams aligned. They went through the best to be the best.
Yeah, and it was RNG that was honestly the only LPL team in this whole set that was favored to win their matchup, and MVP took it to them. But it was such a dream to be able to look at this and say EDG taking down Samsung after the last time they played Samsung, playing so well mid to late game. It was EDG that came out so far ahead, and then WE taking down the gods. What happened, Frosk?
The gods bleed. That's what happened. And the thing is like, I'm still in shock, frankly. I was sitting upstairs. You guys saw this.
I know.
55 minutes into this game, I had the RNG jacket on. I'm taking it off. I'm like, no, there's no way. Ian's coming back on the Syndra.
No. I'm sorry. I need to correct you there, Frosker. And you were upstairs saying, nope, LPL's not going to win.
It's not going to happen.
MVP's already won. Don't worry, it's all over.
Yep.
She was the most negative because she wasn't ready to believe. She's believed so many times, and this was the first time in a very long time that you've been rewarded for the belief, and you weren't even there. You weren't even behind them the whole way.
And that's the thing. You know, I've casted the LPL longer than anyone else. I've gone through the turbulent ride, 2015. Everyone reminds it. And frankly, the LPL's performance at international events has been decayed by their legacy because they haven't been showing up.
But we do have a closing ceremony, ladies and gentlemen, to celebrate the LPL victory.
Hello everyone. 恭喜我们的 LPL.
Let's congratulate LPL for their win.
首届2017我们的亚洲对抗赛的冠军，掌声给我们的 LPL.
A huge round of applause.
Woo! 哇，真的是非常非常的不容易。那当然呢，紧接着马上就要来进行我们今天的颁奖仪式，在这边邀请到我们的颁奖贵宾，首先要邀请到的是我们的 Riot Games 台湾与东南亚区电竞与行销总监 Cody Chen， 掌声欢迎 Cody。
So we'll have someone giving them the
同时呢，也要欢迎的是我们 Riot Games 台湾与东南亚区总经理温丽，掌声欢迎温。
The CEO of Riot Games coming in.
好的，现在请我们2位呢，帮我们将这个亚洲最强的这个奖杯颁给我们的 LPL。
So they'll be giving the championship cup to LPL.
现在来自于我们 LPL 的4个战队呢，都在我们的讲台上呢。
So all the LPL teams are on the
那现在
stage
请
now.
我们的所有的选手看一下我们中间镜头好吗？来，我们一起看一下我们中间镜头。好，
You
再
see all
往
the
右边
pride
看
on
一
their
点。
faces.
也同时看一下我们的左边这边，来帮我们高举我们的奖牌好吗？来，恭喜获得我们的亚洲最强封号，恭喜我们的 LPL。
Let's congratulate LPL again.
亚洲最强冠军王者
The best of Asia.
好的，请我们所有媒体朋友帮我们来捕捉一下这个非常值得纪念的一刻。好的，那我们最后的5
This is
秒
a
钟
very good moment to remember.
Last 5 seconds. OK。好的，那再次恭喜我们的 LPL。那相信呢，今天呢，在经过我们这个就是4天的赛程之后呢，我们的选手们心里呢，应该有一些呢，很想跟大家分享的心情。因为毕竟呢，其实在决赛的时候表现呢，可能不是那么的理想，但是在准决赛呢，甚至在我们今天的总决赛，已经打下了令人非常呢亮眼的一个成绩。所以呢，接下来呢，我们的时间也可能要来交给我们的主持人，帮我们来访问一下我们所有这个选手，对于我们整个在过程的心情，还有现在到底感想怎么样呢？
So they'll be sharing their feelings right now.
再次感谢安娜，我们也把掌声再次送给 LPL。那么接下来的话
So let's
就是
give a
赛
round
后
of
的一
applause to
个
LPL
访问
again.
时刻了 ，Miko。那么先来
We're
问一
interviewing
下，
Miko
从
right now.
卡哈西的5战封王到今天再次站在这个舞台上享受荣耀，你觉得作为一名职业选手，此时此刻你觉得
So as a
对于你来说
professional
最大的
player?
成长和帮助是什么？
What sort of help and feelings are you feeling right now?
LPL 赛区大家一起努力，就是大家各种交流。
So he's saying that LPL trying together and helping each other.
这一次来打季后赛
He's saying coming into the Rift Rivals.
这次压力非常大，那么此时此刻
And
的话，
yes, the
现在
pressure
身
is
边站
very
了很多的你
high.
的兄弟，你有什么话想跟他们说呢？
So what do you want to
现
say
在
to your
站在这个重要的
teammates?
时刻
就谢谢大家。
Thank you everyone.
今天打得也特别好吧？
So everyone did very
好
well.
的，感谢 Miko。我们接下来的话要访一下咱们 RNG 的胡掌门了。
So now we'll be interviewing RNG 小虎。
第一个问题啊，也是所有 LPL 的这些观众们都要问你的问题的，为什么队伍总是能在关键的时刻
So we're
站出来
asking
获得
why are you always here at the very important moments?
每个人都特别想赢。
So he's saying that everyone really wants to win.
整个的亚洲对抗赛和其他也是非常强劲的2大赛区 LCK 和
So
LMS
this
进行
time
了对抗
at
之
the
后，你
Rift
感觉
Rivals,
最大的收获和
what
对于
is the
整个
biggest
LPL
gain
最大
that
的
you
帮助是
gained
什么？
at this tournament?
收获的话，我就觉得可能3个赛区就没什么太大差距吧。也
So
看到
he's
了
saying that what he gained is there's no big difference between skills amongst the regions. However, he does want LPL to become
好了，我们
stronger.
要把掌声再一次送给我们的 EDG 和
So let's give
RNG。
another
那
round
么
of
接下来的话
applause
可以
to
看到
EDG
下一
and
位
RNG.
的采访主持也已经准备就绪了，我们把画面交给小熊，来有请。
是的，这边我们来受访的对象是 W
So we
的
are
Condi。
interviewing WE's Condi.
大家好，我是 W 的打野康迪。
WE's
今天打
jungle.
野风格非常强悍，就算是遇到了 SKT，还是硬是带起了节
His
奏。
style
今
was
天
very
是抱着什么
aggressive
样的心
today,
态来迎
even
战
against SKT.
今天我们队就是抱着必胜的决心的。
So he said he came with a winning
非常的
attitude.
简单。那么
Must
想问
win.
一下，这一次参加了这个亚洲对抗赛，然后拿到了赛区的冠军，有没有什么要跟大家分享一下？
So what do you want to share after
我觉得这次
winning the
的
championship?
冠军是我们4个队共同努力来得来
So
的
he's
吧。
saying that it was because of our team effort that we got the
才
champion.
会拿下这个冠军。同时非常谢谢其他3个队以及
So he's
我
saying,
另外的4个
extending
队
his thanks to the other 3
是
teams.
的，赛区非常的团结。那我们这边也谢谢 WE， 马上把我们画面交给我们的于双。
好的，现在呢，在我身边
So we'll
站
now
到
be
就是的
interviewing
教练了。我相信今
the
天
coach
他们一定是非常大压力的。现在想问问教练，今天获得了比赛的
The
胜利，
coach of
你想说的
OMG.
吗？
就是虽然我们是唯一输掉的一支队伍嘛，但是既然整
So
个
he
赛
said,
区
although we were the
能
only
够
team
获得
who
荣誉，我认为还是
lost,
非常好的，非常开心。
however, he's very happy because this is still an
现在
honor.
OMG 所有队员心情会怎么样？会不会觉
So
得压力很大？
how are
压
you
力肯定有，但
feeling?
是更多的
And
是
he's
希望
saying that
毕竟
of
我
course
们
there
是
is
这一个
pressure.
赛区赢得了这场比赛，同时我们也看到了自己的不足，希望能够
So we did see our
确实，
weaknesses
我
and
相
we
信
do want to
呢，经过
improve.
这一次 LPL 拧成了一股绳，能够一起齐心协力。
So from this tournament, we can see that the
亚洲对
teamwork
抗
of
赛的
LPL
冠
has
军
come,
我相信
teams
大家
have came
一定都
together.
是会支持这4支队伍的。好
So
了，
we
那接
do
下来
believe
时
that
间呢
everyone
让
will
我
be
们交还
supporting
给
these
现场
4
的主持人
teams.
好的，再次谢谢我们主持人访问，也再一次
So
把
thank
掌
you
声
for
送给我们的
interviews. Another round of applause to
恭喜我们
LPL.
获得我们的亚洲最强冠
So
军王
Congratulations for winning the championship.
LCK 已 及 LMS，
And thank you to LCK and LMS. Everyone did very well, a great performance.
谢谢我们的主办单位、协办单位，还有我们的赞助单位，让我们呢在这10天呢，可以在高雄展览馆呢，可以有一个
Thank you to all the supporters and sponsors.
赛事。那当然呢，再一次把所有的掌声送给我们辛苦的工作人员以及我们自己一个掌声，好吗？
And another round of applause to everyone here, all the employees, and to
我
ourselves.
们所有召唤师的陪伴，也谢谢我们的观众的收看。那我们的
Thank you for watching.
亚洲对抗赛在这边正式
2017 Rift Rivals.
那接下来，请大家呢可以继续关注我们的 LMS、LCK 以及 LPL 的所有的战队以及选手们。Rift
And
Rivals
keep following
洲际
us.
赛亚洲对抗赛，我们明年见！我是主持人娜丽
See you next year. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, Wendy, for the translation throughout the whole 4 days here of Rift Rivals 2017. And guys, I'm so glad that I've got a full LPL analyst desk here to present the championship to LPL that we weren't expecting to take it away. Final thoughts on the victory now?
I mean, this tournament performance is pretty much everything that you can expect from the LPL. You have your highs, you have your lows, it's a turbulent start, but at the end of the day, they proved that they are competitive. Does this prove that they're the best? No, but it means that people can't just ignore them.
Yeah, and it's proven that LMS too, they've gone so far. Remember, it was a 5-game set yesterday as well. So going into the next international event, all of these 3 regions are definitely something you got to take care of and just take a look at.
Yeah, I feel like there's been a massive level up. I feel like that's what Rift Rivals is about. It's about sort of getting that check, seeing where all of these regions are. And now what we've realized is that LPL, certainly a region to contend with. And that is going to be starting up again next week. There are no breaks when it comes to League of Legends here for any of these regions. Thursday is going to be the beginning of LPL once again, and Tuesday for the LCK. But that is going to be the end of Rift Rivals for Asia 2017. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you then.
Everyone converging on Gragas. He goes down. ADD predated front line and gets the slam against the wall as well. MVP making this happen. Xiao gets one. Jumps over the wall. He's making a hero play for the LPL, but he is jumped down. Everyone jumps in. Big ultimate in from the Gragas. He is dead. That'll be the kill on Ian. Back away from this one. Rest of the team. They take out Whitefall and MLXG, but they still have a carry. Xiao chasing down beyond. Gets the crit. Big damage, and then he finds the kill. Scored against the wall. And he doesn't go down just yet. ADD needs to evacuate. That's the kill onto Lemmy. Can we get the turnaround now from MVP?
Whitefall's free hitting.
Should be dropping it. He's flashing away. Ian, massive stun, but he will jump away. Whitefall doesn't get the crit. RNG are losing this fight. Turnaround as well. The kill onto me. Great arrow from Maha. And Leon goes deep as well. 2-for-1 trade.
This is how Rift Rivals
Oh my god, they need to chase them down, but Lemmy does so much damage. The minions coming in as well. The Titans are being cut down.